At this hour, international news. An international team of scientists held a press conference and announced a sensational discovery. In the permafrost of the far east of Siberia, a prehistoric supervirus has been found. This giant virus has already become the fourth giant virus known to humanity. Previously, scientists had discovered another similar specimen in the same region. According to experts, the discovery was made a year ago, but the information had been kept secret until now. Research is still ongoing, and at this moment it remains unknown whether the virus is capable of infecting humans or animals. Some specialists note, as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no reason for concern.
I jumped up, everything matched. The star seed had warned me, in 10 days, a viral outbreak would begin. Without wasting a second, I studied survivalist forums, gathered supplies, and in just 2 days turned an old minibus into an armored shelter, removed the seats, installed a bed, reinforced the doors, and upgraded the engine and body. When the world collapsed, I was ready. Then they appeared, frightened, desperate girls begging for shelter. One in a torn dress, another covered in blood, and a third crying by the roadside. "Please, take us with you," they begged. I opened the door. Together, we drove through the dead city, toward a world where a new life was beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. Old Hay showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw Wu Laoda looking at him, and deep inside, he felt a faint excitement. Didn't that Luo guy say he couldn't accomplish big things? Let's see now who can really get things done. Isn't this Old Hay? What do you mean by what you just said? A glint flashed in Wu Laoda's eyes. Since when did Old Hay start doing this kind of business? What, you ran into a pretty survivor out there, brought her back? Got tired of playing and now want to trade her to me for something? Wu Laoda turned his eyes and asked. Tired? I didn't even touch her. Old Hay chuckled and then told Wu Laoda about running into the scurrying squad. However, he deliberately left out the part about the squad initially being with a military team. The woman is yours. I want his car. How about it? Old Hay said. Wu Laoda gave Old Hay a half-smiling glance and said, a woman? Stop dreaming. If you want to work with me, I want 70% of what's in the car. 70%? Did I hear you wrong? Old Hay said angrily. Old Hay, you're not stupid, so don't treat me like a fool. No matter how pretty a woman is, as long as you've got the strength, you can just take her. You can trade her. If it was just a casual thing, I wouldn't mind, but you don't even know how strong they are, and you want to bait me with just a woman? No 70%, don't even think about it. Wu Laoda said. Old Hay deeply regretted it. Wu Laoda was being completely greedy. The resources were clearly in Old Hay's hands, but Wu Laoda wanted 70% from the start. Wu Laoda, their people were all taken by our team leader, Luo. What's left now is just one woman and 2 ability users, Old Hay said through gritted teeth. Those 2 ability users have average strength, and that woman, she's not even 1. How strong could she be? If you were fully confident, you wouldn't come to me. You want my help but treat me like a beggar? Wu Laoda said coldly. Old Hay's heart sank. He could sense a bit of killing intent in Wu Laoda's tone. He was now in a bind. Still, 30% is better than nothing. Besides, being tied with Wu Laoda meant that if Luo Junjiang or that kid wanted revenge, they'd have to think twice before messing with Wu Laoda. Thinking this, Old Hay finally nodded. Fine. Let's do it. At that moment, Luo Junjiang had already brought Jiang Lushi and the others to a 3-story restaurant in the center of the county town. In front of the restaurant was a large open space, with all sorts of vehicles parked on both sides. There were several cars parked at the restaurant entrance too. These caught Jiang Lushi's eye. SUVs, almost entirely covered in high-density iron cages, with countless outward-pointing spikes welded on, each about half a foot long. Each vehicle looked like a porcupine, fierce and intimidating. Dried blood and pieces of torn clothing hung on those spikes, adding a savage and bloody vibe. Nice modification, Jiang Lushi raised an eyebrow. At the restaurant entrance, armed guards stood watch. Black gun barrels could be seen upstairs, security was tight. By now, Luo Junjiang had walked up to one of the gun-carrying guards, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and handed one over. Haha, bro, remember me? I'm Luo Junjiang from the Blue Sky Squad. The guard took the cigarette, it was a good one, dry and undamaged. He tucked it behind his ear and said, sure, I remember. What brings you here, Luo Laoda? Help me notify Boss Xiang, I've brought guests, Luo Junjiang said. The guard looked at him, showing a bit of hesitation. Hee, Luo Laoda, see those cars? Boss Xiang is in the middle of business today. You might be wasting your trip. Those cars? It was Luo Juanjiang's first time seeing them too. But being turned away? No way he'd accept that. He knew how these underlings operated. After silently cursing, he shoved the whole pack of cigarettes to the guard. "Do me a favor and let him know, brother." The guard took the cigarettes and smiled. "I'll give it a shot." "Damn annoying punks," Luo Junjiang grumbled as he walked back. Jiang Lushi had seen the whole thing. Luo Junjiang was obviously putting on a show, trying to earn some favor. "Don't worry. Boss Xiang gets plenty of clients. Even VIPs have to queue," Luo Junjiang added. After a while, the guard returned. "Luo Lauda, you can go in. Let's move." Luo Junjiang led Jiang Lushi and the others into the hall. The first floor hall had been cleared of unnecessary stuff, with rows of seats lined up on both sides. TSK, from what I've seen on the way here, I'd say this Xiang Shuahai is like the gang boss of this county. Her subordinates are like the heads of each division, Jiang Zhuiying said with a grin. Jiang Lushi immediately shot her a glare. "You know quite a lot, huh?" "Watched movies," Jiang Zhuiying stuck out her tongue. Quite a few people were already seated in the hall. Some sat in front, while their armed lackeys stood behind them. Everyone was armed to the teeth. One group had over 20 people. Their leaders all wore leather jackets and carried guns, intimidating presence. One man had a woman in his arms. She was petite, looking like a middle school girl at first glance. But on closer inspection, her face and body showed she was clearly an adult. Right in public, the man pulled up her clothes and fondled her. The woman frowned occasionally but dared not say anything. In front of this nearly 2-meter-tall, burly man, her body seemed like it could be crushed with one slap. "That's Xiang Shuahai." Following Luo Juanjiang's gaze, Jiang Lushi looked at a sofa in the middle of the hall. There sat a woman in a qipao, wearing black high heels, elegant to the extreme. Her delicate swan neck, smooth waterfall-like black hair, no makeup but flawless features, like a model on a magazine cover. And, she looked so familiar to Jiang Lushi. Isn't that the famous celebrity? She was super popular before the apocalypse, one of the 4 top starlets, right? Jiang Zhuiying said in surprise. Jiang Lushi suddenly realized, yes. He had often seen her on big screens and in ads before. But now, this delicate woman was sitting in the middle of all these vicious ability users, in the boss's seat. This scene was truly unexpected. "Captain Jiang, let's sit down," Luo Junjiang said. After sitting down, Luo Junjiang lowered his voice and asked, "Well? Pretty shocking, right? The first time I saw Boss Xiang, I was also startled. Saying she's Boss Xiang's woman, I'd believe it. Saying she is Boss Xiang?" Luo Junjiang shook his head, revealing a slightly emotional smile. Before the apocalypse, she was called the new generation's pure beauty star. Not only was she pretty, but also a top overseas returnee. It said her background was strong too. So no matter how many people were jealous of her, they didn't dare touch her. A person like her should have been evacuated early, but she was unlucky. When the apocalypse broke out, she happened to be in northern Jiangsu. But her luck was also good, she awakened an ability. Luo Junjiang knew quite a lot. The way he looked at Xiang Shuahai through his glasses clearly carried a trace of desire. A woman like Xiang Shuahai, he surely dreamed of having her. Now, she had not only beauty but also strength. Jiang Lushi glanced at Luo Junjiang, then looked at Xiang Shuahai. Luo Junjiang's words made some sense. This woman was able to intimidate so many survivors and sit in that chair. She definitely wasn't simple. If she wasn't strong enough, she would have been devoured alive by now. But Jiang Lushi was only here to do business. If the deal worked, they'd cooperate. If not, he'd leave and ask around at another camp. He wasn't interested in Xiang Shuahai. He could sense that ever since arriving in northern Jiangsu, Ran Shiyu had become somewhat absent-minded. She was worried about her sister. Jiang Lushi also wanted to help Ran Shiyu find her sister as soon as possible. After spending so much time together, Ran Shiyu had already become part of the Shuriying squad. At that moment, the transactions in the hall were ongoing. "Boss Xiang, we want 3 guns, 2,000 bullets, and a map of the surrounding area," a rugged-looking man said. He wore a fur coat, and on closer inspection, there was a bloody eye hole on his chest, probably a hide peeled from a mutant beast's corpse. As he spoke, he waved to the men behind him. Several underlings immediately brought over a few large burlap sacks, stuffed full. Blood seeped from the sacks, accompanied by the aroma of mutant beast meat. Xiang Shuahai appeared lazy. Her long fingers moved slightly, and a girl immediately stepped forward, checked the mutant meat inside, and said to the man, "Go to the back to complete the transaction." Next. Jiang Lushi watched for a while and got a rough idea of Xiang Shuahai's management style. Probably, the bosses of other camps in northern Jiangsu were similar. Any information collected by survivor teams under her control had to be sold to her, and she resold it to others. Firearms and ammunition likely weren't allowed for private trade either, she handled all of it. The entire county's trading and circulation were under her control. At that moment, the burly man wearing leather who was fondling the small woman in his arms suddenly spoke up. Next, how long do we have to wait? Just buying a few guns, does Boss Xiang need to handle it personally? His voice was loud, and it instantly drowned out the girl's voice in the hall. Xiang Shuahai looked at the burly man calmly and said, Duan Dalong, I know what business you want to talk about. I can answer you now in 3 words, not going to happen. Duan Dalong froze, then furrowed his brow. The woman in his arms let out a painful cry, her body trembling uncontrollably, her face turning pale. Boss Xiang, you're refusing? Our boss wants to work with you, that means he thinks highly of you. Duan Dalong said darkly. They had driven for hours to get here, waited nearly another hour, and this woman didn't even want to hear what they had to say before refusing directly? With our boss working with you, you'd survive longer. Don't think just because you're running this county town now, if a zombie horde comes, you won't be able to defend it. With just the people you've got now, not to insult you, but compared to us, you're far behind, Duan Dalong said. After hearing this, many ability users in the hall, including Luo Junjiang, looked displeased. Duan Dalong was openly slapping them in the face, clearly not taking them seriously. But when Duan Dalong's cold gaze swept across their faces, none of them spoke. His group had over 30 people. If a fight broke out, they'd lose. So you're saying your boss is looking out for me? Xiang Shuahai asked with a smile. She truly lived up to her former status as a top celebrity. Jiang Lushur wasn't usually into stars, but now, seeing her up close, he could tell she was different from ordinary people. One moment icy cold, the next moment gentle and smiling. But her eyes remained cold, filled with hidden rage. Faced with Xiang Shuahai's smile, Duan Dalong immediately looked smug. He had taken the initiative to propose this cooperation. If it worked, his boss would surely reward him. Duan Dalong leaned back and laughed. Boss Xiang, as long as you understand our boss's good intentions. He's been your fan since before the apocalypse. A woman like you working so hard on your own, it's tough. If you join our boss. The fury in Xiang Shuahai's eyes grew. She said coldly, you all can leave now. You playing with me? Duan Dalong's eyes widened. He already looked fierce, now he looked terrifying. He shoved the woman in his arms aside. She screamed, quickly covered herself, and scrambled behind him. Duan Dalong stood up abruptly. Whether due to mutation or not, he stood over 2 meters tall. His bear-like build was extremely intimidating. Xiang Shuahai still looked at him coldly, one hand resting on the sofa. A cold glint flickered below. You want to make a move? Duan Dalong's face twitched with rage. His chest heaved violently, and in the quiet hall, his breathing sounded like a wild bull. Many ability users were already tense. Jiang Lushur remained seated, his brain domain ability activated. If Duan Dalong really fought Xiang Shuahai, Jiang Lushur would immediately take Jiang Zhuiying and the others and leave. He had no interest in getting caught up in someone else's conflict. In the end, Duan Dalong didn't make a move. He glared fiercely at Xiang Shuahai and said coldly, Xiang Shuahai, don't think too much of yourself. One day, you'll be begging our boss. Then he waved his hand, let's go. Once Duan Dalong's group left, the tension in the hall finally eased. Many ability users quietly sighed in relief. If a fight had broken out, they'd have all been dragged into it. This county was also their base. If it got wrecked by Duan Dalong's group, life would be hard. Jiang Lushur looked at Xiang Shuahai. Her eyes were full of anger, and her brows furrowed. It seemed Duan Dalong's group wasn't bluffing. His last words weren't just threats. This county wasn't safe. Jiang Lushur planned to get the information he needed and leave before getting pulled into trouble. He didn't fear it, but that didn't mean he wanted to be involved in things that had nothing to do with him. Boss Xiang, Jiang Lushur said. Xiang Shuahai's troubled look instantly vanished. She returned to a calm expression and looked at Jiang Lushur, and you are? Luo Junjiang, still sweating, quickly snapped back to his senses and said, Boss Xiang, this is the guest I brought. He said he has a deal to make. They're from out of town. Out of town? Xiang Shuahai's gaze at Jiang Lushur clearly changed. An ability user squad from outside the area must be strong. And also, outside. No survivor doesn't want to know what's happening out there. The apocalypse had been ongoing for a while. At first, people thought the army would take things back. But now, that hope was fading. Even the national apparatus could only hold on to a few safe zones and base cities. For other fallen areas, there was nothing they could do. And the fallen areas made up most of the country, cities and villages, while safe zones were just a few flickering lights on the map, struggling to survive. This county in northern Jiangsu didn't even count as a spark on the map. The army probably didn't even know they were still alive. Trapped in a place like this, everyone, including Xiang Shuahai, wanted to connect with the outside. What kind of deal do you want? Xiang Shuahai asked. Shiyu. Jiang Lushi turned to Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu glanced at Xiang Shuahai and took out a wallet from her clothes. Jiang Lushi didn't even know Ran Shiyu had secretly kept a wallet. When she'd been captured by Sister Hong, she had nothing on her, only this wallet. She had thrown away the money and cards long ago, useless in the apocalypse. She only kept one photo. I want to find this girl. Her name is Ran Yunsha. She's 19. There's a visible red mole on the left side of her neck, Ran Shiyu said, handing the photo to Jiang Lushi. It was also the first time Jiang Lushi heard her sister's name. Ran Yunsha looked a bit like Ran Shiyu, but instead of a fragile aura, she had a confident and striking vibe. Especially her eyes, which naturally carried charm. Her irises were a bit gray, adding to her mysterious aura. Xiang Shuahai stood up gracefully, walked over, and took the wallet. A faint scent from her reached Jiang Liushi's nose. I've got it. I'll instruct the ability user teams to look into it. But no matter what result, if there's any info, there's a fee, Xiang Shuahai said. Alright, Jiang Lushi replied. 500 gene of mutant beast meat, Xiang Shuahai said. This isn't overpriced, finding someone isn't easy. Fine. I'll add 1 ton of mutant beast meat as a reward for anyone who provides info, Jiang Lushi said. A ton might not get the person delivered, but it'd motivate people to offer clues. Take it from my share, Ran Shiyu said. She had some spoils from battles, though not much left. No. This is a team matter, Jiang Lushi replied firmly. Yeah, Sister Shiyu, no need to be polite, Jiang Zhuiying added. Seeing both siblings insist, Ran Shiyu hesitated, then nodded. Luo Zhejiang, nearby, twitched. A ton of mutant meat? Just like that? And they were even politely pushing it around? How much did they have? Now Luo Zhejiang was even more certain, these people were strong. Maybe he could even recruit them. Deal. I need to copy this, Xiang Shuahai said, holding the photo. Finding a copier wasn't hard these days, it just needed diesel to power up. Xiang Shuahai clearly had a stockpile and didn't ask for extra. If the girl wasn't found, she wouldn't even charge the 500 gene. Jiang Lushi felt Xiang Shuahai was principled and bold. No wonder she earned people's respect. Thinking of diesel, he remembered his own fuel reserve. He still had enough, but had used quite a bit. Later, when his base vehicle activated its third form, fuel consumption would skyrocket. There were no military forces in this area. Maybe some gas stations were still untouched. Jiang Lushi was very interested in those. Xiang Shuahai sent the girl to make a copy, and soon she returned with the photo. Ran Shiyu carefully put it back in her wallet. In this apocalypse, she had lost everything, only this photo remained. The search will begin, but accidents may happen. If so, the search will be cut off, Xiang Shuahai said with a deeper meaning, but didn't elaborate. You can stay here. Ability user squads don't need to pay for lodging. She wanted to ask about the outside world, but Duan Dalong's incident weighed on her. And she doubted they knew much about the safe zones either. As for Jiang Lushi, he understood her concerns, but they had nothing to do with him. Xiang Shuahai wasn't the only force here. He had planned to cast a wide net and trade with all of them. As Jiang Lushi and his group left the hall, Luo Zhejiang smiled beside him. Don't worry, Captain Jiang. My brothers and I will do our best to help. Just as Jiang Lushi was about to speak, he suddenly sneered and shot Luo Zhejiang a cold look. Do your best? Luo, are you looking to die? In that moment, Jiang Lushi truly had killing intent. Ying had sent him a message, she, Zhang Hai, and the others were ambushed. Among the attackers was that man with the iron rod. At the parking lot's corner, Ying held a military tri-edged dagger, standing with Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, backs against the wall, staring coldly at the attackers. Sun Kuan's arm was bleeding heavily. If not for Ying's quick reaction, he'd already be dead. More vehicles pulled up in front of them, completely surrounding them. Besides Old Hay and his ambush group, over 20 more people were on those vehicles. They were all armed, many with guns. Right now, they looked at Ying, Zhang Hai, and Sun Kuan like wolves surrounding sheep. Boss Wu sat in one of the vehicles. When he saw Ying among the crowd, his eyes lit up. It seems Old Hay wasn't lying, this woman really is beautiful. From his point of view, she's nearly as good-looking as Xiang Shuahai. Of course he'd rather conquer Xiang Shuahai, she used to be a star, now she's his boss. To have a woman like that in his possession, even thinking about it excites him. But Xiang Shuahai's personal strength is too great, and she has loyal underlings. At this stage Boss Wu can only dream. Still, the woman in front of him wasn't bad either, wearing tight black clothes, straight long legs in short boots, hot figure, delicate looks, and a very cold gaze. She held a military tricorner dagger and was staring indifferently at the people closing in. In Boss Wu's eyes, Ying was already his captive, while Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were already dead men. How could these three possibly resist all his men? Old He saw the satisfied smile on Boss Wu's face, and he felt depressed. What a bargain for Boss Wu. Quick, go take their vehicle. Old He hurriedly told his underlings. That minibus must hide a lot of stuff, and Old He was eager to make that modified Hummer his new ride. The minibus and the off-roader were parked together. Old He led his men over. Seeing this, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's eyes went red. Damn it! These guys want Boss Jiang's car. Boss Jiang, Jiang Lucier, had asked them to keep watch on the vehicle, and now this many people showed up to steal the minibus. Ying, you're stronger than us. We'll cover you. You break out, go find Boss Jiang. Sun Kuan whispered. As he spoke, a sharp pain came from his shoulder. Bro, we're going to die here. But let these sons of bitches see, we're not trash. At least kill 2 and we get 1. Kill 3 and we get 2. Zhang Hai felt a surge of blood and anger. Boss Wu chuckled. He had dozens of men under him. In this county his team was in the top 5. For 2 ordinary ability users like Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, surrounded like this, he didn't even consider them. If you're honest and surrender, you'll suffer less. Otherwise, you want to fight to death? I'm afraid I won't let you die so easily. Boss Wu said slowly. Click click click. The barrels of the guns all lifted, pointing at Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. They grit their teeth were about to break. Surrender? Dream on. Brother Jiang told us to hold on a bit. He'll be back. Ying suddenly said. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were about to rush out, they froze at her words. How did Ying contact Boss Jiang? Hold on for a bit? Though confused, they trusted what Jiang Lucier had said. If Ying said so, then it must be right. Sun Kuan said. Hold on a bit? How the hell do you hold on? Boss Wu overheard their dialogue. He felt like he heard a joke. These people said that in front of him, did they expect him to back off? That was insulting to him. Wu. You're Ying, right? Fine. I'll tell you, today I'm gonna take you. Even if your boss Jiang comes, he can't stop me. Boss Wu said menacingly. Once he captured this woman, laid his trap, Boss Wu wanted Ying to see how her boss Jiang dies. Ying ignored Boss Wu. She just told Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan, get ready. Seeing the woman treat him like air, Boss Wu snorted. He signaled an underling, a bald man, his trusted aide, got out carrying a machine gun. He laughed coldly and walked toward Zhang Hai's group. The machine gun bullets could turn a man into a sieve. Usually people would be scared just seeing him carry it. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan tensed up, their guns ready. Once the other side moved, they would pounce. Ying told them to hold on. They didn't know how, but they'd use their bodies to shield the gun barrels if needed. Ying remained calm, coldly watching. At that moment, Old He and his team reached the minibus. Suddenly, the standing minibus roared. Old He's group froze. They were right in front of it, and through the windshield saw no driver in the seat. Buzz. The minibus roared again. Old He sensed a life and death danger. Get out of the way. Old He lunged aside as the minibus shot forward. Bang bang. His underlings didn't even get a chance to scream. They were hit head-on, mowed down. Old He flew to the ground, seeing his men fall and be crushed by the tires, blood spattering, bodies still twitching beneath the wheels. What's happening? Old He's heart raced. How did the car suddenly drive itself? Boss Wu noticed the noise. He turned his head and his scalp tingled. The minibus was speeding toward the crowd. Get out. Boss Wu's grin vanished. What the hell? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan froze too. Could it be Boss Jiang has returned? The minibus roared, crashing into the group. The savage survivors scattered in fear. They were just flesh and blood, they couldn't withstand a minibus impact. No one cared about Zhang Hai's group now, the minibus was headed right for them. Don't let them board. Boss Wu shouted. The machine gunner pointed his gun at the minibus. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets rained on the tires. But the tires were reinforced, that volley did nothing. Buzz. The minibus paused in front of Zhang Hai's group, made a sharp turn, the door facing them popped open. Get in. Ying said. Fuck. Shoot them, kill them. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to zombies. Boss Wu was twisted, anger made him worse. But one woman? Compared to his losses and rage? She was nothing. Under his command, the survivors raised their gun barrels. Instantly Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan sensed extreme danger. So many guns, it was impossible to avoid. They exchanged a glance, and stepped aside to flank Ying, raising their guns. Damn. If we die, at least we'll kill a few. Zhang Hai pulled the trigger. Bang! At that moment, the bald machine gunner's head exploded like a watermelon. His body flew with the machine gun a few meters and slammed down, blood spraying. His blood splashed on Boss Wu's car window, the crimson stain stinging Boss Wu's eyes. That shot shocked many. Even Zhang Hai was frozen. Did he kill him? Because during the rush Zhang Hai hadn't really aimed, he sprayed toward the crowd. Yet that shot, precise headshot? At the same moment another shot rang out. A man about to fire at Sun Quan got headshot. In a blink, 2 bodies died the same way. Now Zhang Hai knew it wasn't them. They hadn't fired a shot. It was Boss Jiang? Go! At that instant, Ying boarded the minibus. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan immediately followed. The people witnessing this dared not move. They all realized someone else fired. They hid behind walls and cars. Who dared show themselves? One of Boss Wu's vehicles had just driven a few meters when, bang! The windshield shattered and blood splashed on the remaining glass. The car lost control and smashed into another with a loud crash. For a moment the parking lot went silent. Old Hay lay on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. Boss Wu sat in his car, whole body rigid. What had happened? Whoever wanted to shoot, lost their head. Whoever wanted to drive, those in the vehicle would die. Boss Jiang's not in the vehicle? Zhang Hai and Sun Quan boarded, surprised to find no one in the vehicle. Ying sat back in the driver's seat, which had been empty before. Driverless? They'd heard of such cars before the apocalypse, but never expected a minibus. They were just surprised, then let it go. Jiang Liusher's ability is mechanical modification. Converting to autopilot was nothing new. He just wasn't in the vehicle, that meant he was nearby. On the vehicle window they looked at the survivors and the cars. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan clenched fists, teeth grinding. Now let's see who surrounds whom. Boss Wu did have strength, he calmed in a blink. I'll hide. Shoot the minibus. You guys with me, find the one pulling triggers. I'll blast his brains out. Boss Wu opened his car door, flipped out, and pressed against the wall. His anger exploded. What was supposed to be a guaranteed deal turned upside down. Several men dead, the rest tense. After killing this squad, Old Hay included, Boss Wu wouldn't spare him either. Behind him 4 strong aides followed. Boss Wu looked at the minibus and said to one, "You go deal with that car." Got it. The thin man nodded and slunk toward the minibus. Meanwhile Ying drove the minibus. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan opened windows slightly and fired. The lot's people scattered, no one dared face forward. Their counterattack did nothing to the minibus. They shot windows, glass was bulletproof. Tires, reinforced. Gas tank, even bulletproof. So despite their numbers, they were completely stymied. Surrounded by this big iron block, how to fight? Not to mention a hidden gunman, ready to take their heads. At a nearby 2-story building. Jiang Liusher didn't rush into the parking lot, he found a high point nearby. Behind him, Luo Junjiang was being watched by Jiang Zhuiying. Through the window at the high point, he saw the parking lot scene, recognized his dead men on the ground, and saw Boss Wu's car. Now he knew what happened. Luo Junjiang hated Old Hay for betraying him. If they'd stolen Jiang Liusher's vehicles or people, neither Jiang Liusher nor them would let Luo Junjiang off. And now seeing Jiang Liusher kill Boss Wu's strong aide with just a gun, and the minibus was bulletproof, Luo Junjiang was utterly shocked. He'd suspected their squad was strong, but not this strong. If Jiang Liushi could take down Boss Wu, he'd be the 5th-ranked team. One day here and in the top 5. Of course the odds were low. If the Shuriying squad escaped this time, their reputation would skyrocket. But getting Boss Wu's ire for life meant a fight to the death. People are coming. Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Liusher wasn't surprised. Even a fool would analyze where bullets came from, and there were only 1 or 2 buildings nearby with the angle. Total 4 people. All ability users. Ran Shiyu added. Her eyes weren't looking outside but her mental domain already covered the vicinity. Luo Junjiang instantly knew, it must be Boss Wu's crew. Given Boss Wu's character, he wouldn't just wait to die. He must have returned. And Boss Wu plus his strong aides were ruthless ability users, known for terrifying deeds. They weren't all ordinary humans before the apocalypse. Boss Wu used to be a well-to-do boss. When the apocalypse hit and you got power, humanity's dark side shows itself. Luo Junjiang hurried. Captain Jiang, the ones coming are definitely Boss Wu and his people, those Old Hay colluded with them. Their strength's no joke. Good if they come. Jiang Liusher put away his sniper rifle, pulled out 2 handguns and checked the mags. Jiang Zhuiying glared at Luo Junjiang, her long knife glinting. Humph, I was only afraid they wouldn't come. Luo Junjiang didn't know what to say. He was burning with anxiety. If Jiang Liusher's team lost, he'd die too. He lacked confidence in their self-assurance. He also guessed, maybe they really did have confidence. Boss Wu and the others quickly located the shooter's position. Damn, how dare they ambush me? Despite being the ambusher himself, Boss Wu now suffered a huge loss. How could he not be angry? He wanted to drag out the shooter immediately and slowly torture him to death. Having locked the building where the shooter was, Boss Wu made a signal to his men behind him. A group pressed close to the wall and cautiously approached a first-floor window. Boss Wu's neck twisted, a low growl came from his throat, his eyes turned slightly yellow, and his skin and the skin on his hands gave rise to layers of coarse hair. Then Boss Wu sniffed lightly, showing a cold, sinister smile. I already smelled it, found who fired. Heh, and a woman sent, 4 women in total, 2 men. Boss Wu's mutation ability is canine. The sense of smell of canines is extremely keen. For the keenest kinds, the smell sensitivity is over 1 million times that of humans. With this ability, Boss Wu can precisely detect how many people are in a building like this, and where they are. Someone who once offended Boss Wu tried to escape. Boss Wu tracked them for a full day and night, relying on his ability, and caught them. When that group was caught, they were utterly desperate. Using this ability, Boss Wu also secretly eliminated 2 of his competitors. The people inside that building in his eyes were already dead. But of course he wouldn't let them die easily. Boss Wu led 3 of his small brother lieutenants and jumped in through the window, entering the building. They've entered the building, Ran Shiyu said. Tie his hands. Ling, you watch him here. Shiyu, maintain contact at all times, Jiang Lushur said as he and Jiang Zhuiying stepped outside. Luo Junjiang glanced at Ling beside him. Although the girl had an adorable doll face, her gaze was cold and she toyed endlessly with a pure black dagger in her hand. She circled behind Luo Junjiang and started binding his hands. At this moment Luo Junjiang didn't know what to do. If Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying went upstairs and never returned, the 4 people in this room, including himself, would soon be dead. You'd better behave, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Luo Junjiang's heart skipped a beat. He had already seen this woman was a psychic-type ability user. In this room it looked like only Ling had ability to face him, but in fact this psychic type was also not to be trifled with. In frantic anxiety Luo Junjiang dared not move. He quietly let Ling bind him. I'm really not working with old He. Did I ask you to speak? Ling glanced at him. Captain Jiang, Zhuiying, and the others are coming upstairs. The largest psychic aura guy, he's moved around the left side, looks like he's prepared to climb the window directly to the 2nd floor. Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying moved outside. Ran Shiyu's voice sounded in their minds. Then I'll wait by the window for him. Zhuiying, you handle the others. Jiang Lushur said. Be careful. Jiang Lushur added. Don't worry, Jiang Zhuiying smiled and drew her knife and went. Jiang Lushur watched her retreating figure. He still wasn't entirely comfortable with Zhuiying fighting alone, but with Ran Shiyu's cooperation, it should be okay. After watching Jiang Zhuiying leave, Jiang Lushur holding his gun approached the window. With his shooting speed plus his brain domain ability, the moment the opponent appeared in the window, Jiang Lushur could blow their head off. And at that moment, Boss Wu had already clung to the wall. With a single leap he could reach the upper window ledge and flip inside. But just then, Boss Wu sniffed. Long sharp claws grew on his hands. He leapt violently to another window and from there entered the room behind Jiang Lushur. Ran Shiyu shouted, be careful, he's behind you. Jiang Lushur leapt forward without thinking. Swipe. At the place Jiang Lushur had just stood, 5 deep scratches appeared on the wall, red brick exposed beneath. If these scratches had hit someone, they would tear open their organs. Landing, Jiang Lushur turned and raised his gun. Without even aiming, he fired several shots. Boss Wu had rolled aside against the wall, his eyes gleamed with bloodlust. He licked his mouth with a long tongue. You're the shooter. But the shooter's reaction had been fast, or else he'd have been taken down already. Captain Jiang, he should be sensing our positions, Ran Shiyu said. Jiang Lushur guessed it too. The other party suddenly changed position. There was no coincidence. For a moment Jiang Lushur had felt a strong death danger too. What will you do now? Run? Or come out and fight me? Boss Wu whispered outside the door. Run? If running, you can use the fact Boss Wu would track you to find terrain advantage and plan a counterattack. After all, Boss Wu didn't know that Jiang Lushur also knew his position. However, Jiang Lushur stood from the floor, gun in both hands, slowly walked toward the door. Shiyu, Psychic Pierce. Okay. Ran Shiyu's Psychic Pierce effect is very strong on ordinary people, and variable on ability users, but she knew that if her attack could freeze even for a moment Boss Wu's movement, he was done. He actually came out? Boss Wu was slightly surprised. Coming out to fight is the stupidest move. Boss Wu didn't think his opponent would be that dumb. He guessed Jiang Lushur must have some ace card. He didn't know what it was that gave Jiang Lushur such confidence. How could his ace be weak? Roar! From Boss Wu's body came a muffled sound. His jacket bulged with muscle. Each muscle looked like forged steel. His palms lengthened, fingers curved, tipped with sharp nails, his shoe opened to reveal clawed feet gripping the ground. His mouth split, sharp canines protruded, his eyes turned from yellow to red. In this state, Boss Wu had ripped living people apart, even zombies. Beyond his super-smelling ability, this feral combat strength in his monster form is what cemented his spot in the top 5 teams. He alone came to hunt this shooter, enough. The shooter's ability fluctuation was pitiful. In his current state, even facing the gun barrels head-on, he had no fear. Because he wouldn't give the other side the chance to fire. After confirming Jiang Lushur's position, Boss Wu decided to strike first. With a savage roar, he charged into the room. Now! Ran Shiyu's pupils shrank. Gray eyes flickered with countless brilliant lights like neon reflections. At the same time, Boss Wu's eyes blurred. He felt his body suddenly go limp. Less than a meter in front of him stood Jiang Lushur, both guns raised. Jiang Lushur didn't need reaction or aim, his brain domain ability had locked every micromotion of Boss Wu. At this moment, Boss Wu was just a target. Bang bang. Several shots fired, all hitting Boss Wu's limbs. Boom. Next second Boss Wu crashed heavily to the ground. Still not realizing what happened, his body tumbled from midair to ground in a blink. The young man's calm expression was gone, in its place a pair of clean sneakers stepped forward. You didn't even get a chance to fire. Jiang Lushur looked down at Boss Wu's body, limbs twitching, blood flowing, and said calmly. Shit. Boss Wu spat the word through clenched teeth, he was in agony and full of terror in his heart. He got taken down like this. And at that moment, from Jiang Zhuiying's side came screams. Those 3 ability users had no mutant ability like Boss Wu's, they were following his directions. Jiang Zhuiying circled behind them, her long knife flying, a terrifying electric net instantly enveloped the 3, who were quickly dealt with. In this semi-enclosed environment, Jiang Zhuiying's ability actually had huge advantage. Those 3 had no chance against her surprise attack. The electric current she released could already turn them to charcoal. Hearing the screams, Boss Wu had no more reaction. His limbs were ruined, death was inevitable. Okay, it's done. Ran Shiyu turned to Li Yusen and Ling and said. Luo Junjiang froze. At first he didn't react, when he realized what it meant, his whole body was stunned. He had suspected that Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuiying might win, but defeating everyone in less than a minute? That was beyond his imagination. Luo Junjiang was just an ordinary ability user, his idea of powerful users was Boss Wu's kind of people. But now he felt Jiang Lushur's group might be the super ability user team he heard of. And in northern Jiangsu, there was only one such team. Others, like Xiang Shuahai's team or other camp teams, could only be described as first-class ability user teams. In the parking lot, the survivors kept standoff with the minibus. Old Hay had sneaked behind a car. He saw Boss Wu's men with weapons heading out, and he saw one of Boss Wu's lieutenants approaching the minibus. He recognized him, called Monkey, agile, could climb many-story walls. Monkey held a hand grenade. If he threw it at the fuel tank, the minibus would blow up. Old Hay intended only to take the Hummer in the chaos, the rest had nothing to do with him. He himself suffered heavy losses in this ambush, several underlings died. After Boss Wu left, the damned gunshots didn't resume, Old Hay's courage grew. Just those 2 guns on the minibus weren't much threat alone. Boss Wu's survivors noticed this too, they saw their leader off to do something. Fear vanished, they all began shooting wildly at the minibus again. Even an iron shell, shoot enough times and you'll blow it. At the same time, Monkey silently approached the minibus, after a roll he was on the fuel tank side. Bang! At that instant Monkey's arm holding the grenade was shattered. Blood sprayed, the brake was mushy. Ah! Ah! Monkey screamed, Old Hay who was about to dash to the Hummer jumped. Bang! Another survivor firing was headshot instantly. Those who had just shaken off fear were cold all over again. Thud! A figure was thrown to the parking lot entrance. Covered in blood, but the survivors recognized him at once. Boss Wu! Old Hay looked too, and his scalp tingled. Boss Wu, so arrogant, ended like this? Too fast. With their boss like this, who among those survivors still wanted to fight? As the first man slid along the wall and slipped away, the survivors quickly began to flee. They'd follow any team now, Boss Wu turned into a beaten dog. Why keep selling their lives for him? Old Hay saw this, naturally he wanted to run too. If he didn't run, he'd be the first to die. However at that moment, a gunshot rang. His thigh exploded in pain, he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Lushur had locked on him long ago. Come here, you! Despair-faced old He was dragged out by Zhang Hai and tossed next to Boss Wu. He looked at Luo Junjiang at once, and Luo Junjiang when he saw him was furious. You trash. You destroyed my team. Captain Jiang, listen to me please, Luo Junjiang hurried. Bang! Jiang Lushi raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. A blood hole appeared in old He's forehead, his eyes wide open, mouth still agape, then he fell. For people like this, Jiang Lushi didn't want to hear a single word extra. Zhang Hai, you go search their vehicle for everything. Jiang Lushi said. He then aimed his gun at Boss Wu and asked, do you have any last words? Go to hell. Boss Wu roared. Jiang Lushi gave a slight smile, but didn't fire. Everything in your mind was about how to torture us, right? Since that's so, Jiang Lushi called Sun Kuan. Sun Kuan, you deal with him. Sun Kuan's arm was still bleeding, he almost died just now, so he was naturally glad to get his hands on Boss Wu. Seeing Sun Kuan drag him up, Boss Wu began to panic. He had only thought he was going to die sooner or later, his heart full of vengeful poison, but hadn't thought how he'd die. You said you'd feed us to zombies? Sun Kuan said coldly. No. No. Hearing Boss Wu's screams fade away, Luo Junjiang's face twitched. That Boss Wu, everyone used to grovel before him. Never thought he'd be handled like this. Captain Jiang, I truly had no part in this, Luo Junjiang hurried to say. That point Ran Shiyu had long judged already, otherwise Luo Junjiang would have been killed by the furious Jiang Lushi long ago, wouldn't still be alive now. You said you wanted to find people in northern Jiangsu, right? I'm willing to help you. Also I can tell you the situation here in northern Jiangsu. You killed Boss Wu, you'll definitely enter the sight of many people. Luo Junjiang wiped sweat and said. Jiang Lushi stroked his chin. This man had no involvement in the matter, he had originally planned to just dismiss him, but Boss Wu's ambush gave Jiang Lushi a warning. Northern Jiangsu is far more chaotic than a typical Bay City safe zone, he got ambushed this time. There mustn't be a next time. You killed Boss Wu, it's not such a simple matter. Luo Junjiang continued. In northern Jiangsu, power depends on how many people you control. Losing Boss Wu's team is a big loss for Xiang Shuahai's side. Just then, several vehicles pulled up to the parking lot entrance, and dozens of people appeared, almost all armed. Those are Xiang Shuahai's vehicles. Luo Junjiang said. He didn't know how Xiang Shuahai would handle things. At his level he couldn't really reach her, he knew little about her style, he only knew she was not a simple woman. A bloody conflict had broken out in the parking lot. As the head of the camp in this county town, Xiang Shuahai naturally came. When Xiang Shuahai got out of her car, she glanced around and saw she arrived too late, the conflict had already ended. After receiving the report, Xiang Shuahai came immediately. Unexpectedly everything was over so fast. Among the corpses on the ground she spotted one of Boss Wu's trusted men, but Boss Wu himself was missing. Xiang Shuahai looked at the minibus parked next to the corpses, and at the few people beside it. Is it you? Xiang Shuahai paused. Just minutes ago she was negotiating a deal with this man, and in an instant he's here? Where is Boss Wu? Xiang Shuahai asked. He's dead. Jiang Lushi answered calmly. Although Xiang Shuahai had brought many men, Jiang Lushi was not worried. The minibus was right behind them, he was fully confident they could break out. Xiang Shuahai nodded. Her captivating eyes narrowed a little. You killed Boss Wu, wiped out a team under me, caused me heavy losses. There are many ordinary survivors in this county town. When a zombie attack comes, it's these teams under me who protect them. As for these ability user teams, Xiang Shuahai didn't completely control them. In fact they were hard to control, if displeased, they'd switch to different forces. So what do you mean now, Boss Xiang? Jiang Lushi asked, expression calm. Xiang Shuahai stared at him for a moment, then shook her head, I don't want to fight you. Boss Wu is dead, fighting you won't reduce the losses. I want to ask, do you intend to cooperate with me? Now Jiang Lushi was a bit taken aback. Cooperate? That's right, cooperate. You were in that restaurant today and heard what Duan Dalong said, correct? Duan Dalong leads the largest force in northern Jiangsu, Yang Feng's top lieutenant, loyal underling. Xiang Shuahai said. Xiang Shuahai's offer to cooperate with Jiang Lushi was not aimless. She said Boss Wu is dead on one hand, on the other, it's because of the strength shown by Jiang Liushi's team. This sort of dominant strength surpasses Boss Wu's team by far. Furthermore, in dealing with Yang Feng, Boss Wu's team might not be as reliable as Jiang Liushi's. Even more, compared with Boss Wu, Xiang Shuahai preferred to cooperate with an external team like Jiang Liushi's. So that's what this is about, Jiang Lushi said, remembering how Yang Feng wanted cooperation, got rejected by Xiang Shuahai, and how Duan Dalong threatened trouble later when leaving. Sorry, I have no interest helping others solve these troubles. Jiang Lushi dismissed staying here to protect Xiang Shuahai. But you wanted to find someone, right? Do you know who Yang Feng is? He used to be an officer in a northern Jiangsu army. After the apocalypse, he gathered people to build his force. Before the disaster, he came to recruit me, but we got separated. Xiang Shuahai said. At that time the whole city alarmed, all survivors fled toward his army. He may have some clues. Before Xiang Shuahai finished speaking, Jiang Lushi turned to Ran Xiyu. Ran Xiyu's face tried to stay calm, but her pale fingers tightly clenched showed her inner shock. Xiang Shuahai saw Ran Xiyu's reaction and the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. Although Jiang Liushi's team only provided a photo and didn't mention the identity of Ran Yunsha, Xiang Shuahai had sharp vision. Before the apocalypse she had a wealthy background and was a well-known star. She dealt with many merchants and powerful people. Among them, wealthy magnates and corporate tycoons. Whether Ran Yunsha or Ran Xiyu, both had outstanding looks and temperament. With a little imagination, Xiang Shuahai thought of the Ran group. And the name Ran Xiyu? She had heard it pre-apocalypse. Upon looking at Ran Xiyu, she became even more certain the girl was a princess of the Ran group. Ran Xiyu's sister must have been on an evacuation list at the time. Yang Feng had been an officer responsible for evacuation. That statement alone would move Jiang Lushi and his team. Jiang Lushi knew Ran Xiyu's mood had been shaken. He turned to Xiang Shuahai and said, "Thanks for the information. But that doesn't mean I must cooperate with you. If I want info I can just ask him directly." Xiang Shuahai smiled lightly. Yang Feng isn't as fair as me in price. He might originate from the military, but his actions have nothing to do with soldiers anymore. A team like yours coming to trade with him, his first thought is probably, swallow you. Even if he doesn't swallow you, he'll open his mouth like a lion. I omitted some details. Actually I didn't get separated from him, I escaped in the chaos. When Yang Feng realized the apocalypse had truly arrived, he tried to take me away, and I sensed his true intention. Xiang Shuahai said. As for what Yang Feng's intention was, Xiang Shuahai didn't need to spell it out. Jiang Lushi and the others already understood. When the apocalypse broke out, too much of human nature was exposed. Jiang Lushi had seen people sacrifice to save survivors, and also seen those who betrayed at the critical moment. Yang Feng was of the latter kind. And with a star right beside him at the time, it wasn't hard to guess what he wanted. He likely never expected Xiang Shuahai not only to escape, but to survive and even build a force. I've changed to my current name, but he still found me. Duan Dalong came to negotiate with me, he had no good intentions. Xiang Shuahai said. So you want us to help you resist them? Jiang Zhuiying asked. Xiang Shuahai shook her head, a flicker of killing intent appeared in her lovely eyes. I want you to cooperate with me, steal an attack on him. What message is easier to get than catching someone alive and prying words out of them? Her tone was soft, elegant and sweet, but each word was full of murderous intent. Luo Junjiang felt a chill all over. This woman truly was not simple. Duan Dalong coming straight to her triggered her killing intent. Rather than worry about when Yang Feng would make trouble, better strike first. This courage and resolve, ordinary people couldn't have it. Especially when the opponent is the strongest force in northern Jiangsu. I don't have the confidence for direct combat, but if it's a stealth attack then it's different. Xiang Shuahai continued. Her force is far weaker than Yang Feng's, even if brain stopped working, she wouldn't think to fight Yang Feng face to face. Jiang Lushi thought for a moment and asked, what are my benefits? Loot splits evenly. After you get the info, I'll help you find Ran Yunsha. And you won't need to pay, just treat it as a bonus for our alliance. Xiang Shuahai said. Jiang Lushi shook his head, I want to pick the loot first. Don't worry, the value won't shortchange you. Xiang Shuahai showed a slight smile and extended her hand, deal. Then let's cooperate happily. Her fingers were long and delicate, pianist-like. Jiang Lushi held her hand and felt something unexpected. Her hand was very soft, holding it felt almost unreal. But Xiang Shuahai quickly withdrew her hand, smiled slightly, and said, since we're allied, let's eat dinner together tonight. I've already ordered all the teams to keep an eye on Yang Feng's situation, there should be news in the next few days. No need for dinner, just notify us when you have the information. Jiang Lushi said. After Xiang Shuahai left, Jiang Zhuiying immediately said, bro, that female star's eyes are like they can speak, that soft tenderness. But maybe she's acting. Don't be fooled. I know that. But you found the soft tenderness where? Jiang Lushi looked at Jiang Zhuiying speechlessly. Li Yusin and Ran Xiyu were there, and she looked at them while talking. Sure enough, Li Yusin and Ran Xiyu turned away, probably embarrassed inside. Really you? Jiang Lushi glared at Jiang Zhuiying. These moments reminded him how troublesome his sister is. Okay, fine, I was wrong, don't be mad, bro. Jiang Zhuiying wasn't scared. She hugged Jiang Liusher's arm, pressed her little face near him and acted all cute, making him both amused and helpless. Ran Shiyu watched the scene, a faint smile on her face but also a trace of sadness in her eyes. What Xiang Shuahai said, when the disaster broke out, Yang Feng fled. The remaining army probably fell apart soon, right? In a whole city, with many in teams suddenly becoming zombies, getting separated or dying on the spot was totally normal. Captain Jiang, are you saying you'll cooperate with Boss Xiang then? If so, this matter is fine. But I truly can't help you on that front, I might only drag you down, Luo Zhejiang said cautiously. He had just offered help to Jiang Liusher's group, but in a blink Jiang Liusher was negotiating alliance with Xiang Shuahai to strike Yang Feng. With Luo Zhejiang's strength, he didn't dare involve. You're not a local big shot here? Help us find a place to stay. Also, in the next few days you hang out at Boss Xiang's restaurant. If there's news, you come notify us. You won't lose your reward. Jiang Liusher said. Alright, I got it. Luo Zhejiang nodded hurriedly. Jiang Liusher had no mind to kill him, that alone let Luo Zhejiang breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Liusher wasn't worried Luo Zhejiang would do anything harmful to the ambush plan. With Ran Shiyu keeping an eye, he wouldn't dare even think it. Soon Luo Zhejiang gathered his remaining underlings, found a clean residence for Jiang Liusher's group, an independent small yard. The Shuriying squad parked the minibus inside and the Hummer at the entrance. Jiang Liusher stood on the wooden railing on the second floor looking out, piles of green-tiled small houses, stone roads, little streams. It had a Jiangnan Watertown feel. If not for the survivors looking wan and weak, and the ring of blood-stained barbed wire and deep ditches around the town, this place could have looked peaceful. At that moment, Jiang Liusher turned his gaze to a lake far away. Northern Jiangsu is a water town. Besides the rivers and streams, there's a large lake system. This lake system has over 180 lakes, water surface area over 2,000 square kilometers. Jiang Liusher didn't particularly like such wide water areas. He looked at the broad surface, calm seemingly, but who knows what's hidden beneath. But as long as I don't get near the water surface, it's fine. Jiang Liusher thought. Water monsters might be unknown and terrifying, but at least they can't get on land. On land, humans surrounded by zombies and mutant beasts still fight to survive. Also for resources and power, these human survivors fight to the death. Sometimes just for a pack of instant noodles they'd kill, let alone merging forces. As for Jiang Liusher, as a survivor, he too would inevitably become part of this. But in future, when my base vehicle becomes a large mobile base, I myself will be a huge resource. Jiang Liusher thought. Many survivors in this apocalypse just live day by day, no future or prospects, and that's the scariest part of the apocalypse. But Jiang Liusher has a starseed, has a base vehicle, he has prospects. At this moment, a cool breeze blew, and fine rain began to fall. The green-tiled small town of Jiangnan was shrouded in fine rain. It looked like an inkwash painting, and Jiang Liusher looked on for a long time. Huh? It's raining? Good, time to wash the car. Lots of blood, and those bastard guns made many dents. Boss Jiang will be upset when he sees it, but with his ability he'll just fix it easily. Right, Boss Jiang, did you fetch the mutant crystal core from Boss Wu's side? Send it up? And several tons of mutant beast meat, cans, ammo. If those bastards hadn't run, maybe more stuff too. The voices of Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan drifted up from below, bringing Jiang Liusher back to reality. Where's the inkwash painting? Even if there were one, the ink would be blood red. Northern Jiangsu. Before the apocalypse, northern Jiangsu was a tourist paradise, rivers and ports intersecting cities, lakes scattered across the land. But now it's just like other cities in the apocalypse, deathly quiet, with a strong stench of blood in the air. A military district barracks in northern Jiangsu. The barracks is built into the mountainside, with barbed wire fences, bunkers, watchtowers, and 10-meter-high concrete walls creating a formidable defense system. Before the apocalypse, this was the station of a troop stationed in northern Jiangsu. Those defense installations were only built after the apocalypse. Inside and outside the barracks many plants are planted, many barracks are covered in vines. At first glance the barracks and the vine-covered mountainside merge into one. And this is a feature of this military district barracks. Heavy rain like a waterfall. Dense rain pours from the sky, soaking the entire mountain again and again. Many decayed corpses mixed with blood water at the foot of the mountain have been washed into blood-colored gullies. With the roar of vehicle engines, several military green modded off-roaders with steel plates on three sides thunder into the base along the cement road. In a tall military building halfway up the slope. In the large hall the faint flicker of a solar lamp. A tall middle-aged man in uniform carefully inspects an iron cage. Inside the iron cage, very lavish, the floor inside is covered with a smooth glossy foxfur rug, the walls hung with shining pearls and gems. On the padlock of the iron cage, thick as a bowl rim, is imprinted 3 blood-red small characters, Xiang Shua Hai. There are 3 cages like this, placed side by side. Inside each a beautiful woman chained with iron chain. The 3 beauties all wear crotch-open pants, on all fours, an animal tail hung behind their buttocks. They stare at the man in uniform, moaning pleasingly, desire in their eyes. On the padlock of each cage is a name. The owners of these names, before the apocalypse, were famous stars or noblewomen in northern Jiangsu. Back in the day they dominated beauty, stirred countless men's hormones in northern Jiangsu. The once invincible beauties had been completely tamed by the uniformed man's whip and turned into beauty. Commander. Boss Duan entered with several big men, storming in. The matter wasn't dealt with. That bitch Xiang Shuahai, you offer her a drink and she eats the penalty drink instead. She gave me no respect, one flat refusal of my proposal. I suggest we take people now and wipe her out. Damn it, just her and a few guns, we send a reinforced platoon and flatten her. Boss Duan's face resentful, he ripped his leather jacket open, showing his bare muscular chest. Second in command, don't rush. The uniformed man smiled slightly, waved his hand. He is Commander Yang Feng of the northern Jiangsu military base. A scar runs from his brow to the eye corner, his left eye is already blind, the pupil gray-white. This gives his one eye, when he bows his head, a kind of mad, gloomy feel. I didn't really expect Xiang Shuahai's side would agree. I was just testing that little fox spirit's attitude. Too bad, some people in this world only understand the whip. Yang Feng licked his lips, feeling parched. Though he looked calm, Xiang Shuahai's attitude enraged him. That bitch, how many times has she rejected me now? Back then Xiang Shuahai escaped from his hand, he lost the fat piece. Yang Feng's pupils shrank, a black long whip appeared in his hand, the whip tip like a venomous snake, viciously lash-whipped at one of the beauties inside the iron cage. The fierce whip mark on the fair skin drew a blood stain and a wail. Second, go get ready. When this rain stops we act. While whipping the beauty, Yang Feng's face showed a sickly flush. Everyone has a fetish. Yang Feng's is collecting beauties, the more the better, the hotter the better. He eagerly awaited Xiang Shuahai being locked in a cage, shaking her tail under his whip, pleading so beautifully. Commander, we've been waiting for you to say it. Why test Xiang Shuahai that bitch? With our strength we could have locked her in a cage long ago. Boss Duan exclaimed happily. He'd been waiting for this. Thinking about Xiang Shuahai's arrogant attitude all the way, he was boiling inside. Staring at Boss Duan's smiling face, Yang Feng's eyelid flickered with disdain. Just killing and fighting, that's what dumb people do. Yang Feng's development to now looked like through fighting, but in every fight didn't he take full advantage? If he could get Xiang Shuahai to submit, he'd lose no troops without war. Now he was going to attack Xiang Shuahai's territory because his patience had worn thin. That area is a strategic passage to several large cities, full of resources flowing. He must seize it. Boss Duan turned, but within 2 steps almost bumped into an old man rushing in. The old man was soaked, disheveled, wearing a dated jacket, looked malnourished. Old son, what are you doing here? Boss Duan scanned him with his eyes. I came to see the commander. Old son gave a sheepish smile, dared not look Boss Duan's fierce gaze. What is it? Yang Feng's black whip clicked on the ground as he tilted his head coldly at old son. Commander, old son stuttered, palm sweating, mouth muttered half a moment. Commander, this rain is heavy, you know I was in water conservancy before. Now is rain season. I checked the embankment section of the Fuyang River, it's unstable. Should we send some more people to guard it? Yang Feng smiled, showing 8 white teeth. His black whip suddenly flicked up and cracked across old son's face in the air. The heavy whip mark across old son's face and shoulder dripped a line of blood, splashing. Old son cried out and collapsed to the ground. Old son, what do I keep you alive for? Don't you understand? I let you have a meal, but you must have the value to eat it. You come to me for this little matter? Yang Feng's gaze sharp. Yang Feng had ambition. Staying in this small northern Jiangsu place, he was not satisfied. Before the apocalypse he was a barracks major in local northern Jiangsu. He got a task to escort social elites and upper-class people to a designated military district barracks, then on to the sea. No one knew what would happen. Yang Feng thought it was a great job. The people on the list, many he heard of, only seen on TV and news, and one of them was Xiang Shuahai. Not only a star, but behind her a huge family, with business and political people, prominent background. But soon after he brought them back the disaster broke out. Not only them, many officers and soldiers mutated into monsters. The army collapsed. Yang Feng awoke his ability. Under such conditions, rather than help stabilize, he gathered a group and quickly took over the military camp area, gradually devouring the surrounding powers. Those elites who survived, business tycoons, he gunned down, leaving some intellectuals. The socialites became his toys. Now he is undisputed local emperor of northern Jiangsu. Under him tens of mutated people, an army of tens of thousands, light and heavy weapons and ammo plenty. He even mimics old emperors conquering territory, builds leadership teams, water conservancy departments, education departments, all staffed. The old son in front used to be a water conservation expert. But the water conservation department isn't studying zombies or plants. It had no substantial benefit for his power growth. Yang Feng didn't bother. After getting whipped, old son left dispiritedly, the old face completely lifeless. Nobody cares, chaos era, better the water comes than be eaten by zombies. Outside the base gate, the downpour rattled, the old man stand gaunt, staring blankly at the mountain foot, at the barbed wire fence where several bullet-riddled zombies hung. The zombies, mouths hissing, hands grasping the void, red eyes showing hunger. Some had no limbs, some with big holes in their belly, but still alive. It had rained 3 days. Evening in the county, visibility low in the heavy rain. At the entrance of the county, on a remote road to the distance, a few headless corpses hung crookedly. Their blood was washed all around. Far off one could hear the zombie roars faintly. This is the nearest route to Yang Feng's barracks area. Once the last traitor is dealt with, we can move out. Xiang Shuahai said seriously to Jiang Lushi. For this ambush on Yang Feng, Xiang Shuahai in the past few days in the county pulled off a massive purge. Here there was originally a mix of fish and dragons, some of them naturally had Yang Feng's spies. Normally she could turn a blind eye to some things. But now they were going out on a long trip, this northern Jiangsu county as her big rear base, she didn't want any disturbance. In exceptional times, of course you use exceptional means. Good. Jiang Liushir's gaze lightly swept over the corpses on the ground, he nodded, turned toward the minibus. Mr. Jiang, this shortcut mountain road is mostly rough. Are you sure you don't need us to arrange a modded off-road vehicle? Our boss recently got a mnemonic off-road. The girl speaking reminded. She was the girl always with Xiang Shuahai, an assistant named Jianling. Mnemonic off-road? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan's eyes lit up. Wow, this thing is tougher than the Xiaolong even. Before the apocalypse, the famous off-roader called King of Off-Road. But no matter how tough, can it compare with Boss Jiang's monster car? These people still didn't know Boss Jiang enough. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan exchanged a glance, smirked. No need. My vehicle isn't worse than a mnemonic. Jiang Lushi paused then said. Sun Kuan shook his head, Boss Jiang speaking modestly. Before Boss Jiang's car, that mnemonic is just a piece of scrap. Even the mnemonic tough, how long could it last in a zombie horde? But the minibus not only can last, but can charge back and forth. Then, Mr. Jiang's vehicle will follow us. Jianling frowned slightly, a trace of unnoticeable disdain flashed in her gaze. Her interesting suggestion resulted in them boasting instead. Jianling looked again at the luxuriously outfitted minibus, inside she glimpsed 2 big beauties. In her heart she thought, Boss Jiang probably doesn't want to give up luxury living. But this time they were going to fight, risking life 9 times out of 10, even with strong combat power, attitude of underestimating Yang Feng. How can that work? I don't even know if Boss choosing Shuriying's squad to cooperate was the right decision. Jianling thought gloomily in her heart. Half an hour after departing from the county suburb, through the windshield wipers cutting frantically through the rain ahead of the vehicle, Jianling could see a not far off old minibus racing up the steep mountain road. It was climbing a slick rock wall leaning at nearly 50 degrees of incline, and the minibus was doing so easily. The astonishing horsepower of the minibus, the terrifying grip of its tires, all made Jianling gasp. Actually from the start, in Jianling's mind scenario the off-road vehicle should have cleared the way ahead. Over some complicated terrain, a few vehicles using tow cables to pull the minibus forward, and also watch Boss Jiang's embarrassment. So Jianling thought, Jiang Lushi insisted on driving this minibus just to stir trouble. But unexpectedly not long after departure they encountered difficulty. Because of days of continuous heavy rain, some road surfaces collapsed, and the muddy slippery road caused the convoy to almost face danger several times. One off-road vehicle got stuck in the mud, the tires completely sunk in, unable to move at all. Just when the journey seemed delayed, possibly jeopardizing this operation, Boss Jiang's unremarkable minibus unleashed its power, a mechanical arm extended from the vehicle and hoisted the stuck off-roader out. By now the situation had completely reversed, the minibus was clearing the way ahead, the 4 off-roaders were pulling behind it. Along the road, whether fallen trees or gullies eroded by water, they were directly crushed flat by the minibus ahead. Watching the scene, Jianling's mood was somewhat complex. Next to her, who had till now been resting with eyes closed, Xiang Shuahai suddenly opened her eyes. "We've arrived at Wanshou village, everyone get sharp." In front of them was a dilapidated village. At the village entrance lay a carcass chewed clean. The leading minibus had stopped. In the heavy rain, several zombies drawn by the sound of the car engines charged from a collapsing brick antile house at the village mouth. Zhang Hai jumped off his off-roader with a bright large saber, slashing several strong downward cuts. Sun Quan followed, holding a long iron rod. He leaped up and slammed it down with fierce force. Clang clang clang. Amid the ugly chopping sounds, the charging zombies all dropped down. Against a small group of zombies they didn't want to waste bullets at all. After Boss Jiang and the others disembarked, they saw Xiang Shuahai and a group of large men already standing in the rain. On the hood of an off-roader lay a special waterproof map spread out. "Mr. Jiang, this village is Wanshou village. On the map it's the closest point to Yangfeng's military base." When Boss Jiang came over, Xiang Shuahai pointed with a red pen at a spot on the map toward Boss Jiang. This was a special 3D map for the northern Jiangsu region, clearly satellite imagery, rare even before the apocalypse. It clearly marked mountain peaks, waterways, and nearby urban terrain. On the map a mountain peak near Wanshou village was circled in red. The red-circled mountain is Wanshui Mountain, where Yangfeng's military base is located. There is a route from the back mountain up to the summit. Once we're on the summit, we can follow this hidden winding trail. Xiang Shuahai's red pen traced a concealed winding path on the map leading to the core area of Yangfeng's military base. "Infiltrate the military base, kill Yangfeng in one strike," Xiang Shuahai said with firm resolve, each word seeming to leap from her heart. She raised the red pen, her eyes already full of killing intent. Yangfeng thinking of making his move against her, even thinking of using force, this made Xiang Shuahai hate him deeply. Yangfeng likely never expected that Xiang Shuahai, instead of waiting to die or crying like a girl, after witnessing Shuriying's squad's strength, had immediately resolved to attack him. Their smooth advance so far also gave Xiang Shuahai more confidence in her decision. This kind of 3D satellite map is hard to find, such a hidden infiltration route even harder. "Boss Xiang, you must have been planning to deal with Yangfeng for more than one day, right?" Boss Jiang said with a glance at Xiang Shuahai. One woman able to firmly control the ingress of a county suburb's force, indeed she had extraordinary ability. The map she pulled out had corners already curled up, clearly touched many times. No doubt she had turned over her killing intent toward Yangfeng countless times in her mind. In the apocalypse, human lives are like grass. "I just want to survive." Xiang Shuahai answered calmly under Boss Jiang's gaze. Boss Jiang's eyes flickered, he didn't say much. He didn't overly care about Xiang Shuahai's personal vendetta, he only admired her meticulous plan. The more meticulous her layout, the more the risk of this ambush is reduced. For his Shuriying squad that is good. "Boss Xiang, let's continue to discuss your operational plan." In the heavy rain, a lively figure approached, opened an umbrella over Boss Jiang. The familiar fragrance, Boss Jiang didn't need to turn around, he knew it was his baby sister coming. Ran Shiyu, Ying, and the little girl-looking Ling with a dagger in her hand were all clustered around Boss Jiang. These women were clean, some icy as snow, some gentle as orchids, quite eye-catching. Even Jianling couldn't help but glance at them a few times. This trip with Xiang Shuahai, besides Boss Jiang's Shuriying squad and the 5 brought by Xiang Shuahai, there were 2 other squads. These 2 squads, normally active near the county suburb in northern Jiangsu, had cooperated with Xiang Shuahai many times. Many interests tied them tightly to her. "Boss Qi, what are you doing? Infiltrating Yangfeng is life or death business, but you brought so many useless women along as if this is a picnic," one square-faced black-clad youth said to the unsmiling middle-aged man beside him. He glanced at Boss Jiang with envy and jealousy. At such a tense, stormy moment, Boss Jiang had Beauties shielding him with an umbrella. Folks like them could only stand in the rain drenched like drowned rats. How did Boss Jiang get to enjoy this? He said this loud enough for nearby people to hear, despite the storm. Upon hearing the youth's remark, Boss Jiang's mouth curved slightly, his gaze swept across Jiang Zhuiying and the others. Before the youth's words finished, he suddenly felt intense pain in his mind. "What do you mean by useless women?" A soft voice sounded in his mind. The voice, as always clear and refined, yet with a severity that made the heart tremble. The youth saw Boss Jiang's graceful woman beside him, using her special gray eyes without blinking, staring at him. A psychic-type ability user? The youth's face turned deathly pale, a chill ran down his spine. Psychic-type ability users are extremely rare, able to control a person's mind, attack directly the brain, impossible to defend. He had heard of psychic ability users being hard to deal with. Moments ago he felt his brain like it was drilled, terrible. Zap zap, Jiang Zhuiying's hand flickered with lightning, electric light dazzling. Ling's fingernails morphed into sharp claws, her green-eyed gaze ill-intended fixed on the square-faced youth. The youth's heart skipped a beat, he shut his mouth immediately. Damn, a group of ability user women. Everyone's on the same boat now, let's be reasonable. At that moment the unsmiling middle-aged man Qi Dingfa stepped forward, deliberately positioning himself between the youth and the Shuriying squad. The other squad's leader saw this, inwardly amused, but also shot Boss Jiang's group a wary glance. There weren't many ability user squads that could make the local top-named Wolf Poison squad leader Qi Dingfa show weakness. Xiang Shuahai raised an eyebrow. Beyond slight surprise, she had a trace of delight. Boss Wu's destruction had been explained in full by Luo Junjiang to her. She already knew Boss Jiang had extraordinary sniping ability, outstanding strength. Now the women around Boss Jiang likewise had such ability, undoubtedly this made their ambush plan far more secure. In the apocalypse strength is everything. Jiang Zhuiying and the other beauties had just slightly shown strength, and the rumors against Shuriying's squad vanished entirely. It's about to get dark, continue discussing our plan. I have 20 sets of full military climbing gear here. We'll cross the stream from here, then climb over the ridge here. About 2 hours later we'll reach the foot of Wanshui Mountain's back hill. There are 3 of Yangfeng's covert outposts there, of course, along the way watch out for mutant beasts. But this is Yangfeng's territory, if there were mutant beasts they've probably been hunted already, but still be careful. Xiang Shuahai's finger moved on the map while she briefed the group. Boss Xiang, your plan doesn't include my minibus. This vehicle must enter the military base, so I want to leave a few people behind. Boss Jiang's voice sounded abruptly. As soon as Boss Jiang spoke, some people nearby mentally exploded. What did he mean? The minibus into the military base? If the minibus was a transformer maybe they'd applaud, but no matter how strong, it's just a minibus. An ambush is infiltration, quietly into village, firing few guns, not alerting Yangfeng's troops. Blasting a minibus into a military base, doesn't that draw attention? Don't worry. My minibus will stay hidden just outside the base for now. But if our ambush becomes dangerous, or we succeed and must escape, it will surge in quickly. Boss Jiang knew their concerns and explained. If the plan excludes this minibus, I'll withdraw from the ambush. Seeing hesitation in Xiang Shuahai's eyes, Boss Jiang added. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan secretly gave Boss Jiang a thumbs up. Their Boss Jiang wasn't speaking out of spite. Having been with Boss Jiang for some time, they were familiar with his temperament. Boss Jiang is the type to rely only on himself. His greatest asset is his base vehicle. This is a terrifying weapon. If the ambush on Yangfeng has unpredictable risk, Boss Jiang believed with the base vehicle he could maximize safety. Not just to Boss Jiang, but to other Shuriying squad members too, the minibus was life insurance. Xiang Shuahai was silent for a moment. Boss Jiang's words were undoubtedly a challenge to her temporary leadership authority. She looked up at the sky, the gale howled, rain like buckets, night was coming. They were here already, if trouble arose now. Fine, I'll agree. The minibus matter you handle yourself. Just make sure when the minibus breaks in, we don't alarm the army. Xiang Shuahai wiped the rain from her face and said. That was her greatest concession. She valued Boss Jiang's combat strength, the women around him were strong, and they already came this far, she could not let this force slip. As long as they could ambush and kill Yangfeng, other things were secondary. For instance reputation, or some interests, compared to the ultimate goal, what did they matter? As long as Yangfeng is eliminated, her greatest threat is gone, and she can absolutely join with other forces to consume his base and resources. Then the benefits gained would be boundless. Of course for her the most important thing was killing Yangfeng. Thinking of a person like him behind her, Xiang Shuahai could not sleep. Yangfeng grabbing those women, and how he treated them, Xiang Shuahai had some vague hearsay about. In this apocalypse, for a woman to protect herself is very hard. One must have strength. As for Wolf Poison Squad's Qi Dingfa and others, seeing Xiang Shuahai already agreed, they didn't say much. And whichever way they thought, Qi Dingfa didn't know, but in his view the minibus, even if it did alert the army, didn't matter. Maybe it could draw attention and help their side's ambush on Yangfeng proceed smoothly. In Qi Dingfa's mind he had already counted the minibus and Shuriying squad as cannon fodder. He even looked forward to that outcome. If someone wants to die, who can stop them? And later fewer squads means more shares for them anyway, pure benefit, no downside, only a fool opposes. Alright, I'll arrange my team. Later we'll follow you and depart. Seeing Xiang Shuahai agree, Boss Jiang nodded and gave her a deep look. This woman's mind was meticulous, her action decisive yet understands compromise and balance. No wonder she survived in the chaos and controls a territory. Xiang Shuahai's answer made the entire Shuriing squad very satisfied. But their smiles in others' eyes looked odd. A beat-up minibus, really that important to Shuriing squad? These outsiders seemed weird to them. Qi Dingfa smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. What kind of leader gives what kind of members? These people's brains were unknown. Just a pity those beautiful ability user women were also following Boss Jiang into this foolishness. Puff, puff. In the mountain gorge outpost the ambushed personnel were cut in half. From the wounds in the abdomen the red-white intestines rolled out. Blood mixed with rainwater streamed in winding paths. The square-faced young man Qiao San's sea-green skin tone returned to normal. He stood up beside the corpse of a soldier at the outpost under Wanshui Mountain. Qiao San, the Wolf Poison Squad's #1 enforcer, has an ability like a chameleon. He can change his skin color according to the environment, most skilled in assassination and reconnaissance. He just took out 3 ambush outposts at the foot of Wanshui Mountain in one sweep. He proudly made an okay gesture to Qi Dingfa. Qi Dingfa showed no expression, in his eyes was a slight, undisguised pride. After all, it was his Wolf Poison Squad doing the heavy lifting. Qiao San deliberately glanced at Jiang Lushir and his group, but discovered Jiang Lushir was talking with the beautiful women beside him, paying no attention here. He felt a swell of frustration inside. These guys actually ignored him. You've had a hard trip. Save your strength, I'll carry you. Jiang Lushir looked at Ran Shiyu beside him. Ran Shiyu, being a psychic-type mutant, though her brain domain mental power was strong, her physical fitness was much weaker compared to Jiang Zhuiying. They had just walked 3 hours through pouring rain. Mountain torrents, muddy mountain ridges, in the wind and rain all the way. Even with Jiang Liushir's bodily enhancements he felt tired, let alone Ran Shiyu. She at that moment was soaked through like a drowned chicken, face pale, body trembling as she walked. For this operation, Jiang Lushir had divided the Shuriing squad into 2 teams. One team, for combat strength, him, Jiang Zhuiying, Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan. The other team stayed with the base vehicle, Ying, Ling and Ran Shiyu and Team Medically Yusin. Ying of course needn't say, though the base vehicle can auto-drive, Jiang Lushir didn't want to expose some secrets. And with the base vehicle caretaker, Jiang Lushir is mentally linked, any situation he can quickly notify her. Ling is a mutation-type ability user. To sneak into the base unnoticed they'll need her to take out the guard at the gate. Li Yusin, as the medic, isn't big in combat, better to stay in the vehicle. Only Ran Shiyu is outwardly gentle but internally firm. She knows this ambush action by the Shuriing squad is precisely to find her sister. Ran Shiyu wanted to contribute to the squad, insisted on going with Jiang Liushir's team. Jiang Lushir couldn't refuse. Ran Shiyu's mental power reconnaissance does help the entire squad survive. Even if the enemy lurks, they can detect their position ahead. Just now Qiao San cleared the outposts at Wanshui Mountain's foot successfully thanks partly to Ran Shiyu's merit. She had sensed the exact positions of the 3 ambush personnel ahead of time. No need, I can do it. Ran Shiyu pressed her lips, shook her head, refused Jiang Liushir's help. She originally came to help, how could she become a drag? Bang! A heavy item fell to the ground with a crash in the pitch-dark rain. A rotten old tree collapsed under the pounding rain. The big tree, following the hillside, thundered toward Jiang Liushir's group. Zhang Hai and the other few ability users in front mustered strength and pushed the rolling tree aside with sheer force. Ran Shiyu startled, her foot slipped on the wet rock, she cried out and fell backwards. This mountain path was all hard rock, hitting the back of the head would be serious. At that moment a strong hand caught her just as she was about to strike the rock. Then waist lifted round with force. Ran Shiyu soared for a moment. When she regained her senses she found she was on Jiang Liushir's back. Don't move around. You're our squad's only psychic mutant. This dark night, heavy rain, just suits you using your specialty. Don't worry about anything else, just preserve strength. Jiang Liushir's voice was steady as his spine. Ran Shiyu's heart pounded loudly. She knew few would notice her in the dark, but still she pressed low, nearly flat against Jiang Liushir's back, red-cheeked. Since childhood, except for her father, she'd never been on another man's back like this. Although still hit by wind and rain, the heat radiating from the man's back made her feel warmth. A different kind of emotion sprouted and spread in her heart. Bro, you hit the jackpot, you know. My sister Shiyu's figure is really good. Jiang Zhuiying whispered with a laugh, her playful gaze appraising Ran Shiyu. Under the soaking rain, Ran Shiyu's clothes clung to her body, outlining a graceful figure. In some places spring light already leaked out, luckily the night was dark. Otherwise Ran Shiyu would have died of embarrassment. Jiang Liusher's expression, originally calm, stiffened. Zhuing that brat, maybe I've been too loose with her? Before the apocalypse Jiang Liusher was a die-hard otaku, had little contact with girls. He wasn't a person with much romance. Carrying Ran Shiyu he tried to act businesslike, but Zhuing's tease felt like poking a hole. His mind shifted subtly. Now Ran Shiyu is pressed against his back, her enhanced physiology made his entire body sensitive. He could feel the fine goosebumps rising on her skin, and that soft body. His hands were also locked around her smooth taut thighs. Jiang Liusher, what are you thinking? Sensing his daydreaming, Jiang Liusher quickly banished the thought from his mind. Not the time to think about this. Everyone be careful, we start climbing now. Boss Chi, you've stepped this hill before, lead us. Xiang Shuahai's voice came from ahead. She too was exhausted, rain-soaked hair stuck to her cheeks. But compared to killing Yang Feng, none of this mattered. We're going up the mountain, move quickly when we depart. Jiang Liusher said under his breath. From behind came a right in Jiang Liusher's ear, ticklish? Half an hour later, a group of black silhouettes under the cover of night and rain appeared atop the back hill of Wanshui Mountain. Jiang Liusher dropped his equipment belt, safety ropes and such, sweat beaded all over him. Next to him, even Zhang Hai was gasping for breath. After climbing a 1,000-meter high peak under storm, they all suffered. But Jiang Liusher felt no major problem. The gene modification fluid triggered his blood power, rapid circulation, wave after wave of power flowed. He could fully adapt to high-intensity, continuous strength exercise. Ran Shiyu quietly climbed down from his back, ate some wind-dried mutant beast jerky. Ling had good cooking skill. She specially made some mutant beast meat into marching rations. So even when the base vehicle wasn't with them, Shuriying squad could eat meat anytime to refill energy. Everyone began silently replenishing strength, preparing for the upcoming fight. Standing beside a cliff, they could already see with naked eye the military building on the halfway hillside, hidden among dense trees. Through leaf gaps light shone from inside the building. That was tonight's target. There are 3 people inside the military building, probably ability users. Outside there are 2 people at 2 posts. Ran Shiyu, after sensing a while, said with certainty. Rain poured, black clouds rumbled, lightning cracked the darkness. In a momentary flash they could make out the outline of the building several hundred meters away on the slope. Besides that military building, there were 2 watchtowers standing outside. I'll take the sentries. Qiao San gripped his dagger, volunteered. No need for that complexity, I'll solve it with 2 shots. Jiang Liusher said unexpectedly beside them. Xiang Shuahai was slightly taken aback. Such a storm, such darkness, such a height, all unfavorable for sniping. If you can't kill in 1 shot, what if the sentry alerts? Things get big. But faced with Jiang Liusher's natural confidence, Xiang Shuahai thought a moment, we must kill in 1 shot. Clearly, between Qiao San and Jiang Liusher, she chose to trust Jiang Liusher. If they could snipe the sentries from long distance, the risk truly was lower than sneaking in. Her deep eyes held some expectation fixed on the young man. Qiao San's face turned cold. He glared at Qi Dingfa beside him. Qi Dingfa's face was equally glum. This Xiang Shuahai, trusting an outsider like this? What if Jiang Liusher fails? The mission fails. Such an important matter, Xiang Shuahai agreed so quickly. Wolf Poison Squad's members all looked displeased. Jiang Liusher crawled into a rock crevice behind the cliff and took out his black AMR-2 sniper rifle, aimed at the watchtower direction. Boom! A muffled thunderclap, lightning sliced the sky. For a moment the world lit like day. Xiang Shuahai's calm heart jumped. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Liusher in the crevice. At that moment Jiang Liusher activated his brain domain neural vision. In the lightning burst surroundings slowed. He saw each falling raindrop falling pattern. The sentry soldier in the watchtower 100 meters away came into his view, locked. Crack! The gunshot, masked by the storm wind. The recoil of the AMR-2 pushed his arm. He calmly and swiftly ejected the shell, loaded another. Another crack. Jiang Liusher picked up the AMR-2 and retreated from the cliff crevice. Done? Xiang Shuahai asked, eyes to Jiang Liusher. She was somewhat shocked, such confidence. Snipers usually confirm their target dead. After Jiang Liusher fired he didn't look again and holstered the gun. Undeniably he knew the target was dead. Jiang Liusher nodded. Then, we move out. Xiang Shuahai called to the group behind her. Wait a moment, Boss Xiang. Qi Dingfa walked to the cliff edge and stared at the 2 watchtowers' direction. We must confirm they're dead before we go down. What if something goes wrong? Our lives are more important than anyone's face. Jiang Liusher's brow furrowed. This Qi Dingfa, his words had poison. No sooner had Qi Dingfa spoken than another bolt of lightning struck. In that instant the world blazed like daylight. Everyone could clearly see that at one watchtower's base lay a corpse. The other tower's railing had a sentry hanging, half-body draped, letting wind and rain wash him, obviously dead. Qi Dingfa's facial muscle twitched, he shut his mouth. The other squads took in a cold breath. Regardless of the storm's effect on bullet trajectory or darkness on vision, hitting 2 sentries with 2 shots from several hundred meters away, this was basically magical sniping skill. No wonder Boss Wu's group fell so easily into the hands of these outsiders. "Move out, everyone follow me," Xiang Shuahai called. Then she turned to Jiang Lushi. "Captain Jiang, you and Ran Shiyu stay at the mountaintop and provide fire support for us. Anyone escapes or tries to enter the military building, kill them." Jiang Liushi's sniping ability was too terrifying, such ability works better at range. And Ran Shiyu is a psychic type, her mental domain covers 2 kilometers, so infiltration isn't strictly necessary. "Don't worry." Jiang Lushi kept his words short as usual. A group followed Xiang Shuahai along the cliff trail, Jiang Zhuiying and the other Shuriying Squad 3 followed at the rear. "Be careful. If anything's wrong, retreat quickly." As they passed, Jiang Lushi suddenly said to them. His voice not loud, just enough for the 3 Shuriying Squad members to hear. In his mind, whether his baby sister or Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, they're more important than any mission. "Don't worry bro, your sister's skill nobody else knows." "Don't you know?" "Hee, I can't beat her, but I can run." Jiang Zhuiying laughed lightly. She knew Jiang Lushi had always worried about her. But before Jiang Lushi found her, she fought alone. She long ago wanted her brother to relax. "Sister Shiyu, wait, I'll help you get the info," Jiang Zhuiying said to Ran Shiyu. "Hee, with boss here you won't die." Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan greeted then hurried after Xiang Shuahai's group. Ran Shiyu expanded her mental domain, tightly followed Jiang Zhuiying and the others, and Jiang Lushi lay on the rock, through the sniper scope intensely observing the situation. The hidden route Xiang Shuahai found for them was a creek waterway washed out by mountain floods, winding and curved. Though more loose stones, it was indeed a shortcut to the mid-hillside military building, and the waterway's depth made it hard to detect someone hiding inside. After 15 minutes, having cut a section of barbed wire fence, the group crawled into a tunnel by the roadbed. They were only 30 meters from the tree-covered military building. The building's iron gate suddenly opened, a uniformed, somewhat drunk big man stepped out. Whoosh! From the tunnel crawled a figure, it rushed quickly toward the drunken big man. "Qiao-san?" Xiang Shuahai saw the scene and her expression changed. Xiang Shuahai immediately turned her head and gave Qi Dingfa a cold glance. "Old Qi, are these the people you brought?" Previously Xiang Shuahai had already told everyone that any operation must be under her command. Even if the Shuriying Squad proposed certain requests, they still had to get Xiang Shuahai's approval. Unlike Qiao San, who disregarded discipline and acted on his own. Xiang Shuahai was naturally very annoyed. In the tunnel, Qi Dingfa nonchalantly scratched his ear with his index finger. "Boss Xiang, sometimes you've got to trust your own people more. Qiao San's capable." His casual tone made Xiang Shuahai's face instantly turn cold. She had given him untold favors, yet this guy clearly was an untamed wolf. Xiang Shuahai grunted softly but didn't speak further. It must be said, Qiao San's skill was quite good. Within a few breaths he had already approached the drunken big man. Using his ability to change his skin color to merge with the environment, plus the darkness, Qiao San's figure was almost impossible to detect by the naked eye. He circled behind the drunken man, pulled out a sharp dagger, and covered the drunken man's mouth with one hand. A slit throat. The drunken big man had been a decent ability user, but under Qiao San's ambush he dropped without understanding why. Qiao San carefully let the corpse collapse to the ground. The man twitched, blood from his throat soaked into the mud, trickled onto the vine seedlings that had crept from the iron gate door to the ground. Those vine seedlings, almost invisible to the eye, quietly and softly crept up along the iron gate above. Inside the military building's hall, all the solar lamps had already turned on. Only this building was full of vines and plants. Many branches and vines filtered the light and made it somewhat dark. "Commander, this apocalypse is good, back then we never had it this lively." Boss Duan patted the butt of the naked woman in front of him, in high spirits. "In this apocalypse, still able to drink, still able to play with beauties, kill whoever you like, what could be more satisfying?" Yang Feng gave a faint smile. While Boss Duan drank, he didn't touch a drop. Although he liked collecting beauties, he stayed in control when it came to alcohol and drugs, those weaken his nerves. For a man with ambition, those are things to avoid. Alcohol is just his tool to sway and control people. Suddenly Yang Feng's body shivered, his brow wrinkled. That action was noticed by Boss Duan at once. "Commander, what happened?" Boss Duan knew Yang Feng's ability could detect many things in advance. Some rat snuck in and killed Hainiu. Boss Duan exploded with anger. Hainiu was his hardy lieutenant. He'd gone out to pee after drinking and now died just like that? This is interesting, and more than one rat. Yang Feng pressed his index finger to his forehead, silent in thought a moment before adding, "I'll go call people." Boss Duan stood immediately. "No need, this is my territory. We'll have fun with them here." Yang Feng's lips formed a cruel smile, his hand suddenly tightened on the slender neck of the beauty. With a click, before a scream escaped, the beauty's corpse gradually went cold. "Good, Commander, we'll have fun together." Boss Duan cheered, his large hand firmly over the beauty's mouth. The woman kicked hard a few times and then went limp. "Hee, what did I say?" Seeing Qiao San kill someone and then open the gate to slip in, Qi Dingfa chuckled. He's normally unsmiling, but today, after being suppressed by the scurrying squad repeatedly, his dissatisfaction made him talk more than usual. "Disobedient to discipline, acting alone, if anything happens, your wolf-poisoned squad will bear the consequences." Xiang Shuahai coldly tossed the sentence. She had prepared for this ambush for who knows how long, quietly simulated it countless times. Never expected the team she picked would ignore orders. By her original plan, things wouldn't end up like this. If Qiao San's infiltration was discovered. Thinking of the consequences, Xiang Shuahai straightened up. Go! Since that's the case, she would resort to the most direct, most violent means, quick strike, quick resolution. With so many ability users on their side, Yang Feng had to die. Qiao San stealthily entered through the iron gate. What surprised him was that here were more plants than expected. Inside the military building, the hall ceiling was covered with vine plants that dimmed the light significantly. Around were potted plants of various flowers and greenery, some flowers very brilliant, fragrant. Though the floor was carpeted, Qiao San felt under it was earth, the smell of soil, soft and damp underfoot. He walked cautiously, for some reason he always felt something was watching him. Using his camouflage, he walked in the shadows both cautiously and boldly, moving forward. After about 10 odd meters, through a corridor, the front opened up. On a general's chair in the hall, leaning back, a one-eyed uniformed man caught his eye. Yang Feng? Seeing the uniformed man, he grew excited. Under Yang Feng's foot was a limp beauty. It looked like she had been played too much. Next to Yang Feng sat a bear-like big man, Boss Duan. The two drank deeply, atmosphere intense. They had evidently not noticed Qiao San's infiltration. "Sorry, scurrying squad guys, I'll take the crown first." Qiao San got excited. In his mind he already imagined chopping off Yang Feng's and Boss Duan's heads and being mighty before Jiang Lushi. Making such a big achievement would mean big rewards for him. Even if Boss Duan discovered him later, he wouldn't fear it. By then Xiang Shuahai and Qi Dingfa should have rushed in. 10 meters. 6 meters. He kept creeping until he was right behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng still hadn't noticed him. Qiao San suddenly launched his attack, the dagger arced, incredibly precise toward Yang Feng's throat. His reveal and strike were fluid like practiced countless times. Even with eyes closed, Qiao San could find the throat of the enemy. Just as the dagger was about to slice Yang Feng's throat, the familiar scene of blood splattering about to occur. Qiao San suddenly realized, before the dagger reached Yang Feng's throat by 3 inches, it was gripped. Gripped by Yang Feng's hand. That hand, cold, dry, felt like a piece of wood. Qiao San shivered. He'd been found. He hadn't spoken his plea when a massive fist appeared in his pupil. With a crack, Qiao San's skull was smashed by a mighty punch. "Dared plot against our Commander Yang, looking for death." Boss Duan spat disdainfully. His right hand dripping with blood, smeared with Qiao San's blood. At that moment Boss Duan's body grew thick, coarse hairs like steel needles stood erect. Muscles bulged, his already tall frame rose higher, the bulging muscles tore his leather jacket. Blocks of explosive muscle piled like boulders. He looked exactly like a rampaging ape. Xiang Shuahai and others rushed into the iron gate. Behind them the gate slammed shut with a clang. The enormous door closing echoed in the deep corridor. Who was so careless? Xiang Shuahai's heart sank. Now Yang Feng will definitely be alert. We didn't close it. Jiang Zhuiying from behind shrugged silently. At that moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to a rustling sound. That tightly closed gate, vines crawled out of it. Green vines squirmed like worms, slowly sealing the gate completely. Finally the gate disappeared, replaced only by a green carpet of vines. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help shiver. This is really eerie. Whoosh! Suddenly something flew towards Xiang Shuahai and the others. Bang, it landed at Xiang Shuahai's feet. Qiao San? Qi Dingfa shouted in fury, seeing the corpse he roared. So it turns out our visiting guest is pretty boss Xiang. I, Yang So-and-so, am truly honored. Yang Feng's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Boss Duan's large figure followed behind him, holding a bottle of white liquor. He drank fiercely, then slammed the bottle down. Since you're here, none of you leave. No good. They've been discovered. At the cliff's edge, Ran Shiyu's mental power had been tracking Jiang Zhuing's group. In her mental sense, two little red dots in the military building that had been still suddenly advanced toward Jiang Zhuing's group. That indicated one thing: Jiang Zhuing's infiltration was discovered ahead of time. Boom! Another lightning flash. In the sudden brightness, Jiang Lushur clearly saw Jiang Zhuing's group disappear behind the iron gate. Outside the gate, thick tree roots surged out of the earth and wrapped around the gate, closing it. That bizarre scene stunned him. It was unprecedented. In Jiang Lushur's mind, one possibility occurred: cold sweat broke out. If his guess is true, Jiang Zhuing is facing a terrifying opponent. This isn't right. I'm going down to support. You stay up here and watch. If anything happens, alert me. Jiang Liushur's expression serious, he ordered Ran Shiyu. She paused slightly, then nodded. She too saw the vine-blocked gate. It looked truly weird. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Though Jiang Liushur's tone remained calm, Ran Shiyu saw a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Having spent some time with Jiang Lushur, Ran Shiyu also knows the sibling bond between Jiang Lushur and Jiang Zhuing. Now Jiang Zhuing in danger, how could Jiang Lushur not be worried? Jiang Lushur nodded, opened the military pack behind him, pulled out a Type 95 submachine gun, two Type 54 pistols at his waist, and jumped into the roaring ravine in the storm. Bring the base vehicle up. I think Jiang Zhuing has danger. Jumping into the ravine, Jiang Lushur sent that thought. At the front hills of Wanshui Mountain, about a kilometer from the military base in the wild forest. A minibus in the storm, hidden by dense foliage. Calmly sat in the passenger seat, attentively monitoring the military base in the distance. As base vehicle caretaker, though pretty, had less small talk, mostly serious. Li Yusin beside her held a medical book, flipping through repeatedly. She, somewhat uneasy, several times tried to speak to but paused because of Ying's cold aura. In her impression, rarely spoke. Suddenly Ying's body shivered. Jiang Zhuing and the others are in trouble. We must move to support immediately. Please fasten your seatbelts. Said. The base vehicle's start speed and power were too extreme. Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu had had bruises from this before. So after Jiang Lushur specifically warned she now always reminded. Jiang Zhuing in trouble? Li Yusin stunned. How did know? There are no phones in this apocalypse. Yes, probably Ran Shiyu notified her. Li Yusin knows Ran Shiyu's mental power is strong, but she hadn't expected even full power only covers 2 kilometers. Their location now was beyond Ran Shiyu's mental domain range. Where's Ling? Li Yusin just leaned into the seat, buckled her belt, when she thought of a question. Didn't answer. The base vehicle sped off like a raging beast toward the military base gate. Before they reached, that tightly closed gate already slammed open. At the same time the minibus door opened, a cat-like girl jumped inside nimbly. It was Ling. Seeing Ling's dagger flashing coldly and the blood stains still on her face from the rain, Li Yusin already understood why Ling wasn't in the base vehicle earlier. In the storm, the roaring minibus sound was well masked by wind and rain. With Ying's miraculous driving, at midnight the minibus seemed a ghost, arousing no attention from the troops. At the military building halfway up the hill. On the long corridor, Boss Duan, after smashing the liquor bottle, stamped heavily on the ground, then leapt. Where his foot landed the red carpet tore and sank 3 inches. Under huge impact his huge body jumped 7 or 8 meters high, nearly touching the ceiling. When descending his furry body looked like a giant ape, diving ferociously towards Xiang Shuahai. Die bitch, our commander's missing a beauty like you. Boss Duan's arms wrapped, bearing his grin, he intended to capture Xiang Shuahai alive. Xiang Shuahai's eyes flickered with cold light. At that moment, a roar sounded beside her. 2 massive hands gripped Boss Duan's arms. Those hands' muscles were 5 or 6 times thicker than a normal person's, bulging like buckets. The collision of muscles crackled like thunder. Boss Xiang, kill Yang Feng quickly. Quick strike, decisive. This monkey here I'll deal with. Qi Dingfa spoke. Qiao San's tragic death enraged Qi Dingfa, who struck with no mercy. As an ability user, Qiao San's power was muscle mutation. His muscles could be fully activated and enhanced, basically a humanoid killing machine. 2 equally powerful forces collided, each could hear the opponent's bones crack under great force. Qi Dingfa's corner of the mouth showed a cruel smile. His arm's muscle strength was clearly stronger, beginning to suppress Boss Duan bit by bit. Compare strength with me? I can lift a Hummer H2 bare-handed. Boss Duan, today I'll tear you apart. Chi Dingfa roared. Just you? Boss Duan's corner of mouth curled into a strange smile. Suddenly he threw back his head and rammed Chi Dingfa. You think we don't exist? Idiot. Next to Chi Dingfa, a black-clad big man raised a cleaver to decapitate Boss Duan. Unexpectedly, Boss Duan didn't dodge at all. Clang, the metal impact echoed, the cleaver in the big man's hand shattered. In contrast, Boss Duan's neck had only a white mark. His head still violently smashed into Chi Dingfa. Like being hammered heavy, crack after crack, Chi Dingfa's facial bones cracked sound after sound. He didn't even scream, his face collapsed, his features mashed, blood and brain matter fountained. Heh, compare strength? I'm not only mighty but my body is bulletproof. Who in this world can kill me? Boss! The Wolf Poison Squad members shouted in unison. At that moment, a mutation sprang. Suddenly a red pot plant on the wall cracked open, rapidly expanding to over 2 meters high. The flower's stamen opened like a giant beast's mouth, swallowing an unprepared big man. Immediately a thick tree root shot out of the soil like a snake and pierced through another black-clad man. In the entire corridor, the potted plants and tree roots that emerged became killing weapons. Carnivorous plant of the Americas? Jiang Zhuiying at the rear of the team saw the flower that devoured the black-clad big man and her eyes went wide. Before the apocalypse she had read widely, she once saw in a book about the Amazon basin a kind of carnivorous plant, exactly like the one killing people before her. Only the one in the book was far from as large and as agile as the one in front of her. This plant was over 3 meters tall, and in just a few breaths had grown to that height. It was nothing short of a monster. Boss, watch out, these tree roots underground are strange. And these vines, they're like they're alive. Weird. Zhang Hai shouted from beside. Watch both sides. Sun Kuan did a hand and foot wall stand, his hands clutching an iron rod, and he snapped 2 thick creeping vines that had struck at them. Green sap sprayed. After being cut, one vine recoiled rapidly as if frightened. But a mutation team member under the Wolf Poison Squad wasn't so lucky. That ability user, startled by the weird scene, screamed and turned to flee, but a sharp tree root shot out and pierced through his open mouth, through his skull. Then 2 more roots burst out, puff puff, piercing his body. He was like nailed in midair by 3 giant spears, hands drooping, legs suspended, blood burbling down the roots and trickling into the soil. In just a few breaths, 5 of the ambush team died. It was a scenario no one had expected. Everyone scrambled. Boss Duan's brute strength and iron bones were terrifying. The killer plants bursting from the ground made hearts tremble. Whoosh! The wind rose. The wind rose oddly, sharply. Shoo shhhhshhh. The sharp whistle of the wind sliced like flutes tearing at the soul. Tree roots sprouted from the ground, vines on both sides of the corridor twisted and reached out. In an instant, after the wind blew, puff puff puff, the roots and vines broke off all over. The vines, roots, carnivorous plant that had been rampaging suddenly were wiped out. Only then did everyone notice, ahead Xiang Shuahai's long hair whipped in the wind, around her body a layer of violent gale. The sharp whistling wind came from beside her. Under the lighting, if you looked carefully, the wind around Xiang Shuahai looked like layers of waves with fine textures. The mud on nearby walls was torn into countless fine cracks. Some vine leaves cut off were whipped into Xiang Shuahai's side, in an instant shredded. So Boss Xiang's ability is control of air, create wind, form wind blades. Seeing this, Jiang Zhuiying understood, those vines and roots had been cut by wind blades controlled by Xiang Shuahai. No wonder Xiang Shuahai dared plan to assassinate Yang Feng, sure enough she's skilled and bold. Such ability is large-scale slashing. To control every wind blade to cut each vine or root, the control of wind must reach a very high level. Clap clap clap. Deep in the corridor Yang Feng applauded, a faint cold smile on his face, his only eye narrowed. No wonder you dare break in here. Wind control, your ability is indeed strong. How about this? I appreciate talent. Boss Xiang, if you join me now, I'll give you the second seat in my faction. How's that? Yang Feng said chuckling. Xiang Shuahai snorted coldly. She didn't believe Yang Feng's crap. I heard you had an iron cage just for me. Xiang Shuahai said coldly. TSK, Boss Xiang, who told you that? But indeed I still have a cage left if you want to stay in it, you're welcome. Yang Feng said, licking his lips as excitement showed on his face. His expression provoked Xiang Shuahai greatly. You truly deserve to die. Even civilized-handled Xiang Shuahai now couldn't hide her anger. Blade storm assault. Countless wind blades around Xiang Shuahai whistled sharply, spinning in the air like darts shooting toward Yang Feng. Boss Xiang, you're really like a little feral wild cat, but I like that. Yang Feng's pupils flickered strangely. But you think you can kill me? You need to be more violent. Come at me like that? What a joke. Facing Xiang Shuahai's furious strike, Yang Feng actually stood his ground, unmoved. At this moment vines and roots burst from the walls and ground, weaving in front of him. The vines multiplied, about to form a wall. Then Jiang Zhuiying appeared behind Xiang Shuahai. Jiang Zhuiying after the apocalypse had endured countless battles. Even though she hadn't fought side by side with Xiang Shuahai before, her superb battle intuition still grasped the opportunity. In her hand she gripped a thick tree root. And me then? In that moment, dazzling electric light flashed, an electric current thick as a python burst from Jiang Zhuiying's hand into the root. Jiang Zhuiying every day ate mutant beast meat and from battle to battle chimed her cells stronger. The strongest current she could fire now had gathered into that thick surge. In this corridor, Yang Feng had intentionally increased the soil's moisture under the root network and vines for his potted plants. At this moment the damp earth and vines and roots became natural conductors for electric current. Even Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan felt their hair stand on end from the electricity. Others also squirmed from the sudden sting. Understand, this whole ground became a conductor, they too were affected. If not for Jiang Zhuiying's control range, they would have been badly hit. Of course, Jiang Zhuiying's control over electricity still wasn't as precise as Xiang Shuahai's over wind. If she controlled the current more precisely, limiting its release region, Zhang Hai and the others wouldn't have been shocked. But the main target of the current was Yang Feng. He was wrapped with vines like countless electric wires. When Jiang Zhuiying released the current, his heart sank. Bad. Ah? Yang Feng roared. Countless vines immediately blocked his front. Then the electric current hit underneath the vines, piercing them. Bang! Yang Feng's whole body sparked electric arcs. He was blasted several meters away and crashed heavily into the wall. His body stiffened, smoke rising from his skin, limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Boss Duan likewise caught the main direction of the current and screamed in agony. His organs felt like burning fire, muscles and tendons in agony, collapsing to the ground. Xiang Shuahai's eyes lit. Puff puff puff. Motionless Yang Feng was instantly enveloped by countless wind blades. The blades pierced his body. At once countless fine wounds appeared on Yang Feng. Some wounds even went through internal organs and his neck. Done. Zhang Hai and the others gripped fists, faces flickered with joy. With such serious injuries, even mutant beasts couldn't hold up. Xiang Shuahai remained cautious. She looked at the direction where Yang Feng's body lay, and once more a sharp wind blade gathered in her hand. She had to confirm Yang Feng was truly dead. Suddenly Xiang Shuahai was startled. Something moved under her feet. Her body, trained as it was, twisted sharply to the side, flipping her body to the side. Puff puff puff, where she had stood, several sharp thick tree roots burst out. Though she shifted partly, one root still pierced her thigh deeply, flinging her out. She screamed, rolling heavily on the ground. From the base of her thigh, blood gurgled down. That once smooth fair thigh now had a shocking wound through it. She struggled to lift her head, looking at Yang Feng's direction. Yang Feng had stood again. His appearance beyond embarrassment, his uniform shredded into many strips, his body charred in many places. His many penetrating wounds, skin and flesh were visibly writhing. But his flesh looked not like a normal human's, it looked wooden, blood flowing in muscle crevices. People who tried kill me have never been few. Since I became Commander Yang, I've suffered 37 assassination attempts, none succeeded. You won't succeed either. Yang Feng ground his teeth. He could no longer keep his earlier domineering posture. He looked utterly miserable, his hate immeasurable. If not for his mutation ability altering his body functions, that current girl and Xiang Shuahai's cooperation would have killed him long ago. Your whole body cells have become plant-like? Xiang Shuahai seeing Yang Feng's wound healing knew immediately, his mutation ability was terrifying. Yang Feng could not only manipulate plants, he had fused with plants. Yang Feng's grotesque grin, pride on his face, I'm different from you lowly ability users. I evolved by controlling my mutant ability. Every plant here I can control, each carries some of my active cells. You could say I can precisely control every single plant here. This place is my world, my domain. Here, no one can kill me. Each word Yang Feng spat seemed squeezed out between his teeth. Xiang Shuahai, despair. I'll capture you alive, lock you in a cage and pamper you every day. This Xiang Shuahai had scented death. This feeling made Yang Feng mad and enraged, his control desire bubbling to the extreme. A plant domain? Everyone froze, including Jiang Zhuiying. If that was true, how do you fight it? She realized, this Yang Feng was a freak, her ability couldn't kill him. Their strength gap with Yang Feng was too great. The ambush operation failed. A thought rose in Jiang Zhuiying's mind. She decided at once, survival is most important. But just as she decided to run, Yang Feng's pupils froze on her. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Two vines from the wall shot out left and right, coiling around Jiang Zhuing's neck. If wrapped under those two huge tearing forces, she'd definitely have had her neck snapped. When Xiang Shuihai got injured, Jiang Zhuing had already been alert. She didn't dodge, her hands instantly grabbed the vines. Two electric currents shot out from her palms. Boom! Under the giant current's wash, the two vines were rapidly scorched to dryness, yellowed, in midair. You little bitch dare zap me? I'll capture you alive. Boss Duan, now awake, his figure like a mountain crushing down, lunged at Jiang Zhuing. Just a second after Jiang Zhuing's discharge. Every time she released electricity, she did not continuously hold it, that would tire her body too much. Each time her cells accumulate energy, there's a recovery interval. Though that interval got shorter as she grew stronger, so far still needed at least 2 seconds. When Boss Duan dove, Jiang Zhuing had just finished releasing, a flash of fierceness in her eyes, at the life and death moment, she erupted again, forcing out another current. Bang! Boss Duan's arms slammed into the current with a scream, but his arms also struck Jiang Zhuing's arm. She felt as if hit by a boulder, her arms cracked, intense pain struck. Jiang Zhuing knew her arms might be broken. Pain and repeated discharge fatigue made Jiang Zhuing step back several paces, body limp, barely able to move. And Boss Duan, struck repeatedly by current, his body full of charred wounds, his reddened eyes locked on Jiang Zhuing, he wanted to devour her alive. She clearly was a weak girl, but he didn't kill her, instead his wound was deeper. He wouldn't kill her, he couldn't tolerate that. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan rushed to aid Jiang Zhuing, and a wolf poison squad member sneaked toward Boss Duan. Seize the sick to kill them. But that ability user just approached Boss Duan when Boss Duan roared, one hand reached under his armpit, grabbed the man's face. Massive force surged, the man's face crushed in tears and he collapsed. The air was heavy with blood stench. Boss Duan's eyeballs almost exploded with electricity, but his mutation was whole body cells mutated. That power fierce, enabled his bones and muscles stronger than a steel ape. His eyes bled beadlets, Boss Duan still had strength to charge at Jiang Zhuing. He vowed to kill Jiang Zhuing. No woman had ever made him suffer so. But Jiang Zhuing, her hands could no longer lift, how to attack? Boss! At the key moment Zhang Hai rushed, grabbed Jiang Zhuing and threw her toward Sun Kuan. Run! Zhang Hai shouted. This enemy could be the scariest they'd ever seen. Originally an ambush, turned into sending sheep into a tiger's den, into someone else's domain. Boom! Zhang Hai pivoted, his hands grabbed Boss Duan's fists. His finger joints, unusually thick, each like steel pipes, blocked Boss Duan's path. Zhang Hai too was a muscle mutation ability user, only his mutation range was small, just the 10 fingers. So he was good at mechanical repair and modification, but his combat role had always been limited. But now his fingers showed astonishing strength, able to withstand Boss Duan somewhat. HRRR, Boss Duan felt rage, eyeballs bulged, huge frame and stone-like fists pressed Zhang Hai almost breathless. Facing such a terrifying enemy up close, Zhang Hai too felt fear. But, I can fight too! Zhang Hai roared. He and Sun Kuan had trained hard so they wouldn't be burdens. Originally he was just a common person, post-apocalypse just a common ability user. But one life, even mundane, can find its shining moment. For Zhang Hai this was that moment, he could not retreat. In the apocalypse many times survivors band together to live, exploit each other. But now in this moment Zhang Hai had no cost-benefit analysis, only one thought, die rather than retreat. Jiang Zhuing looked at Zhang Hai, but Sun Kuan was already dragging her toward the door. Sun Kuan's eyes read, he knew Zhang Hai's meaning. Zhang Hai had entrusted Boss Duan's life to him. Boss, run. If anything happens to you, we'll have no way to answer brother Jiang. Sun Kuan forced Jiang Zhuing to retreat. But at that moment outside suddenly came rapid gunshots. Sun Kuan's face turned white, Yang Feng's people already here so fast. His heart raced as he tightened the iron rod. Jiang Zhuing shivered all over and looked toward the gate. Are we really going to die here? Boss, can you walk yourself? Sun Kuan's voice sounded in Jiang Zhuing's ear. His chest heaving, he says he's not afraid, but it's a lie. But Zhang Hai fought, how could he be the turtle retreating? After a burst of gunshots, the vine-covered gate was blasted into holes, then kicked down. Boss, go! Sun Kuan grabbed his rod and charged. However, a familiar figure darted through the gate, agile to the side. Brother Jiang? Sun Kuan recognized him. Rushing in, Jiang Lushur saw Jiang Zhuing's limp arms and pale face. Flames instantly ignited in his pupils. Something was definitely wrong. Brother! Seeing Jiang Liusher's figure, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't hold her tears any longer, they flowed down with a whoosh. Brother, I'm fine, hurry, go rescue Zhang Hai. Jiang Zhuiying called. Zhang Hai still behind blocking Boss Duan. I know. Jiang Liashi said. In the process of rushing, Ran Shiyu had been providing him with the latest information. Seeing Jiang Zhuiying's state, a strong killing intent surged in Jiang Liusher's heart. Sun Kuan, take Zhuiying aside. Jiang Liusher looked at the plant-filled, jungle-like building interior, and said coldly. Another one coming to die? Xiang Shuahai, didn't expect your influence to be decent. Even in the apocalypse, there are still people willing to die for you. Yang Feng had already sensed Jiang Liusher's intrusion through his plants, but didn't take it seriously. He didn't sense any strong energy fluctuations of an ability user from Jiang Liusher. Yang Feng's eyes were fixed on Xiang Shuahai lying on the ground. That hungry gaze of his seemed to have already stripped Xiang Shuahai into a bare little lamb. Seeing Jiang Liusher walk in, Xiang Shuahai's heart sank. Jiang Liusher was her last shred of hope just now. Because Yang Feng had captured them, if he were outside, he could have sniped Yang Feng from the hilltop. At that distance, Yang Feng wouldn't be able to sense Jiang Liusher and others, and wouldn't be prepared. With Jiang Liusher's AMR-2 sniper rifle's strong penetration and lethality, if he blew Yang Feng's head off, even if Yang Feng's body was completely wootified, he wouldn't survive. But now, Jiang Liusher had actually come in. Commander Yang, I surrender. Our spotted leopard squad surrenders entirely. Our team has 2 ability users, we can help you, just spare us. We were tricked by that bitch Xiang Shuahai into coming here. We're willing to be your slaves, just don't kill us. Among those Xiang Shuahai brought, a skinny middle-aged man suddenly fell to his knees in front of Yang Feng. He was clutching his abdomen. Earlier he had been seriously injured by a tree root that drilled out of the ground. Captain? The other members of the spotted leopard squad were stunned when they saw the kneeling middle-aged man. They weren't shocked by the surrender. Surrendering to survive in chaos was too common. They were just stunned by how fast their captain surrendered, not even trying to keep his dignity. You all kneel too. Didn't you see how powerful Commander Yang is? We can't beat him, the skinny middle-aged man declared with conviction. Besides, it's the apocalypse, who you serve doesn't matter. Staying alive is what counts. He had completely given up hope. Even Xiang Shuahai, who was so strong, couldn't defeat Yang Feng, not to mention there was still Boss Duan. Their side was either dead or crippled. Even the Poison Wolf squad, including Qi Dingfa, was almost entirely wiped out. Since they couldn't win, surrendering was the only option. Ha ha ha, those who know how to adapt are wise. Spotted leopard squad, right? Fine, I won't kill you. From now on, you belong to me. Yang Feng waved his hand boldly, restoring his usual leaderly demeanor. Xiang Shuahai's eyes flashed with fury. How dare the spotted leopard captain betray her? She had treated them well. Xiang Shuahai, what else do you have to say? You've lost. Better behave. His eyes swept toward Xiang Shuahai lying on the ground, the fragile beauty making his face flush with a sick excitement. Thank you, Commander Yang, for not killing us. The spotted leopard squad captain was overjoyed, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots. At the same time, a wall made of vines suddenly appeared in front of Yang Feng. One spot was smoking, a large hole torn open. The spotted leopard squad captain's face, pressed against the ground, froze with a stunned expression. The back of his head had a hole in it, red and white brain matter splattered all over the ground. Everyone was shocked and looked toward the sound. Jiang Liashi was walking forward, holding a Type 54 pistol in each hand, both barrels still smoking. If you surrender, then you're an enemy. And I never show mercy to enemies. Jiang Liusher said calmly. Eliminating any risk before it grows, this was one of Jiang Liashi's survival principles in the apocalypse. The spotted leopard squad captain betrayed them, so he might attack later. Naturally, Jiang Liusher executed him immediately. The rest of the spotted leopard squad was stunned by Jiang Liusher's cold-blooded nature. Remembering his terrifying marksmanship, they didn't dare move a muscle. Behind the vines, a bit of blood trickled down Yang Feng's cheek. Jiang Liusher had just fired at him. If Yang Feng hadn't been constantly on guard, he might have been hit. Yang Feng's face instantly darkened. Jiang Liusher's actions were a direct slap to the face. He had underestimated this intruder. With such weak energy fluctuations, barely even identifiable as an ability user, and yet this arrogant? At this moment, Jiang Liusher also noticed Boss Duan and Zhang Hai. Boss Duan's palms were beginning to overpower Zhang Hai bit by bit. One of Jiang Liusher's pistols suddenly aimed at Boss Duan. Boss Duan had heard the gunshots, but Zhang Hai was gripping his hands tightly, leaving him unable to move. You die first. Ignoring Jiang Lushi, Boss Duan let out a low roar, summoned his last ounce of strength, and exploded with power again. He wanted to kill this annoying brat in front of him in one go. Zhang Hai was in immediate danger. His finger joints popped loudly, being bent further and further under Boss Duan's brute force. They were about to be snapped. Ah! Zhang Hai screamed, unleashing all his strength. He had to hold Boss Duan down. Brother Jiang, kill him. Suddenly, a root burst out from the ground beneath Jiang Lushi, stabbing viciously at his abdomen. At the same time, a sinister grin appeared on Boss Duan's face. Now was the chance to kill Zhang Hai, and then Jiang Lushi. Brother, look out! Jiang Zhuiying saw the root stabbing out, her heart leaping into her throat. But before she could speak, Jiang Lushi had already flipped backward and leapt away. His enhanced body, combined with his bloodline power and boosted agility, made his reactions far beyond normal ability users. Even the soft tremors of the carpet under his feet from roots moving beneath the soil alerted him. Yang Feng tried to ambush him with the root, but Jiang Lushi sensed the change underground a second beforehand and dodged. Still in midair, Jiang Liushi's eyes flashed coldly. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The powerful bullet from the Type 54 pierced Boss Duan's chest, right into the heart muscle. Boss Duan's muscles were like steel wire, but even that couldn't stop the bullet. Blood sprayed from his back near the heart. It was like he got smashed by a hammer. His body staggered back, and all strength drained. He opened his mouth in disbelief, pupils dilating. Even in death, he couldn't accept that Jiang Lushi had shot him straight through the heart. And the shot happened during an evasive leap, no aiming at all, just one kill. Zhang Hai suddenly felt the pressure lift, roared like a tiger, and tore Boss Duan's hands apart with a loud crack. Blood sprayed everywhere. Boss Duan collapsed. Everyone was stunned. This terrifying killing machine Boss Duan just got killed by Jiang Lushi? What a terrifying marksmanship. In midair, he had accurately hit Boss Duan and killed him outright. From shooting the spotted leopard captain to killing Boss Duan, it all happened in just a few blinks. Even Yang Feng couldn't react in time. Boom! Yang Feng was furious. It wasn't grief for Boss Duan, he was just a loyal dog. A strong one. And now, this gunman had killed his dog, cutting down his power. How could Yang Feng not be angry? He placed both hands on the ground. His hands were suddenly covered in green moss-like stuff, rapidly turning plant-like. His mutated plant cells surged crazily into the roots of the giant tree underground. Big bro, be careful, Yang Feng's cells have mutated into plant form. He can control plants. Jiang Zhuiying warned loudly. Careful. I see a lot of red dots rushing underground in your direction. Ran Shiyu's voice echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind. Jiang Liushi's heart clenched. Combining Jiang Zhuiying and Ran Shiyu's warnings, he turned and ran without hesitation. In close combat, Jiang Lushi had no confidence. But with his neural and brain domain enhancements, and later bloodline upgrades, his burst power was terrifying. Like a leopard, he turned, accelerated, leapt. He landed 10 meters away. Where he had stood just now, the ground cracked open. Countless roots stabbed out like venomous snakes. Boom! Some even pierced the rocky ceiling. Had he stayed there, he would have been skewered. Yang Feng was stunned. That was the second time Jiang Liushi dodged his attacks. How could this be? Did this kid have foresight? These attacks came from underground. He glared venomously at Jiang Lushi. Even now, this kid's face was calm, no panic at all. Any other person would have been terrified by such terrifying plant control. Thinking of the moment Jiang Lushi killed Boss Duan, Yang Feng felt an ominous premonition. This kid must not live. He groaned, and more plant cells surged out of his body. As they spread, he could sense every inch of the space in his mind. But his face immediately turned pale. The more plant cells used, the more power drained. But if they didn't die, he would. Brother Jiang, retreat. The entire military building is covered in energy red dots. You'll be surrounded. Ran Shiyu's urgent voice rang out. Others in the base were already heading their way. Jiang Liushi's eyes met Yang Feng's murderous gaze. Yang Feng's hands were now fused with the earth, covered in green, completely integrated with the ground. He was protected by layers of vines. Jiang Liushi's shooting couldn't do much here. This Yang Feng was indeed tricky. Zhang Hai, retreat. Jiang Lushi felt a chill, staying would be deadly. He yelled to Zhang Hai and dashed out. Sun Quan, hand over Zhuiying. I'll carry her. As he passed Sun Quan, he took Jiang Zhuiying and slung her on his back. Bro. Before she could speak, she found herself lying on Jiang Liushi's broad back. We can't stay here. Jiang Lushi roared. Stone Shadow Squad followed him, running desperately. Despite the trap, Jiang Zhuiying felt no fear on his back. Behind them, came the wails of the dying. Several spotted leopard squad members were impaled by dense roots. Thanks to Jiang Liusher's quick reflexes, they dodged danger. The ground beneath them shifted rapidly. Every step forward, the ground behind began to squirm like it was alive. Massive roots chased them like giant worms. Several times, roots almost got Stone Shadow squad members, but Jiang Liusher's pistols shot them apart. His shooting was terrifyingly precise and quick, cutting a path through the roots. As they neared the broken main gate, vines suddenly dropped. Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines tangled in midair, forming a thick green wall, blocking their way. "I'll clear the way." Zhang Hai's thick fingers stabbed into the vine wall. "Damn it, these vines, something's wrong," Zhang Hai cursed. He hadn't expected no bottom. The vines wrapped his fingers tightly. At the same time, the ground surged. Yang Feng's plant cells had reached under them. "Ran Shiyu. Suppress Yang Feng mentally. Can you do it?" Jiang Liusher shouted in his mind. He needed time. He had just received Shadow's transmission. Their armored vehicle was only 100 meters away. But he didn't know if Ran Shiyu could manage. From that far, suppressing Yang Feng mentally in a military building would be incredibly tough. She had already been holding on in the storm for too long. "I can do it." Ran Shiyu gritted her teeth, her frail figure swaying in the storm. A spiritual wave spread forward. 1/2 kilometer, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. Ran Shiyu locked onto Jiang Liusher's spiritual signature, and Yang Feng's. She had only one thought: this must work. At this crucial moment, she had to play her part. Her mental force aimed directly at Yang Feng. Inside the military building. "Got you now." Sensing that his plant cells had surrounded Jiang Liusher and crew, Yang Feng grinned cruelly. They had ruined his plans and killed his right-hand man. They would feed his plants. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp pain in his head. He lost control of the plant cells. A psychic ability user is nearby. Yang Feng immediately realized the cause, but it was too late. His attack had failed. In an instant, all the violently moving plants around froze. The roots that had burst out from the ground and were wildly thrashing in the air stopped mid-motion. Some of them had already touched Sun Kuan's buttocks, their dirt-covered tendrils just brushing him before halting, scaring him so much that his back was drenched in cold sweat. The vine wall that had just formed and was still wriggling stopped moving, and Zhang Hai's thick fingers tore open a man-sized gap with a loud rip. Stone Shadow squad rushed out through the opening. They had only taken a few steps when they heard a strange screeching sound. It was the sound of tires violently skidding on a smooth surface. Bang! The iron gate, entangled by vines, was suddenly rammed open by a huge object, turning into a pile of twisted iron and splinters under the strong impact. The base vehicle charged in like a savage beast, its menacing ramming horn glinting with cold metal light, steam rising all around, appearing before everyone. Seeing the minibus in front of them, Zhang Hai's eyes lit up. In fact, the eyes of everyone in Stone Shadow squad lit up, and they all let out a long breath. Now they were safe. "Get in." Ing, dressed in a black leather coat, sat beautifully in the driver's seat and immediately opened the door. Zhang Hai and the others jumped into the car at once. Just before stepping in, Jiang Liusher paused and turned to look back into the tunnel. At the end of the passage, Xiang Shuihai's delicate body was entangled by bright green vines. Some vines wrapped tightly around her shapely figure, pinning her firmly to the wall. Xiang Shuihai couldn't move. The wound at the top of her thigh had cut through several blood vessels, and the massive blood loss made her dizzy and pale. As Jiang Liusher looked back, Xiang Shuihai was staring at the minibus at the gate. She didn't want to die like this. She wanted to live. But she also knew this minibus that just charged in was not here to save her. Even though she didn't know why Yang Feng suddenly became paralyzed, this was undoubtedly the best chance for Stone Shadow squad to escape. In such a brutal apocalypse, she didn't expect Jiang Liusher to act with compassion and risk missing this chance to escape just to save her. Besides, compared to the betrayal of the Spotted Leopard Squad's captain, Stone Shadow Squad had already done what an ally should do. Sure enough, Jiang Liusher only paused for a few seconds before charging into the minibus and disappearing. Xiang Shuihai pressed her lips together and closed her eyes in despair. Yang Feng stood still, bent slightly forward, unable to move, and could only watch as Jiang Liusher and the others jumped into the minibus. He was furious. "Move!" he roared, trying to resist the mental power suppressing his brain activity. Finally, with focused resistance, he managed to move. At that very moment, on the mountaintop of Wanqiu Mountain. In the storm, Ran Shiyu suddenly let out a painful moan, feeling like her head was going to explode. Suppressing an enemy with psychic power meant the stronger the enemy's resistance, the heavier the burden on her. Especially with someone like Yang Feng, whose ability to control plants required intense mental power, making his spiritual strength much stronger than average. That one moment of resistance made Ran Xiu sway and lean against a tree. Her head was spinning, and she almost passed out. But there was a faint, satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. She had finally contributed and helped Stone Shadow Squad escape. As soon as Jiang Lushur and the others boarded the minibus, it immediately roared and began reversing. At the same time, dozens of soldiers in military uniforms were rushing toward Yang Feng's location. Some of them moved extremely fast, radiating killing intent. They were Yang Feng's elite ability user special forces, battle-hardened survivors from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. After hearing the noise from the building halfway up the mountain, they immediately rushed over. Following them, several military trucks also sped toward the military building. Along the way, several towers had already set up light machine guns aimed at the mountain's midsection. Yang Feng was very strict about military discipline. In this chaotic world, his troops were quite the anomaly. Though not regular military, they were well trained, which was how they had managed to conquer most of northern Jiangsu in such a short time. Soon, a tightly sealed net of defense was deployed across the base. Through the smashed open gate, Yang Feng saw the bright approaching headlights outside and sneered while tidying his scorched hair. He was at ease now. Originally, he thought that he and Boss Duan could easily deal with those Xiang Shuahai brought. Xiang Shuahai had thought she planned everything well, but Yang Feng had long seen through the quality of her people. If not for this suddenly appearing Stone Shadow Squad, how could Boss Duan have died? But now, with the military power of his base, Yang Feng could already picture that minibus being shredded by machine guns and grenades. The passage was already a wreck. The ground was littered with corpses and severed roots and vines. The walls on both sides were pitted with holes. Xiang Shuahai, you finally fell into my hands. Yang Feng turned and looked at her. Xiang Shuahai gritted her teeth, struggling to reach the gun hidden at her waist. Even if she died, she wouldn't let Yang Feng defile her, wouldn't let her pure body be violated. Never before, and never in the future. But just then, Yang Feng gestured toward her. A vine whipped her delicate body and flung her toward Yang Feng. Before she even landed, Yang Feng reached out and grabbed her by the neck, lifting her like a duck. Xiang Shuahai instantly couldn't breathe, her face turning red. TSK, trying to kill yourself? Yang Feng snatched the gun from her hand. At that moment, Xiang Shuahai's eyes dimmed completely, utter despair filled her. Severely wounded, she was no match for Yang Feng. She couldn't even manage to kill herself. Yang Feng grinned savagely. Today he lost a loyal dog and got injured, but in the end, he got what he wanted. This was the power of strength. Now, he wanted to see Stone Shadow Squad die. Driving a minibus to escape the base? Impossible. Yang Feng didn't know how they got in, but he was sure they would never get out alive. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise startled Yang Feng. He turned to look, and saw the same minibus that had just reversed out, now charging back in like a furious beast. Yang Feng's pupils shrank. The vehicle didn't flee but turned around? They were looking for death. In this tight space, they'd get stuck and have no chance to fight back. But Yang Feng saw a massive V-shaped ramming horn on the front of the minibus, surrounded by smaller ones. The whole vehicle radiated killing intent. It was coming straight for him. Xiang Shuahai heard the commotion and looked. She saw Jiang Lushur sitting in the front passenger seat of the minibus. His eyes were still calm and steady. He saw her slightly parted lips in shock, and the light of hope in her eyes. Charge, defense. Jiang Lushur focused his mind, and the base vehicle's tank started burning diesel like crazy, surging with kinetic energy. The acceleration was like flying, the engine roaring like thunder. Looking for death. Yang Feng exploded in anger. They dared to try and kill him. In this narrow space, if they made one mistake, the minibus would be stuck. This was his territory, he would crush them. With a thought, thick roots surged from the earth toward the minibus's wheels and undercarriage. Vines on both walls shot toward the vehicle. But, bang, 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 the roots and vines were all smashed apart. They didn't even leave marks on the vehicle's shell. With the vehicle in charge mode, the kinetic energy was overwhelming, vines couldn't hold it back at all. Yang Feng was dumbfounded. His vines could even flip military trucks, how could they not stop a minibus? But he had no time to think, the minibus came crashing through everything. He gritted his teeth, grabbed Xiang Shuahai, and ran deeper inside. After him, Jiang Lushur ordered coldly. Yang Feng had hurt Jiang Zhuiying and endangered Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. How could Jiang Lushur let him go? Jiang Liushur's killing intent was stronger than ever. This man had to die. As for Xiang Shuahai, Jiang Lushur admired her strength and decisiveness. He couldn't let her fall into Yang Feng's hands. Damn it. Yang Feng ran wildly, vines growing behind him to block the vehicle. Jiang Lushi ran with his gun into the bunker. The black muzzle poked out, aimed at Yang Feng. Sensing death, Yang Feng looked back and felt a chill. He remembered Jiang Liushi's deadly shooting too well. Poof! 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 Thick roots grew from his back, forming seamless shields. Carrying Xiang Shuahai, he ran toward the hall. As long as he didn't die, his people would arrive and Stone Shadow's squad would be dead. But, boom! 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 The minibus kept charging. The tree walls were like paper in front of the ramming horn. Within seconds, the minibus appeared behind Yang Feng. His scalp tingled, so fast. He looked at Xiang Shuahai, this woman slowed him down. With a grunt, Yang Feng tossed her toward the minibus, and a vine stabbed at her. Take her! Without looking back, he ran into the hall. Xiang Shuahai's body spun midair, blood spraying. Pale and limp, she couldn't resist. Even sensing the vine about to stab her, she was helpless. Ahead, the minibus was flying forward, about to hit her. Then, bang! A gunshot. The vine exploded. At the same time, the minibus braked hard. Tires screeched on the floor. Xiang Shuahai fell in front of the minibus, in disbelief, she was alive. The door opened. Jiang Lushi appeared before her. Even badly injured, Xiang Shuahai still had a strange aura that made people want to protect her. She was pale from blood loss, vision blurred, and saw only Jiang Liushi's face. She stared at him, lips slightly parted. From despair to survival, it felt like a dream. Jiang Lushi wasn't exceptionally handsome. Before the apocalypse, he was just a skinny college student. Now, after gene nutrient enhancements, he was taller and stronger. As he lifted her off the ground, Xiang Shuahai felt warmth rise inside, an unfamiliar sense of safety. After so long fighting alone, always sleeping lightly, waking at the slightest sound, this was the first time she felt safe. Her nerves relaxed. With a soft moan, she fainted. She's lost too much blood, treat her immediately. Jiang Lushi carried her into the minibus and laid her on a bed. Li Yusin was already ready. She nodded to Jiang Lushi. She had just finished treating Jiang Zhuiying and now started on Xiang Shuahai. I'll take a look, Li Yusin said, moving over. Seeing her begin treatment, Jiang Lushi was relieved. Brother Jiang, what now? Zhang Hai asked. He controls plants, and the interior has many obstacles, not ideal for our vehicle. But he has the advantage with plant control, able to dodge and attack easily, Jiang Lushi thought aloud. So we let him go? We've alerted the base military. Sun Quan had seen the reinforcements in the storm. They'd be surrounded soon, no time left. If Yang Feng wasn't killed, it would be unbearable. Still, whatever Jiang Lushi decided, they wouldn't question it. Let him go? No way. Burn him out. If he doesn't come out, he'll burn to death. Jiang Lushi said coldly. Burn? Everyone was stunned. Just then, two black nozzles extended from the minibus front, each as wide as a bowl, aimed at the hall. Poof! Poof! Two muffled bursts, two jets of blazing fire shot dozens of meters out. The air turned scorching hot, the heat waves rippling like water. Where the fire passed, it all turned to blazing flame. Inside the hall, all the plants instantly turned to ash. Thick smoke rolled. Where the fire licked, even the soil melted into a thick slurry. Everyone inside was stunned by the sudden flames. Fuel-type flamethrower. Built with one mutant core, Jiang Lushi said, his eyes reflecting the fire. The flamethrower had been built long ago, rarely used. Fuel-type flamethrower, requires large amounts of gasoline, burns pure oxygen, generating 2000 degrees Celsius heat. At that temp, the vines ignited instantly. Inside the hall, the flames roared, thick smoke billowed. The soft and fragrant romantic setting turned into a fiery hell. Carpet, murals, sofa beds, under the high heat of thickened gasoline they burned and carbonized. After waiting a while, Jiang Lushi found that Yang Feng did not appear. At this moment the hall was already full of thick smoke. Some of the dense smoke drifted into the corridor, making the view ahead of the minibus blurry. This kind of dense smoke is troublesome. The choking smoke is not only scorching, but contains large amounts of carbon powder, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide, and other toxic substances. Breathing it into the lungs makes the whole body feel like it is burning. Yang Feng is an ability user whose cells have become plant-like. According to Jiang Liushi's reasoning, such high-temperature flames and thick smoke should be his natural nemesis. He did not wait for Yang Feng to run out, which surprised him. I'll go inside and check. Sun Quan, you take this submachine gun. Jiang Lushi tossed a Type 95 submachine gun to Sun Quan. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai both had their noses wrapped in damp medical gauze, material of course provided by Li Yusin. They hid near the back of the vehicle, watching warily toward the main gate. At that place, in the concealment of the smoke, there were already faint human silhouettes. Sun Kuan caught the Type 95 SMG. Boss, you're going in now? This smoke will choke you to death. Zhang Hai was somewhat surprised. Inside the hall, the toxic smoke was dense and the flames fierce. Even outside, one could feel the fire serpent's scalding skin, let alone going inside. I'll be okay. I can hold my breath for 15 minutes. Jiang Lushur explained. Through gene nutrient fluid, he activated his evolved bloodline, possessing a stronger circulatory system, stronger capacity to carry oxygen, nutrients, and energy. If calculated carefully, he could hold his breath for at least 30 minutes. Before the apocalypse, the human underwater breath hold record was 22 minutes, with pure oxygen. Jiang Liushur's physical condition now actually far surpassed that record. Brother, this smoke is so heavy, maybe you shouldn't go. Jiang Zhuiying, lying on the bed, upon hearing Jiang Lushur was going into the hall, said worriedly. This enemy is too tough. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jiang Lushur comforted his sister, found a pair of sunglasses and put them on, took a deep breath, then went down from the vehicle. Watching Jiang Liushur's figure disappear into the thick smoke, Jiang Zhuiying pressed her lips together. Although she knew her brother was cautious and dependable and wouldn't speak big nonsense, she still felt worried. Once Jiang Lushur stepped into the hall, he held his breath and concentrated. His blood carried oxygen meant he didn't need to breathe the toxic smoke. What he saw was a hellish scene. On the ground, several corpses were burned to charcoal. Jiang Lushur dodged a few searing fire serpents, looked around, and quickly noted an anomaly inside the hall. In a corner of the hall appeared a deep pit. With one leap he could jump 7 or 8 meters. A few bounds later he stood in front of the pit and saw Yang Feng inside. Yang Feng was in very bad shape, his hair burned off, not a strand remained, he wore only a few pieces of clothing. His skin pitch black, in some places the skin torn open revealing blue-green veins inside. He breathed faintly, his body already damaged to the extreme. Beside him were many stinger-like tree roots. Clearly the big hole was something Yang Feng dug by piercing with those roots. But these tree roots now were nearly dried, lost vitality. Yang Feng did not come out, he was desperately seeking a chance for survival, hoping to live from the dead. This pit would not be reached by the flames, those plants could still filter the toxic smoke for him, if luck was good he might survive. However, he did not expect that Jiang Lushur actually came in. And judging from Jiang Liushur's appearance, he was not affected by the toxic smoke at all. You, where did you spring from, kid? Why have I never heard of you? You even have a fuel-type flamethrower. Yang Feng ground his teeth. He now hated Jiang Lushur to the core. While speaking, Yang Feng's body twisted, as if unable to bear the pain. Jiang Lushur, however, noticed something odd from Yang Feng's movement. Yang Feng had just twisted his body, trying to cover something. The action was careful, yet still caught by Jiang Lushur. Under the soil, under some covering dirt, there were wooden boards appearing like boxes. Jiang Lushur suddenly knew what Yang Feng was trying to hide: guns. In the apocalypse, the value of firearms is indisputable, they are worth more than gold. These are things that can be directly traded for mutated beast meat. The pit Yang Feng dug was obviously his ammunition and firearm cache. This Yang Feng truly was a miser, even in this state he wanted to stay with his guns. When Jiang Lushur jumped down and kicked Yang Feng away, then opened the box to fully reveal the weapons and ammo, Yang Feng's vision went black and he nearly fainted. These weapons he had hidden for half a year, planning to expand his army. Collecting these had cost Yang Feng unknown amounts of effort. Now they all went to this kid right in front of him. Damn it. Damn it. Kid, you think you take these guns and run away? This is your death road. This military base, you think you come and go as you please? You're already surrounded. If you now spare me, I might spare you and let you walk. Yang Feng did not want to die, how could he accept dying like this? In this apocalypse, it was supposed to be his moment to shine. But Jiang Lushur remained silent. He took one of the guns in his hand, weighed it, then loaded a bullet, the dark muzzle aimed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face turned utterly pale, his eyes showed despair. No. Bang. Returning you a bullet. Jiang Lushur thought. Ah? Yang Feng screamed in agony. This shot by Jiang Lushur did not kill him, but broke one of his legs. Then Jiang Lushur grabbed him up. Rat-tat-tat. Gunshots rang out. People from the military base had already rushed into the corridor. Sun Hai and Zhang Kuan used the minibus for cover, continuously firing outwards, putting bullet holes in the iron gate and walls, pushing back several ability users who tried to charge in. On the ground lay the corpse of an ability user. The corridor space was cramped. To enter one must charge. In this environment, even though Sun Hai and Zhang Kuan were few, with cover they had a great advantage. Those attackers did not expect the minibus would drive into the corridor and block it like a mobile fortress. Train soldiers for 1,000 days, deploy them for one moment. Commander Yang has fed you well, how come you're so useless? Outside the military building, on top of an armored vehicle, stood a pot-bellied middle-aged man. This man was Zhou Shaochuan, Yang Feng's third-in-command, responsible for troop training and base security. Now, a covert assassin had infiltrated the base. The military building inside was full of smoke and fire. Although situation unclear, one thing certain, the fighting was fierce. Yet strangely, they could not break in for a time. How could he not be angry? Zhou Shaochuan was not only angry but afraid. He clearly knew how terrible Yang Feng is, though he seemed generous to his subordinates, inside he was stingy. With this huge error, if Boss Duan stirred up Yang Feng a few words again, Yang Feng might slaughter him. He and Boss Duan had long been in open and hidden struggle. General, the people inside have Type 95 SMGs, Type 81 rifles, strong firepower. If we drive in our armored vehicle, the heavy machine gun on the vehicle will definitely penetrate that minibus. Without their cover we could charge in. The shifty-eyed deputy beside suggested to Zhou Shaochuan. Zhou moved inwardly. The armored vehicle he was sitting in was one of his main assets. Rare used its machine gun, but now it seemed unavoidable. Just then, whoosh! A corpse was thrown out from deep in the corridor. Boss Duan? Zhou Shaochuan was shocked when he recognized the corpse's appearance. That body looked like a berserk ape, both hands missing, only the torso and legs remaining, the whole body covered in steel needle-like hair. Clearly Boss Duan after mutation was killed. Although not friendly with Boss Duan, Zhou Shaochuan had to admit how terrifying mutated Boss Duan was. He could truly tear people alive. In such a situation, he got killed like that. Then, Commander Yang? Though Boss Duan was dead, Zhou Shaochuan did not believe Yang Feng would be harmed. Yang Feng's terror, others might not know, but he knew very well. Don't panic. Commander Yang is still inside. As long as we charge in, we can coordinate with Commander Yang inside and outside. Boss Duan's corpse shocked many people. Zhou Shaochuan immediately shouted. You looking for your Commander Yang? Suddenly, at the entrance of the military building, Yang Feng's body was hoisted up and exposed. Jiang Liushir's body was mostly hidden behind Yang Feng, his hand holding a gun, his figure not exposed. Commander Yang. Zhou Shaochuan carefully looked at the hoisted man, his eyes nearly popped. Is this Commander Yang? How could he look like this? Hair burned off, blood blisters all over, body pitch black, legs bleeding drastically, they looked utterly pitiful. If not for Yang Feng's plant ability giving him strong vitality, he would already be dead. It is Commander Yang. Soldiers outside were totally stunned, exchanging looks. When had they ever seen Commander Yang like this? Zhou Xiaochuan's face was also grim, his gaze flicked, he suddenly signaled to a hidden position. Bang, a gunshot. A sniper hidden in that position had his skull blown open, palms splayed, fell in the storm. Commander Yang, seems your prestige is lacking. Someone risks your safety just to snipe me. Jiang Liushir's lips curled in a cold smile. Now the high-magnification solar lights above the entire base had turned on. Though at night, there was still plenty of light. In his enhanced neural vision, even many shadows were clear. His vision now could really be said to be like an eagle's. He caught Zhou Xiaochuan's glance, followed it and saw the sniper. He raised a hand and shot the sniper dead, no aim needed. Jiang Liushir's marksmanship made Zhou Shaochuan shiver. In the storm, Yang Feng's lung sounds were hoarse. When he spoke, Zhou Shaochuan naturally did not hear. But Yang Feng glared fiercely at Zhou Shaochuan, and Zhou saw it. Yang Feng had long cultivated authority. Even now in such a miserable state, Zhou Shaochuan still felt fear. Seeing that gaze, made his heart skip. But he quickly ignored Yang Feng. Yang Feng may have been mighty, now he was just trash. The real terror was this young man holding him. You dare come? Jiang Liushir carried Yang Feng and retreated back into the military building. What do we do now? A deputy asked. Yang Feng's underlings were all bewildered. They had come to rescue, but when Yang Feng was brought before them, they did not act. Jiang Liushir's appearance and that gunshot completely shocked them. Zhou Shaochuan looked hesitant and did not dare risk a forced entry. If Yang Feng were standing fine fighting these people, of course he would charge in. But Yang Feng was in this state already, why should he pay huge cost to save him? While Zhou vacillated, he waved his hand. For now, hold the troops. In the corridor, when Jiang Liushir returned, the Stone Shadow Squad members let out a breath. I'll go get some weapons back. Jiang Liushir handed over Yang Feng, then returned to carry weapons. These weapons only he could bring out from the fire scene. Soon, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan both watched with shining eyes as Jiang Lushi emerged from the fire carrying several crates of weapons. Among them were 2 large-caliber rifles that stood out amid the pile. Type 97 shotgun? Zhang Hai's breathing turned rapid. Although he wasn't a military buff, after the apocalypse he deliberately learned about many weapons, among them the Type 97 shotgun fascinated him. The Type 97 shotgun was a domestic design based on the Remington 870 before the apocalypse, simple to operate, huge close-range firepower, wide kill area, in close combat a highly efficient lethal weapon. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan didn't have the strength of Jiang Zhuiying or Jiang Lushi. One had an abnormal current ability, the other had amazing dynamic vision and precision. But with a shotgun, they could definitely compensate somewhat for their lack of strength. Yang Feng, on the side watching Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan being unable to part with the weapons, his hate reached the extreme. These things were originally his. How come you still haven't killed me? Yang Feng roared. Zhou Xiaochuan's reaction also made him clear. He had fallen to this state, everyone pushed him when the wall fell. To rely on his underlings to rescue him was impossible now. Yang Feng's inner heart could be described as utterly desperate. I want to ask about the whereabouts of a person you should know. Jiang Lushi crouched, stared closely into Yang Feng's eyes and asked. Yang Feng was the nominal ruler of northern Jiangsu, liked collecting beautiful women. Before the apocalypse he probably had ambitions but lacked courage, and had always paid special attention to beauties. Ran Yunxi, sister of Ran Xiyu, was from the Ran group and a very beautiful woman. Yang Feng couldn't not know. Heh, Yang Feng spat a black froth, coughed violently. His lungs were completely wrecked by the hall's fire and thick smoke. Go ahead, ask whatever you want, I will not speak. Yang Feng's face was grim, sensing his life force draining, his inner ferocity emerged. He was a tyrant warlord, he had troops, a military base, he can die, but he will not die so humiliated. Jiang Liushi's brow slightly furrowed. A pseudo-warlord like Yang Feng, with this kind of willpower, is the kind of paranoid obsessive. If he resolutely will not speak, even severe torture may not get anything out of him. Shiyu. Jiang Lushi sighed inside, silently calling. He knew, the Ran Shiyu on the mountaintop was probably at her limit already. But now he must rely on her psychic ability, moreover this involves her sister Ran Yunxi's whereabouts. I'm here. After a while, Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Liushi's mind. Shiyu, I've already sent Zero to pick you up. We've also captured Yang Feng, but now Yang Feng refuses to cooperate. I will likely need you to use your psychic ability again to force him to speak. Jiang Lushi said in a deep voice. Is your body still holding up? He paused, then added. Sensing Jiang Liushi's concern, on the mountaintop, Ran Shiyu wheezing on the big green rock felt warmth in her heart. Actually she was very weak now, even her fingers could barely move. But now the critical moment had arrived. As long as she used her psychic ability to pry Yang Feng's mouth open, she could learn the whereabouts of her only relative, her sister. I can do it. Ran Shiyu clenched her teeth and struggled to say. Her head still pounded, her whole body trembled, but she still summoned the last bit of mental strength. Go! A psychic wave rushed toward the military building halfway up the mountain, firmly locking onto Yang Feng. At this moment, Yang Feng was extremely weak. Once a person is weak, the mind becomes slack, even an ability user as strong as Yang Feng was no exception. Buzz! When Ran Shiyu's psychic wave arrived, the ferocity in Yang Feng's eyes suddenly disappeared, replaced by a vacant look. It worked. Jiang Lushi knew that Ran Shiyu's mental suppression had taken effect. Yang Feng, I want to ask you a question. Jiang Lushi asked. What? Yang Feng answered weakly. Do you know a girl called Ran Yunxi? She's from the Ran group. Ran Yunxi? Ran group. I think I saw that name on the evacuation list. Guiding Yang Feng's fragmented answers, Jiang Lushi pieced together all the information about Ran Yunxi. Unfortunately, Ran Yunxi was not in northern Jiangsu. Yang Feng at that time was not responsible for her evacuation, another army executed that. Later Yang Feng also tried to locate that army, hoping to use it to expand his power, but the clue was they withdrew to Panju City. Northern Jiangsu and Panju City were not far apart. Yang Feng had also contacted a major power in Panju City, whose strength was not below his. If Ran Yunxi were still alive, she might be in Panju City. This was beyond Jiang Liushi's expectation, but Panju City had to be visited. Panju City is adjacent to northern Jiangsu, not too far, some risk he could still bear. Moreover, now that they had reached northern Jiangsu, the last step wouldn't matter much. With Ran Shiyu's powerful psychic ability and visible contribution to the team, Jiang Lushi was naturally willing to help her find her relative. As Jiang Lushi pondered, Yang Feng's blurry eyes suddenly cleared, pure ferocity returned, bloodshot veins visible in his eyes. Thinking of how just now he was dazed, he knew he had again been mentally controlled by that hidden psychic ability user. Judging by Jiang Liusher's expression, he likely already revealed what he shouldn't. At the thought that Jiang Liusher had ruined him this way and yet obtained what he wanted from him, Yang Feng's hatred went mad. You brat, you dare mock me? Damn you! Go to hell! Damn! Yang Feng's head pressed against the ground, struggling madly, his forehead veins bulging. Where are the mutant cores you collected? Yang Feng's shriek had no effect on Jiang Liusher, who remained calm in his question. This man was finished, these curses meant nothing to Jiang Liusher. Want to know? Keep dreaming. You search everywhere, you'll never find them. Ha ha ha. Yang Feng raved. On you then? Jiang Liusher said suddenly. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, he snorted coldly. Seems I guessed right. Jiang Liusher showed a faint smile. Just earlier Jiang Liusher was thinking, with Yang Feng's cautious, miserly character, he definitely trusted no one, his best stuff must be kept near him. Yang Feng's clothes were burned to tatters, then Zhang Hai approached, sneered at Yang Feng, and without restraint patted around in his pockets. His strength was considerable, Yang Feng screamed repeatedly. But after one sweep, Zhang Hai did not find the mutant cores. Yang Feng sneered, you think you'll get something from me? Dream on. If I die, you'll get nothing. At that moment, Li Yusin suddenly said, Brother Jiang, there's a foreign object on this person's calf. Yang Feng's face utterly changed. He glared viciously at Li Yusin, the damned woman. Under that gaze Li Yusin instinctively wanted to dodge, but then looked calmly at Yang Feng. Such a person, however ruthless usually, now in front of Stone Shadow Squad, was nothing but a dying dog. What's to dodge? Calf? Zhang Hai immediately looked at Yang Feng's calf. His skin was burnt and cracked in many places. Zhang Hai saw a stitched wound on Yang Feng's lower leg. Heh heh. Looking at Yang Feng's ugly face, Zhang Hai gave a strange smile. Here it is, right? He suddenly thrust 2 fingers into Yang Feng's calf wound. Ah! Yang Feng's entire body stiffened in pain, letting out a harrowing scream. As Zhang Hai's fingers pulled out from the wound, some sparkling objects came out with the blood. Mutant cores. Seeing the sparkle, Jiang Liusher's eyes lit up. This Yang Feng truly was ruthless, hiding the mutant cores inside his leg flesh. But given Yang Feng's wood-iffied body, this injury likely meant little to him. Seeing Zhang Hai retrieve the mutant cores, Yang Feng went completely insane, he wouldn't accept it. Those are mine. Mine! Yang Feng bellowed. Severely wounded, limbs immobile, yet he burst with vitality, body slid forward, 2 rows of teeth bared, snapping violently at Zhang Hai's fingers. At that moment an iron rod suddenly stabbed him from the side, piercing his body. Yang Feng was pinned to the ground, eyes wide, blood spurted from his mouth, he could not even scream. Damn, this guy is a freak. Sun Quan spat at Yang Feng on the ground. Brother Jiang? Deal with him. Jiang Liusher said softly. Someone like Yang Feng, ambitious and extremely ruthless, naturally cannot accept failure, difficult to face reality. Everything that just happened was more painful for him than death. Yang Feng glared at Jiang Liusher, eyes full of unwillingness, but as Sun Quan stabbed again the iron rod, he convulsed and swiftly died. With Yang Feng dead, Jiang Liusher suddenly heard a rustling sound. The sound came from all directions, vines on the walls and roots underground, began to sprout black spots, decaying at visible speed. They originally grew in soil, once they rotted the roots and fixed soil loosened and crumbled. Zhou Shaochuan sat in the armored vehicle, intently watching the military building interior, when somehow an old man in a ragged black jacket came along the road behind him. The old man was soaking, hair loose, shivering in wind and rain. Commander Zhou, we need to dispatch someone to set up. This situation is going to cause a mountain flood. It's been raining a week. Our base at Wanshou Mountain has big elevation difference, valley slopes steep, a lot of vegetation destroyed, soil loose, easiest for mountain flood. At this rainfall, I estimate a flood will hit within a day. The old man climbed up and grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan's sleeve. Old man's son, enough of this. Zhou Xiaochuan, annoyed by the old man's nagging, more so when the dirty hand dared grab his clothes, flew into a rage and slapped the old man, sending him stumbling. He recognized the old man as Sun Changxin, a hydraulic engineer Yang Feng had kept. To Zhou Xiaochuan, this kind of old scholar he always despised, can't carry, can't fight, useless in the apocalypse, yet Yang Feng kept such a group. And now what time? Yang Feng was captured, inside unknown, he was full of rage. Sun Changxin, clutching his burning cheek, his already hunched back bowed more, eyes dimmer. He had recently been whipped by Yang Feng, already disappointed in these pseudo-military warlords. He only couldn't bear seeing too many people die in mountain flood, so he came to warn Zhou Shaochuan. Unexpectedly, he was shamed instead. Old son, if you want to talk flood, Commander Yang is up there. A young deputy beside Zhou said with a grin. Find Commander Yang? Sun Changxin mumbled. His mind was messy, only concerned about the flood. Maybe he should go talk to Commander Yang. What are you doing? Seeing Sun Changxin head into the military building, Zhou glared at the deputy. If his brain's broken anyway, let him go check inside. The deputy grinned ominously. Zhou Shaochuan was stunned. The kid was real sly. Though he spoke true though, old son's life or death didn't matter to them. If he can help, fine. In the corridor, Jiang Lushi and team quickly finished organizing. This trip, the 2 squads Xiang Shuahai brought were annihilated, even Jianling died horribly. But relatively speaking, Stone Shadow squad still completed the mission, got the whereabouts of Ran Yunqi, also gained a batch of guns and mutant cores. This result satisfied Jiang Lushi. But the wilting plants around and falling soil made Jiang Lushi feel uneasy. He decided to leave immediately. Commander Yang, a mountain flood is coming. Send more people to dig the drainage channels. Outside the corridor gate, the old man stumbled in shouting. What's the situation? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan saw the old man rush in, somewhat stunned. They held guns and weapons, momentarily unsure whether to act. The old man was skinny, wore a ragged black jacket, walked weakly, no ability user aura, looked like a normal person. Stand down. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan pointed their guns at him immediately. Old Sun startled, only then realized the situation. Who are you? The Commander Yang you mention is already dead. Jiang Lushi frowned and asked. Yang Feng's corpse lay under his feet. Jiang Lushi appraised the old man. He must be Yang Feng's man, but too ordinary, old, looked no threat. How did Zhou Shaochuan let this old man in? Seeing Yang Feng's corpse, Sun Changxin was shocked. The old man usually didn't eat enough, fearful daily, weak in spirit. Seeing the corpse made him stunned. He'd heard sounds earlier, but never expected Yang Feng was dead. You just said mountain flood? You know hydraulics. Jiang Lushi smelled danger from the old man's fragments of words and asked when he stayed silent. I did hydraulics. I was brought back by Yang Feng. I used to work at the Water Resources Institute of Hydropower Science Research. I'm a hydrodynamics and river dynamics scientist. Sun Changxin snapped to attention, very nervous, brain scattered. What's going on? Who are these people? You're a hydraulics expert? Don't be nervous. Speak properly, we won't kill you. Jiang Lushi said, signaling Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan to lower their guns. The old man was a hydraulics expert, such useful intellectuals Jiang Lushi always respected. Probably was meant to be evacuated originally, but the man Yang Feng brought had become a fake warlord in the apocalypse. Of course, if this old man had a problem, Jiang Lushi could react immediately. Compared to the erratic, killing Yang Feng, Jiang Lushi looked much more polite, and appeared just the age of a college student. Combined with his gentle attitude, Sun Changxin gradually calmed. Actually, for Sun Changxin it didn't matter if Yang Feng lived or died, he had long seen through Yang Feng's true face. He only couldn't bear so many dying in mountain floods, so he came to warn. Heavens, looks like the flood isn't just soon, it's right now. Sun Changxin looked around then said in fright. You must leave now. Yang Feng's plant ability controlled many plants in Wanshou Mountain. Normally those plants' roots fix soil and water. Now he's dead, the plants will rot. With the heavy rainfall these days, Wanshou Mountain soil water content is already at the limit and flood will erupt. Now with Yang Feng dead, plants rotting, the flood is about to happen. Sun Changxin hurriedly said. At this moment the rock walls, plants in the soil around began to rot rapidly, large soil blocks fell. Jiang Liushi's heart tightened, he could imagine the power of a mountain flood. Before the apocalypse, some news reports often had mountain floods and collapse flow swallowing whole villages, causing massive deaths. Nature's power is terrifying, man cannot resist. Wanshou Mountain was turned into a military base which caused a lot of soil erosion, many rock and soil piles on the mountainside, conditions ripe for mudslide. What? A mountain flood about to occur? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan stunned, then got nervous. Indeed, with days of heavy rain and apocalypse climate change, the old hydraulics expert's words were very plausible. Puff puff. At this moment, from rock wall crevices, moist soil fell, constant mud and rock rolling down, this place might collapse. Old man, you come with us. Seeing the situation, Jiang Liushi's heart jolted, he acted decisively. He signaled to Zhang Hai. Before Sun Changxin could react, Zhang Hai supported him into the minibus cabin. Sun Changxin entered and was stunned. This is a camper van? Sun Chongxin didn't know where to put his feet. He used to sleep on the hard ground with a dirty blanket, hadn't been in such a neat place. Old grandpa, sit here. Zhang Hai guided him to the sofa. No, Sun Chongxin panic attempted to stand. I'm dirty. You just sit. Zhang Hai said carelessly, his strength much greater than the old man. Held down, Sun Chongxin had no choice but sit on the sofa. His unease gradually vanished. They are clearly different from Yang Feng. Who are these? Mountain flood about to erupt? Everyone inside the minibus saw the surroundings, the obvious plant rot, the high water content soil quickly loosening and collapsing. In the minibus the atmosphere became heavy. Shiyu, can you still hear? Mountain flood about to erupt, did Zero pick you up? Jiang Lushur jumped into the vehicle and sat in the passenger seat. In quickly started the minibus and reversed fast toward the rear exit. The base vehicle instantly accelerated crazily, tires squealed sharply on ground. Zero took me down the back mountain. We're now heading toward Wancho village. You're right, the flood shows signs. I see lots of soil blocking the stream and forming a small dam lake, rocks collapsing. Ran Shiyu's voice was tired but urgent. Okay. You wait near Wancho village. We'll come to pick you. Jiang Lushur said deeply. Hearing Ran Shiyu's words, a last stone dropped from his heart. Once Ran Shiyu is picked up, all team members safe. The minibus roared like a beast, reversed out the gate. Ing sharply turned the steering wheel. The base vehicle executed a beautiful drift, completing a 90-degree turn in the narrow passage. Out? Hit them. Seeing the minibus coming out, Zhou Shaochuan first stunned, then his heart leapt in joy. Finally waited for you. Colonel, what if Commander Yang is on the car? The deputy beside reminded. Unexpectedly, he faced Zhou Xiaochuan's cold, killing intent gaze. Are you my dog, or Commander Yang's dog? Who feeds you, who gives you women to play with? The deputy suddenly got it, jumped into the armored vehicle and kicked the unmoved machine gunner. Shoot! Beat them hard. Machine gun rounds like heavy rain poured on the minibus. Some rounds hit the front ramming horn, no issue, hits on bulletproof glass left white scratches. Warning! Base vehicle damage level 2. Front bulletproof glass durability reduced by 20%. Jiang Lushur couldn't help being secretly relieved. Luckily the base vehicle upgraded many parts. Now bulletproof glass, airbag tires, shell alloy, strength all improved. If it were the old base vehicle, a machine gun sweep like this would likely reach damage level 5, power system might collapse. Now these alerts he ignored. This level of damage he could bear. This is not the time to consider damage. If the base vehicle stayed here and got swallowed by the flood, it would be catastrophe. Open the air cannon, ram through. In facing the heavy military truck and armored vehicle blocking ahead, Jiang Lushur coldly told Ing. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? The young deputy officer stared at the minibus charging in like a beast and shuddered. On the armored vehicle he was on, there was a QJC 88 12.7mm machine gun installed, capable of penetrating 15mm steel plate. With a burst like that he should have shredded the fragile minibus into scrap. How come after that one burst, the minibus's windshield didn't even shatter, only many spiderweb cracks appeared? A beat-up minibus, yet apparently bulletproof? And not just normal bulletproof glass strength. Huh? What is that? Although the wind and rain were dark, his sharp eyes still saw beneath the minibus's front a dark tube protruding. The black open muzzle pointed at his armored vehicle and the heavy trucks behind. Looking at that tube, the young deputy had a bad instinct, his hair rose, a chill creeping all over. This thing, a cannon tube? Move! As soon as he vaguely realized what it was, his words dropped, boom, a massive stream of air tore a path, whipping up waves like stormy seas. Like thunder shaking mountains and rivers, deafening. The deputy took the brunt first. Instantly it was like an iron hammer hit him, his cheek and chest collapsing, blood flying. The compressed air cannon, 810 meters per second airflow far beyond sound speed. The huge energy directly flipped the armored vehicle and trucks, some tumbled into ditches, forming a clear path on a blocked road. That one shot stunned nearly all soldiers present. Fire, don't let it escape. Zhou Shaochuan was thrown out of his vehicle, face first slammed into the ground in a pool of blood. He scrambled up in fury, shouting at the minibus's direction, urging nearby soldiers to fire. Suddenly, he felt the ground trembling under his feet. Boom boom. An earthquake? He realized something was wrong. Nearby soldiers stared at him with shocked eyes. Zhou turned to look, his face went pale. My God, this is a mudrock flow. From the military building halfway up the mountain, large blobs of muddy slurry shook like steep peaks, dark soil ridges shaking, thundering downward. Mixed with massive collapsing rocks, thick trees, even abandoned mining machines, the roar hit the building. That two-story military building deformed and collapsed instantly, forming a higher, fiercer flood flow, sweeping toward Zhou and his men. Zhou's face drained, his lips trembling. He didn't care about the minibus anymore. He screamed and sprinted toward a higher camp beside. But before a few steps, the camp on the left also collapsed with a rumble. Another muddy rock flow hit. He didn't even scream, a rock smashed into him and he was swallowed. Ing steered the base vehicle down in full speed, drifting, gripping curves. She and the Starseed Link projected the surrounding situation in her mind, the racing like dodging among muddy turns. Inside the vehicle, everyone felt the under-chassis rumble, heard the countless screams, curses and roaring flood behind them. In the cabin, everyone's hearts tightened, watching the rear situation. The flood-induced mudrock flow speed increased, huge rocks still falling from both sides, several times nearly scraped the bus's rear, the bus each time miraculously dodged. "Hold on!" Jiang Lushur suddenly shouted in the driver's cabin. He also received Starseed data and knew what Ing would do next. Ahead, the iron gate originally broken by Zero's ambush was now closed again. The gate guards had run off. Those inside the vehicle were used to the violent jolts. They all grabbed whatever they could. The bewildered old expert Sun Chongxin was strapped into a safety belt by Zhang Hai. Boom! The minibus's sharp big ram horn smashed through the reclosed base iron gate. The whole bus felt the recoil. After breaking the gate, the minibus didn't slow. It thundered toward Wanshou village direction. Minutes later, Jiang Lushur saw under a large tree in front of Wanshou village the cat-ear girl Zero, and trembling in the rain ran Shiyu. A zombie covered in blood lay collapsed nearby. Jiang Lushur breathed out. The minibus stopped suddenly. Good work. Jiang Lushur jumped down and approached Zero, who was quietly playing with a dagger. Zero folded her soft cat ears, recovered from alert mode, nodded to Jiang Lushur. Ran Shiyu's mental state is very poor. Jiang Lushur's gaze landed on Ran Shiyu. Ran Shiyu looked down. Her thin figure looked even more frail, her face colorless, body trembling in the rain. I found your sister's whereabouts. She's not in northern Jiangsu, she's in Panju City. Once we finish here we'll go. Jiang Lushur said softly. Ran Shiyu's body gave a slight tremble. She raised her head and for a moment her tired eyes had a glint of joy. But then she hesitated. We still have to go to Panju City. Wouldn't that trouble you too much? Because of me, other squad members suffered a lot. Ran Shiyu bit her lower lip, feeling awkward. Jiang Lushur rescued her, yet she made Stone Shadow Squad search for her sister in a deadly apocalypse. You're part of Stone Shadow Squad, don't carry psychological burden. Everyone knows how much you've contributed. Your sister, I will definitely help you find her. Jiang Lushur's calm words carried a reassuring power. Ran Shiyu raised her head, her beautiful eyes locked on Jiang Lushur's face. She didn't know what to say. A warm flow surged in her heart. For Jiang Lushur, Ran Shiyu staring at him silently was odd. After all, being stared at by a great beauty like her, those gray eyes seemed as if they could speak. Men always get other thoughts, but also a little awkward. He didn't know what to say. Finally Ran Shiyu looked away. In her exhausted expression a little brightness appeared. She said to Jiang Lushur, thank you everyone. Then, your task now is to rest well. Our squad needs you. Jiang Lushur touched his nose, hiding his awkwardness. Don't worry, Ran Shiyu is in my care. Li Yusin, who hadn't said when she got off the vehicle, walked up beside Ran Shiyu. In fact she had seen outside the vehicle window earlier, just waited before coming down. Jiang Lushur nodded. With Li Yusin here, Ran Shiyu's depleted mental force would recover quickly, no hidden issues. Oh my, half the mountain collapsed. If it weren't for Ying's driving skills, our brothers would all be casualties on the mountain. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan got out of the vehicle too. They looked toward Wanshou Mountain, mouths agape. The military building they fought at midway on the mountain a short while ago was completely gone. Half the side of the mountain had slipped. They saw with naked eyes that over half the military camp on Wanshou Mountain was washed away. At the mountain foot heaps of mudrock flow piles formed. The power of nature, terrifying. Jiang Lushur looked at the collapsed Wanshou Mountain, feeling heavy. What Zhang Kuan and Co said was only half true. If Old Sun's warning hadn't come, a little delay and even the upgraded base vehicle might struggle. Big danger. The mudrock flow's overwhelming power still made his heart tremble when he recalled. Little bro, I advise you to leave northern Jiangsu quickly. Northern Jiangsu floods every year, but this rain, in hundreds of years hydrologic records there hasn't been such heavy. I personally saw the Fuyang River's warning level already above historical warning. Now the Fuyang River likely broke its banks. Jiang Lushur turned his head and saw Sun Chongxin, back hunched, walking beside him, eyes full of sorrow. Such a pity, the people of northern Jiangsu suffer so much, zombies gone, now huge floods. Sun Chongxin shook his head, sighing. Yang Feng, this merciless man, when alive he had plant roots stabilizing soil and rock, he simply didn't care about floods. Hearing that, everyone's mood sank a bit. Riverbank breach? A bad premonition hit Jiang Liusher's mind. If deluge came, he inexplicably recalled the giant water monster in the Jinling River. A shiver ran across his skin. Jiang bro, come here a moment. Li Yusin from inside the minibus suddenly called out to Jiang Liusher. Zhang Hai was about to get on the vehicle, but Sun Kuan held him. You go up? Sit lower and catch some air. Once on board, Jiang Liusher smelled a strong scent of blood. He first saw Jiang Zhuiying, her hands wrapped tightly in gauze like a mummy, startled. Beside Jiang Zhuiying was a small basin of blood water. Zhuiying, you're this badly hurt? Jiang Liusher's heart constricted. Actually I'm okay, brother. Li Yusin's sister checked me and said I just fractured a bone. She's already corrected and bandaged it. Bro, help me get the iPad, now I can openly lie down and watch anime. Jiang Zhuiying showed absolutely no pain, instead a pleased expression. From her face you couldn't tell she was a wounded patient. Jiang Liusher, her hands all wrapped, still wants to watch anime. Li Yusin beside smiled without noticing. To Jiang Liusher she said, Brother Jiang, I asked you to come because Ms. Xiang has a bit of a situation. Jiang Liusher frowned slightly. He had full confidence in Li Yusin's med skills. If even Li Yusin couldn't handle it, what kind of situation? He looked at Xiang Shuahai on the second bunk. Xiang Shuahai still lay unconscious, pale. Beside her on a tray were blood-soaked gauze, surgical tongs and other medical tools. Those gauze all had blood. What happened? Jiang Liusher asked, looking at Li Yusin. Li Yusin's face turned grave. She lifted the white cloth covering Xiang Shuahai's lower body. Seeing the condition under the white cloth, Jiang Liusher's face turned strange. Xiang Shuahai's lower body, her long thighs were bare, only a pair of white underpants. The image was simply too shocking. Without doubt, before the apocalypse Xiang Shuahai was a top star and had enough sexy assets. Her long legs, long and fair, muscles taut, sexy yet with a hint of strength, flawless perfection. Even Jiang Liusher for a moment was a bit unsettled. But he quickly calmed. Xiang Shuahai's chest heaved, breathing was slightly rapid, a clear sign the situation was bad. What's wrong with her? Jiang Liusher asked. Look here. Li Yusin, somewhat awkward, pointed to the inner side of Xiang Shuahai's thigh. At first Jiang Liusher only glanced, but with Li Yusin pointing there, he had to look. At the root of Xiang Shuahai's thigh there was a deep wound. Although already disinfected and no longer bleeding, the surrounding skin was pink in one piece, and partly whitish, unusual at a glance. Her wound is infected. Li Yusin said. How could this happen? Jiang Liusher froze. It had been less than an hour since Xiang Shuahai got injured, and Li Yusin treated her. How could infection happen so fast? In apocalypse many wounded die because of limited medical means and wound infection. But with Li Yusin there, how could Xiang Shuahai's wound get infected? Li Yusin sighed. Situation's a bit tricky. Her wound was pierced by Yang Feng's vines. Those vines originally had many fragments mixed with flesh and blood vessels. After Yang Feng's death the vine fragments decayed quickly and emitted a corrosive toxin. If not handled quickly, her entire blood and flesh might be eroded by toxin. Li Yusin didn't continue, but Jiang Liusher already understood, if those decayed vine fragments are not removed, Xiang Shuahai will die. I only disinfected and stopped bleeding, but these vine fragments I fear I can't handle. They require very fine surgical work, and quick. These fragments are eroding her body every second. If you slow the toxin will spread. And there's only me? But I think you should be able to do it. Li Yusin said with some difficulty. Me? Jiang Liusher was somewhat surprised. You only need to pick out the vine fragments, I'll do the rest of the disinfection. Your sniper accuracy is so good, your reaction and observational nerves must be much stronger than ordinary people. You doing the job of picking vine fragments out of a pile of flesh and blood must work. Li Yusin affirmed. Actually if Jiang Zhuiying wasn't injured she could help, but now only Jiang Liusher could. First carry her to the sofa, can't delay further. Li Yusin said without discussion. Jiang Liusher looked at Xiang Shuahai. The unconscious Xiang Shuahai's eyelashes trembled slightly, lips parted, brows faintly furrowed. Saving her was urgent. He lifted Xiang Shuahai around the waist and placed her on the sofa. Having washed his hands with disinfectant, Jiang Liusher took a deep breath, held his breath and focused on treating Xiang Shuahai's wound in her thigh. Li Yusin quietly gave cues beside him. With Li Yusin there was professional backup. Jiang Liusher only needed to carefully handle those vine fragments. His brain domain neural vision opened, every tiny blood vessel and granular granulation tissue in Xiang Shuahai's wound was clearly exposed in his eyes. His arm holding the medical forceps was incredibly steady, precisely removing some vine fragments from the flesh and blood, and doing so very quickly. Watching beside him, Li Yusin felt inadequate. Jiang Liushir's actions were more accurate than some surgical directors with decades of operations, and his psychological composure was strong, each movement calm and orderly. No wonder his sniping skill was so good. On the sofa, Xiang Shuahai's long eyelashes covering her eyelids trembled slightly, a painful moan escaping. Xiang Shuahai's forehead already had a fine layer of sweat. Even though she was unconscious, she still endured indescribable pain. Xiang Shuahai was having vine fragments releasing toxins removed from her flesh. Even though Jiang Liushir's movements were very fine, they still twisted flesh, pulling on many pain nerves. Now it was the apocalypse, and an urgent medical situation. The Stone Shadow Squad simply had no time to get anesthesia. In such circumstances, the hard metal medical forceps manipulating in flesh and blood, that kind of piercing pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Hearing Xiang Shuahai's painful moan, the forceps in Jiang Liushir's hand paused slightly, then more decisively plucked a tiny vine fragment from her wound. He only had to do it faster and more accurately so that Xiang Shuahai would suffer less. Having just plucked a somewhat larger vine fragment, Jiang Liushir used slightly too much force. Sweating profusely, Xiang Shuahai tightened her thigh in pain and began to struggle and twist. With no alternative, Jiang Liushir had to drop the forceps, firmly grasp Xiang Shuahai's thigh. "Don't grab me," Xiang Shuahai suddenly slurred quietly. On her normally calm face, a trace of fear appeared. At this moment Xiang Shuahai seemed to shed that proud coldness of a female boss, revealing her weak side. Jiang Liushir paused a moment, then let go of her thigh, gently patted her head. "It's okay, Yang Feng is dead." Xiang Shuahai, "Yang Feng is dead." Jiang Liushir's comfort seemed to work. Xiang Shuahai mumbled a few words unconsciously, and calmed down. Seeing Xiang Shuahai finally calm, Jiang Liushir relaxed, picked up the forceps again and carefully cleaned her wound. In fact, Xiang Shuahai was already awake. After hearing Jiang Liushir's voice, she faintly awoke. Only she quickly sensed something wrong with her body, her thigh naked except for a pair of underwear, Jiang Liushir still in front of her holding forceps. This situation made her lack the courage to open her eyes immediately. And she heard Jiang Liushir's words. He felt cold, but just now he gently touched her head and hair, quietly comforting her. In her awakened state, the tiny movement of the forceps on her thigh wound brought more intense painful stimulation. But she bit her teeth, did not let anyone sense she was awake. Only Li Yusin glanced at her. In fact, her medical ability had always shadowed Xiang Shuahai. Xiang Shuahai's awakeness she had noticed. But since Xiang Shuahai was playing unconscious, she did not expose her. "Yusin, deal with the bleeding here." "Okay, I'll do it." Jiang Liushir's and Li Yusin's conversation was quiet. Every word fell into Xiang Shuahai's ear. Xiang Shuahai's eyelid slightly opened a slit. Serious-looking Jiang Liushir, his entire body exuded a strange charm. His bright eyes devoid of any impure thought, his clean and swift movements, gave her an inexplicable sense of security. She still clearly remembered that when she was rescued from Yang Feng, it was this young man who carried her onto the vehicle. This feeling of being cared for without selfish desire, being valued, she could not remember how long since she felt it. Before the apocalypse she had become a top star. Around her men existed. Whether if feigned gentle and refined or deliberately rough and generous, the concern and affection shown could not mask bare lust, only to kiss her once. She detested those men. After the apocalypse, in northern Jiangsu region, warlords especially Yang Feng eyed her like forbidden meat. No man gave her such a pure sense of security. A very pure sense of security. This was a very special feeling, letting Xiang Shuahai feel very safe. Even the pain of the wound seemed much reduced. Jiang Liushir's focus was so concentrated, perhaps only when he stormed into a zombie horde risking his life had he been this serious. Unnoticed, a thin layer of sweat glistened on his forehead. Cleaning is about done. Jiang Liushir wiped sweat from his forehead, secretly let out a breath. He felt a little tired. He hadn't expected wound cleaning to be such a tiring job. "You cleaned very carefully, basically not much more needs to be done," Li Yusin said after disinfecting Xiang Shuahai's thigh wound. "Brother, Sister Yusin, are you hungry? I and Sister Shiyu and Zero are down grilling meat, want to come down to eat?" Jiang Zhuiying stuck her head out, waved to the inside of the vehicle. Her arms were bandaged, only her two long legs running around, still she followed to the barbecue. Jiang Liushir looked at her speechless, this nerve was too big. "You go downstairs to eat first, I'll check again once and see if there are any leftover fragments in the wound." Jiang Liushir told Li Yusin. He still felt a bit uneasy. If any vine fragment remained, Xiang Shuahai's life could be endangered. Regarding his carefulness, Li Yusin was not surprised. Since she met Jiang Lushur, he had always been this cautious character. Good. I'll go down get the barbecue. After you check once, I'll do final disinfection and bandage. Li Yusin nodded. She looked at Xiang Shuahai, eyes flickered, but then she got out of the vehicle. As soon as Li Yusin got out, Jiang Lushur suddenly noticed a slight movement on the sofa behind. He turned around and saw Xiang Shuahai had opened her eyes unknown when, her beautiful eyes stared unblinking at him. Thank you. Xiang Shuahai uttered 3 words. You're welcome. Jiang Lushur slightly stunned, then recovered. You rest. I'll help you check again. Xiang Shuahai still had her thigh exposed, only wearing a sexy white pair of underwear. Such a meeting, truly embarrassing. Jiang Lushur finished, and did not immediately move. Xiang Shuahai only stared at him. Suddenly, Xiang Shuahai leaned forward, her pair of delicate white jade fingers wrapped around his shoulder, and her fiery cherry lips sealed his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Lushur's motion froze, his mind short-circuited. He held his hands slightly open in the air motionless for several seconds. He felt warm sweet thing like a fish swim into his mouth, prying open his teeth. When he came to his senses, the smell of grilled mutant beast meat reached his nostrils. At that moment, the one who had just fallen into his arms, Xiang Shuahai, had returned to the sofa, her eyes full of fatigue. The just happened thing felt like a dream. Boss Xiang is awake. Zero carried a plate of grilled meat in and noticed Xiang Shuahai lying on the sofa, eyes open, and said, Brother Jiang, Li Yusin said you still need to check Boss Xiang's wound. Done checking? Zero asked. Before boarding she'd been asked by Li Yusin. I will continue checking her. Fortunately it was Zero, she didn't care about Xiang Shuahai's thing at all, even if she saw something she wouldn't ask. Jiang Lushur looked at Xiang Shuahai, her gaze looked outside the window. He didn't know what this woman just did, and Xiang Shuahai turned her face sideways, her ear roots slightly red. Need to check still. Jiang Lushur bent over Xiang Shuahai's thigh wound carefully. No vine fragments remain. The rest tasks I leave to Li Yusin. Jiang Lushur said, then stood and walked out of the cabin. Zero looked at Jiang Lushur's back, then turned head and looked at Xiang Shuahai on the sofa. Xiang Shuahai lying on the sofa, her bright attractive face now had a layer of illness, and a certain pitiable look, reclined on the sofa. She felt her ears burning, on her soft lips, a faint sticky moist feeling still remained. Outside, Jiang Lushur noticed the rain had lessened a little. Under the temporary tarpaulin shelter, a pile of old tires, wood found somewhere were stacked and burning brightly. The roaring flame lit the surroundings bright. Brother, Zero's barbecue skill is really good. Jiang Zhuing stared at the plate of grilled meat, drooling. Zero beside flipped a small knife, trimming slice by slice of mutant beast meat evenly, brushing on some seasoning. Old hydraulics expert Sun Chongxin beside them nearly had tears at his meal. Never mind mutant beast meat, he hadn't had a proper full meal in a long time. In the zombie-ravaged apocalypse, being able to have a meal was good. More so a barbecue, and so many seasonings, probably even Yang Feng didn't get such good food. Such delicious mutant beast meat stirred up some good memories from before the apocalypse in the old man's mind, made him somewhat melancholic. Such good stuff, if not for the zombie virus, sigh, my little granddaughter would probably also be eating barbecue. Sun Chongxin shook his head. Barbecue. Jiang Zhuing stared at the plate, beside Ran Shiyu smiled. Just about to feed her, Jiang Lushur picked up a fork, speared a piece of meat. Open your mouth. Jiang Lushur said. Jiang Zhuing instantly obediently opened her mouth into an O shape. After a while, Sun Chongxin had almost finished eating, moved aside, suddenly his body shivered, he shouted, water's coming. What? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan who were eating barbecue stunned, what does that mean? The water's coming so fast. Sun Chongxin stared at a direction in the dark, his voice trembling. Meal not finished, and water's coming. As he pointed, the group saw, near Wanshou Mountain not far away at a gorge entrance, a mighty water flow spreading. The water flow, after exiting the gorge, surged with a speed visible to the eye, spreading toward Jiang Lushur and them. It spread across gullies, across the lower-lying Wanshou village. Wanshou village was being swallowed bit by the great water. This direction's flood must be because Fuyang River's bank broke. Sun Chongxin's expression had a trace of sorrow. He deeply felt his powerlessness. As a hydraulics expert he knew bank failure was possible, but in this apocalypse, beyond watching it happen, there was nothing else he could do. Is a big flood about to break out? Zero, keep the barbecue safe, I haven't eaten enough. Jiang Zhuing knew things were bad, but barbecue could not go to waste. The great water was coming fast toward them. Everyone knew the situation was serious. Remember, Yang Feng chose Wanshou Mountain as the military base for some reason. This area was high ground, but even Wanshou village was getting flooded. Then what would happen to those low-lying parts of northern Jiangsu? The result was obvious. If no mistake, definitely a sea of water. This isn't safe. Landslide risk is high. If that happens, there won't even be a chance to run. Sun Chongxin said urgently. Xiang Shuihai also saw the mountain flood from the window. She heard Sun Chongxin and hastily struggled to open the car window, stuck her head out and said, "My county town, can we still go back?" County town? Probably not. Zhang Hai scratched his head and said. Xiang Shuihai's expression instantly darkened, pain showing in her eyes. "I sheltered many ordinary people, though I couldn't protect them fully. At least they could live as safely as possible there. But now?" At that moment, Sun Chongxin asked puzzled, "County town? Which county town?" "The one to the west, Wushui County," Xiang Shuihai said. Sun Chongxin nodded. After a few seconds, he suddenly slapped his thigh. "Ah! Wushui County doesn't work. That area, compared to northern Jiangsu, is upstream region. And the terrain overall is higher than the east side, risk much smaller." "Really?" Xiang Shuihai's eyes lit up. She hurried to look at Jiang Lushi, but then didn't know how to speak. She had just kissed Jiang Lushi, her life saved by him. How could she now ask him to take her back? She still didn't know how Jiang Lushi regarded that kiss. However, Xiang Shuihai, having established her power in the apocalypse, was no longer that weak shy woman. Regarding that kiss, Xiang Shuihai had no regret. "We also can't stay here, must go to somewhere safe. Since so, let's go to Wushui County. If that fails, we can keep moving," Jiang Lushi said. Xiang Shuihai immediately showed a grateful expression. Regardless of Jiang Liushi's motives, she was very thankful. After returning to Wushui County, Jiang Lushi and the others planned a new route. The original route from Wushui County to the military base where Yang Feng was located was short, but there were many mountain roads, narrow and rugged, with a high chance of flash floods and landslides. If any section of the road were washed away by a flood and turned into a deep ravine, even the base vehicle would have difficulty getting through. So this time, heading to Wushui County, the Shuriying squad chose a slightly longer route that connected to the Suhuang secondary road. Without mountain roads, the base vehicle's speed could be described as taking off. Along the route of the minibus, all the villages passed by were flooded. With the base vehicle's current super bulletproof tires, some rocks on the road were simply plowed aside, and some deep sections of floodwater were easily crossed thanks to the vehicle's waterproof design. Small groups of zombies were directly knocked away or crushed into flesh and blood by the base vehicle, posing no threat at all. Sun Chongxin sat inside the base vehicle, staring at the rapidly passing villages and trees outside, feeling completely amazed. Even before the apocalypse, he had never ridden such a smooth and fast minibus, and this luxurious. The base vehicle arrived at a place called Fengtin Village. This section was a gentle uphill dirt road, and the Suhuang secondary road was already visible in the distance. A few scattered stars appeared along the horizon. The rain had stopped. At this moment, it was the last bit of darkness before dawn. It was also when people felt the most tired. Inside the vehicle, all members of the Shuriying squad were sound asleep. Only Ying was driving the base vehicle steadily all the way. Half asleep, half awake, Ran Shiyu suddenly opened her eyes. As a psychic-type ability user, she was more sensitive to the spiritual energy around her than normal people. This caused her sleep to be light most of the time, and her danger sense to be stronger. When she opened her eyes, she saw another pair of bright eyes in front of her. Jiang Lushi was also awake. Strictly speaking, Jiang Lushi had woken up earlier than Ran Shiyu. After his brain domain nerves were strengthened and his body awakened with bloodline power, he needed much less sleep than ordinary people. He had rested for less than 3 hours and then woke up. Woo woo woo. A series of strange cries came from afar, quickly approaching the Suhuang road. Jiang Lushi had already entered the small bunker-like combat room on the roof, holding an 81 type rifle. Soon, pairs of green glowing eyes appeared at the edge of his vision. In the distance was a wild field flooded by the waters. Dark shapes appeared in the flood. It was a pack of wild dogs swimming forward, their limbs wildly paddling, splashing rapidly. Each dog was skinny, but gave off a terrifying feeling. The leading wild dog was as tall as a pony, with curved fangs sticking out of its mouth, dripping saliva. Its strong limbs galloped through the water like a running horse, letting out low snarls and roars. Detected mutated beast energy fluctuation. The starseed's notification sounded in Jiang Liushi's mind. At this moment, inside the vehicle, only the water conservancy expert Sun Chongxin was still snoring, while the others in the Shuriying squad woke up immediately. After long periods of bloody combat, they could adapt to emergencies very quickly. Zhang Hai rolled up from the ground, grabbing a huge wrench beside him. It was the tool he used to repair cars in the past, and he always carried it with him. It had become his signature weapon. Sun Quan opened his eyes and instantly reached into his pocket, gripping a Type 54 pistol. Jiang Lushi didn't have many pistols, but they were easy to carry and could kill when needed. When Jiang Lushi found them in Yang Feng's hidden gun box, Sun Quan immediately picked one and kept it. Everyone entered combat readiness. Jiang Liushi's finger was already on the trigger of the 81 type rifle, his sight locked on the leading mutated wild dog. But unexpectedly, just when the mutated wild dog pack was about to charge at the minibus. 10 meters away, the mutated wild dog suddenly let out an urgent roar and led the pack to turn aside, climbing up the dirt road near the minibus and then wildly fleeing in the opposite direction. The wild dog pack seems frightened, like it's escaping. Ran Shiyu said. With her keen spiritual sense, she could feel unusual fluctuations in the strongest mutant dog. The mutated wild dog and the pack behind it clearly had chaotic spiritual waves. This chaos wasn't excitement, it was panic, as if they were fleeing something chasing them. As if confirming her words, the last few wild dogs still in the water suddenly let out panicked cries. From the pitch-black water, a surge of raging waves rolled up. A thick, barrel-sized dark body shot out from the wave and dragged several wild dogs down into the water. What was that? Sun Hai pressed against the window and saw the scene in the water. His scalp tingled. Fear of the unknown was something hard for anyone to overcome. The less they saw of what was underwater, the more uneasy everyone felt. A mutated water snake. Jiang Lushi said in a deep voice. In his vision, although the snake's ambush was fast, his dynamic sight still caught it. He even saw the giant head of the water snake for a brief moment. A mutated water snake? Everyone was shocked. With this massive flooding, if the water contained strong mutated creatures, things would become much more troublesome. Compared to zombies and land mutated beasts, the Shuriing squad had confidence. After all, they had killed many zombies, even mutated zombies. But water monsters in dirty floodwaters? If a monster hid in the murky water, unseen, and attacked from below, it was impossible to guard against. Jiang Liushi's heart felt heavy. Water monsters had finally appeared. It could be judged that the flood would continue to rise. After all, the Fuyang River connected to the vast Yellow Dragon River, and this was the lower region of the Yellow Dragon River. All of northern Su region was split in half by the Yellow Dragon River. If the northern region had heavy rainfall, the Yellow Dragon River would surely continue to rise. In this way, the collapsed Fuyang River became a natural flood release outlet for the Yellow Dragon River. Judging by the flood's rising trend, when the water rose further, the monsters in the water, Jiang Lushi didn't want to imagine it. The base vehicle did not stop. It quickly rushed onto the Suhuang secondary road. Although this road had been damaged in many places after the apocalypse, cracked pavement and many broken cars blocking sections, it was still the best road condition Jiang Lushi had encountered in recent months. The base vehicle sped down the highway, and daylight gradually brightened fully. Through the windows, the Shuriing squad could see scenes on both sides. The Suhuang Road was at a higher elevation than most of northern Su, so from it they could see the distant iconic landmark of the former Su North City Center, Qianfeng Tower. Once prosperous, Qianfeng Tower was now completely abandoned. The flood had submerged everything in sight. The streets had turned into muddy yellow water, only buildings stood above the water. All of northern Su had become a waterland. On the Suhuang Road, small groups of survivors and groups of zombies could be seen now and then. Survivors fought zombies on the road, and people screamed as they were killed. They had once hid in corners of the city, escaping zombies. But now, the flood forced them out from safety and into another bloody hell. As the minibus sped by, many survivors cried and tried to chase it. But human legs could never catch a six-wheeled minibus, they were quickly left behind. These survivors collapsed on the ground and shouted curses at the departing minibus. Those voices and cries entered the ears of the Shuriing squad members. Sun Chongxin felt uneasy. His lips trembled, but in the end he sighed and said nothing. The Shuriing squad taking him in was already the greatest kindness. How could he dare ask for more? As for the others, they had grown used to such scenes. The minibus had limited food supplies. They would never stop to let strangers on. And who knew whether strangers were good or bad? At the beginning of the apocalypse, some survivors took others in out of kindness, only to be robbed and slaughtered. It happened often. Although Jiang Lushi didn't fear such people, he didn't want trouble. There were too many survivors, and most looked insane. Jiang Lushi wasn't a saint, he would crush zombies blocking his path but wouldn't go out of his way to save people. If they didn't even have the courage or strength to fight zombies, saving them once wouldn't save them forever. Just like those survivors they met in the small-town factory before. Rumble. 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 Engine roars came from ahead. As the base vehicle sped forward, 8 vehicles appeared on the road. Leading them was a modified Hummer H6 extended off-road vehicle. Steel plates hung on the car body, decorated with dried zombie heads, covered in bloodstains. On the roof stood a giant bull head. The bull head had 4 fangs and 3 long horns the length of human arms growing from its skull, clearly from a powerful mutated bull. Hanging such a beast on the roof was a show of strength, very flashy. On the roof of the off-road car sat a young man with long black hair, silent and quiet. He lowered his head, his calm gaze focused on the retreating road ahead, like a meditating monk. His aura was gloomy, and on his back was a long coffin-like box. The extended Hummer H6, driving on the road, gave an impact even stronger than a military armored vehicle. Behind it were 4 off-road cars and 3 modified buses in a row. These vehicles were old and messy, with all kinds of brands. On each roof sat 4 or 5 shirtless burly men. Heads poked from the windows, holding hammers, forks, shotguns, and random weapons. Some people in the off-road cars noticed the minibus behind them and looked over. What the hell, are they not letting anyone pass? Sunhai spat. It's the Savage Squad, a survivor group in Sioux North City. I know them. I'll tell them to make way. Xiang Shuahai frowned as she saw the situation. The Savage Squad was active in Sioux North City. They specialized in robbing and raiding. Their vehicles were their base, very troublesome to deal with. Their leader, Savaginghausen, used to be an instructor at a martial arts hall. He had powerful abilities and robbed a police station when the apocalypse began. He had a stockpile of weapons. Yang Feng tried several times to make them submit, but they refused. And since they had no fixed base, Yang Feng couldn't do anything to them either. The line of off-road cars completely blocked the highway. No need. Just accelerate and ram them. Jiang Lucier said calmly from the combat room. They were in a hurry and didn't want anything delaying them. His words were short and domineering. Xiang Shuahai raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She felt something indescribable. Jiang Lucier seemed quiet, but deep inside he had a ruthless streak and didn't give anyone face. Brother Jiang is badass, ha ha ha. Let's smash them. How dare they block Shuriing Squad's way? Charge. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan laughed loudly, looking excited. They had absolute confidence in their vehicle. And with Brother Jiang's super sniping ability, who would they fear? Once Jiang Lucier spoke, Ing activated the base vehicle's sprint function. Fuel in the tank was rapidly drained, turning into bursts of kinetic energy. The already fast minibus now let out a roaring airflow sound, wind howled, tires screeched against the ground. Damn, that broken minibus behind us is getting closer. What the hell, are they going to ram us? Brothers, shoot their tires. How dare they act tough in front of a Savage Squad? Stop that minibus and beat those bastards. Take their vehicle. The engine must be good, running so fast. Heh, a fat prize delivered right to us. The Savage Squad members on the buses and off-road cars shouted excitedly. They had been bored along the road, and now trouble had come to them. Inside the leading modified Hummer H6, a few people were sitting lazily. Something seems off behind us, someone looking at the rearview mirror said. Who would dare provoke us on this road? Whatever's happening behind, the brothers will handle it. A man with messy dreadlocks, sunglasses, and a full beard snorted from the back seat. This dreadlocked bearded man was Savaginghausen, leader of the Savage Squad. He didn't believe anyone would dare challenge him. The Savage Squad had that kind of confidence. They didn't believe that the approaching minibus would actually dare to ram them. Some of them pulled out shotguns, homemade bows, and iron forks, aiming at the minibus behind. But then their faces froze. The minibus, which had only been moving fast before, now seemed to be flying. And from its front, a massive V-shaped metal ram glinted with cold metallic light. Ding ding ding. The arrows hurriedly shot by the Wildmen squad, the scattered bullets spewed from the gun barrels, they felt like just scratching an itch, they couldn't even leave a visible mark on the bus. And the base vehicle, in full sprint mode, showed its ferocious fangs. It instantly exploded into a terrifying speed of 810 km per hour, far faster than an F1 car before the apocalypse, like a T-Rex plowing into the car fleet ahead. Bang, bang, bang. The off-road vehicle and the large bus that blocked the base car's path up front were hit hard, the off-roader was flung away, its passengers fell out violently, screaming in pain. The bus also flipped over several times, its rear was ripped open, various sheet metal, seats, airbags scattered all over the ground. Having sent the blocking vehicles flying, the base car's sprint speed didn't drop at all, it charged straight toward the modified Hummer H6 at the very front. The Hummer H6's driver was a young man with the sides of his scalp shaved to bluish skin, and a row of red mohawk hair in the middle. Before the apocalypse he had been a professional domestic off-road rally driver, now he was one of the core members of the Wildmen squad, his driving skill astonishing. When the base car behind accelerated and hurtled toward him, he didn't take it seriously. What use could a minibus really have? But when he saw in his rearview mirror the bus magically raise a crash horn, its speed suddenly rocketing like a rocket, smashing over and flipping the bus and the off-roader ahead, he broke out in a cold sweat and reacted immediately. The Hummer H6 made a massive drift, one side of the vehicle lifted entirely into the air, supported only by the tires on the other side, almost scraping the ground in a near horizontal angle, forcingly evading the incoming crash horn. That bus almost brushed past the Hummer H6's body, swaggering by at high speed. Inside the Hummer H6 it was chaos, even the black-haired young man on the roof was nearly thrown out. Fortunately he reacted quickly and at the critical moment grabbed hold of the interior handrail. Damn it, how dare they mess with our Wildmen squad. I'll kill him. Haidong, blow up that modified car in front of us, the Wildmen squad leader, Inghausen, shouted in a rage. On the roof, the black-haired youth, like some magician, dismantled a box behind him, pulled out a dark sniper rifle. He dropped prone on the roof, aimed the sniper rifle at the bus's tire ahead. In the moment of aiming, Haidong's calm demeanor turned wildly intense, in an instant his pupils were pitch black, not a trace of blood in them. The bus's tire wheels ahead were razor-clear in his eyes. But at that moment Haidong's hairs stood on end, he suddenly sensed a strong life-or-death danger. Without thinking he rolled off the roof, grabbed the modified railing on the roof with one hand, used the vehicle body for cover and hid. Bang! A bullet grazed past the roof, on top of the off-road vehicle's roof it sparked a string of fiery flashes. There's a pro! Haidong's heart pounded. He observed that on the roof of the bus rapidly driving away ahead, a little bunker-like protrusion had appeared. From it emerged a dark gun barrel aimed directly at his position. An 81 type rifle? That thing was even faster than his shot, and so precise. If he had showed a mere bit of hesitation, he would have been dead. The bus ahead was driving like an F1 car, in a few seconds it's completely left the high-powered Hummer H6 in the dust. Stop! Everyone stop! Seeing the bus escape safely, Inghausen's face turned ashen, he yelled for the entire fleet to halt. Once the fleet stopped, no one dared to enrage the furiously burning Inghausen, everyone conscientiously went to the overturned bus and off-roader to aid the wounded, to right the vehicles. Haidong, what were you doing? Why didn't you blow out the bus's tires? Inghausen glared at Haidong. No chance to shoot just now, opposite side also has someone good with a gun. Haidong's words were brief, but the information exposed made Inghausen twitch. That strong? You couldn't shoot because of him. Inghausen had never seen a shooter who made Haidong back down. Boss, this big watery world, since they took this road too, their destination must be the same as ours, Fogwater County. Don't worry, I haven't used my ace card yet, just lacked preparation. Once we get to Fogwater County, I'll show him what shooting skill means. Haidong's eyes flashed with killing intent, his voice low. He still had his trump card unused. He believed that if he used it, the shooter on that bus, even with 4 hands and 4 guns, would die by his hand. He couldn't accept being forced to flee by that 81 type rifle shooter, especially given his own supreme confidence in his marksmanship. Good. When we reach Fogwater County, take the team on that bus as our banner sacrifice, strike fear. Inghausen patted Haidong's shoulder, he needed a wolf-like subordinate like him. The base vehicle had sprinted a while, its sprint skill cooled down, it returned to normal speed. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were both very excited. During the charge they plowed through, the opposite shooter hadn't fired but was scared away by just one shot from Jiang Lu Shi. Heh, let them act arrogant, got their lesson now. Right, brother Jiang, when will you teach us marksmanship? I don't expect to reach your crazy level, if I have 1/10 of your level I could walk wide and free. Zhang Hai laughed. Jiang Lu Shi had come out of the operations room, eating some packed grilled meat to refuel. Marksmanship I can't teach you, that ties into some of my special abilities. As for your strength, yes you should improve. The situation now is getting more severe. Jiang Lu Shi finished the last piece of meat, said seriously to Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan. Actually it's not just you two, our whole Shadowstone squad should further enhance strength. Not long ago facing Yang Feng, if at the critical moment there hadn't been Ran Shiyu's mental suppression and that bus showed up, our squad would definitely have suffered casualties. Jiang Lu Shi's gaze slowly swept over the squad. The light atmosphere just now suddenly got heavy. Everyone remembered that scene not long ago. The military base's Yang Feng, with his plant control ability so fine-tuned, was far stronger than any person present. That was the strongest opponent Shadowstone having encountered since surviving in the apocalypse. Opponents like that will only increase in future. In the apocalypse world, especially people like Yang Feng, gather many resources to enhance themselves. With time their power grows. If Shadowstone doesn't improve, having beaten Yang Feng this time, could we beat Zhang Feng, Li Feng next time? Brother Jiang, after you say that I feel totally ashamed. Zhang Hai reined his playful expression, said gravely, my gap with you is ever widening. At this rate, sooner or later I'll be useless to the team. The rest he didn't have courage to continue. In the apocalypse everyone understands, a survivor team like ours must be elite-focused. If someone becomes useless to the team, he'll sooner or later be eliminated. Even if Brother Jiang doesn't kick him out, the apocalypse will. I have a plan in mind. I'll first have Ran Shiyu and Li Yusin conduct thorough checks on your mental will, your physical condition, then based on each person's body fitness and special ability, consider where improvement is possible. Jiang Lusher's voice was steady, each word calm. In fact, as his own strength grew, he had long noticed some weak links in the team need fixing. This attack on Yang Feng completely exposed those weaknesses. Overall strength still not strong enough, too reliant on the base vehicle, all Shadow Stone team's weak points. So it's necessary to bring out a full plan to improve around the team's weaknesses. But the plan in Jiang Lusher's mind to strengthen the team similarly needs the mutant crystal core and evolution crystal. The biological lab launch is now urgent. These things can produce evolution crystals. As long as we have evolution crystals, we can both push the team's ability users to evolve again, and also enhance my own physical fitness. Ran Shiyu's mental ability, after Li Yusin used her medical power to heal, has recovered nearly fully. She started testing everyone's mental will strength. Li Yusin also checked Shadow Stone team's members for any hidden illnesses, muscle strength in each body part. Per Jiang Lusher's plan, everything proceeded methodically. Xiang Shuahai sat quietly to the side, watching every move of the Shadow Stone squad. In her heart she felt very envious. Such a team, strong cohesion, no internal benefit disputes or deceit. This is really the kind of team that in the apocalypse can rely on each other, survive and grow together. Boss Xiang. A voice suddenly sounded at Xiang Shuahai's side. Immersed in certain thoughts, Xiang Shuahai felt a shock in her heart. Her special ability is to control air. She is especially sensitive to airflow and temperature. Captain Jiang, if you have anything to say, please go ahead. Xiang Shuahai acted very politely, voice gentle, while hiding some complex feelings. After that kiss with Jiang Lusher, they rarely spoke. I'd like to ask, how can ability users further precisely control their powers? I discovered that you and Yang Feng, your control precision is much stronger than our team's people. Especially Yang Feng, although he died by our hand, I have to say his precision in ability control is the strongest I've seen among ability users. Jiang Lusher said solemnly. In that military building, Jiang Lusher saw Yang Feng's abnormal control of powers. He was open-eyed. So ability can be used like this. Even Xiang Shuahai, for precision of power control, is stronger than all people in Shadow Stone team. No doubt, asking stronger ability users about ability control is much faster than digging by yourself. Boss Xiang, I know the control and usage of abilities are a precious personal experience of ability users, not lightly shared with outsiders. But Boss Xiang, don't worry, this can be deducted from the reward of this mission to attack Yang Feng. Seeing Xiang Shuahai silent, Jiang Lusher added a sentence. Xiang Shuahai raised her head, gave a charming smile. Her smile, dazzling and unmatched, even Jiang Lusher was stunned. Captain Jiang, you're too courteous. You killed Yang Feng, you helped me Xiang Shuahai a big favor, also saved my life. I Xiang Shuahai am a person who clearly distinguishes favor and resentment. Your request, not just precision control of abilities, even if you asked me to share a piece of territory, I would not refuse you. Xiang Shuahai said with a smile. Regarding precision control of powers, I do have some experience. But this needs practical combat training support. When we return to Fogwater County, I will definitely teach all members of the Shadow Stone squad. Good. Jiang Lusher's eyes brightened. Before the apocalypse, Xiang Shuahai was a big star, but she had no arrogance, instead generous, straightforward, yet gentle as a woman, indeed not an ordinary woman. Even though Jiang Lusher seldom smiled, talking with Xiang Shuahai felt relaxed and pleasant. The drive back from Suwang's second-level highway to Fogwater County went relatively smoothly. Near noon, the small survivor teams encountered on the road increased. These survivors' direction of advance was basically the same as Shadow Stone teams. Some survivors tried to rob the base vehicle of Jiang Lushi's team. The result was being ruthlessly crushed. Why are so many people going to Fogwater County? Xiang Shuahai looked at the survivor teams on the road outside the window, her delicate brows furrowed. The closer to Fogwater County, the more survivors she saw beside the road, and the more tracks of elite survivor squads. Black skull flags, flying eagle emblems on zombie bodies hung on trees. These were made by elite survivor squads to show their existence. These are not good signs. In this apocalypse's world of disorder, many people means chaos. Chaos often brings fighting, killing. And Fogwater County is the base Xiang Shuahai painstakingly built and stabilized for months. She does not want her territory to erupt into major unrest. No matter what team fights in Fogwater County, eventually Fogwater County will suffer some degree of destruction, which is not good for her Xiang Shuahai. Let us in, we want to see Boss Xiang. I have mutated beast meat to offer Boss Xiang as tribute, just please take us in. Why close the door? We're not zombies, we're all human, give us a chance to live. From afar, Jiang Lushi already heard the various noisy voices near the town gate of Fogwater County. When the base vehicle reached about 100 meters from the town gate, the crowd ahead was already densely packed with people. Counting roughly their heads, there were over 1,000. Among them most were dirty, weak ordinary survivors holding various weapons in their hands. Some were well-equipped survivor teams. Without exception they all had a look of longing in their eyes, eagerly staring at the town gate. The town gate of Fogwater County had once stood wide open. At this moment both iron gates on the sides had been closed. In front of the iron gates, old tires were burning, billowing black smoke rose. The high heat made many people unwilling to approach the gate. 2 broken jeeps lay overturned on the ground, burning fiercely, their bodies riddled with bullet holes, the burnt corpses still on them. Clearly some survivor squad attempted to storm the gate, ended in massacre. The deep ditch outside the county town was even deeper, with many sharp wooden stakes inserted. Barbed wire net carried hanging zombie bodies and some human corpses. Some of the corpses were still bloody, the blood not yet dried, obviously recently dead. No matter how much people outside begged and screamed, the iron gate of Fogwater County remained shut, with no response from inside. Finally another elite survivor squad could not hold back and launched a charge at the iron gate. But this time, their assault was far more calculated. They temporarily welded an iron gate and iron windows to their vehicle, wrapping it like an iron rice dumpling, and rumbled toward the gate. Before they even reached the gate, whoosh! A huge iron mass fell precisely down. That iron lump must have weighed 600 or 700 jin, covered in sharp edges, and a thick iron chain, thick as a child's arm, was attached at its tail. The whole design looked like a perverted version of a flail. When that flail hit, the vehicle wrapped in heavy cast iron became like a child's toy. The roof was smashed inward, the vehicle bounced heavily in place, painful screams sounding from inside. No one came out, everyone inside was crushed into a bloody pulp, blood trickling from the seams of the door. The flail struck a few more times, the screams died out, and the vehicle turned into a pile of scrap metal mixed with flesh. That overwhelmingly intimidating scene made the survivors who still had thoughts of charging the gate immediately stop. Captain Luo, looks like you still need me, Yuan Hongliang, to make a move, only then will these little bastards obey. What do you think? My move passable? On the wall appeared a burly man over 2 meters tall, like a small mountain. He wore layer upon layer of iron chains that glinted coldly, the chains winding down to the iron arm guards and at the far end linked to the large iron lump below the wall. The fat man had broken teeth, his scalp shaved slick, only a tuft of round hair remained in the center. He smiled savagely, proudly patting Luo Junjiang's shoulder beside him. Every pat from him made Luo Junjiang quake, it felt like his bones almost shattered. Luo Junjiang felt bitter inside. This fat man was clearly using killing the survivors under the gate to flaunt his power in front of him. If Boss Xiang were here, would this fat man still dare be so arrogant? He dared not offend the fat man standing before him. Under Northern Su they have 7 major counties. This fat man was the biggest force head in Yongye County, called Yuan Hongliang, with 3 ability users under him and a team of elite members. Yuan Hongliang had been a pig slaughterer, naturally big and strong. After the apocalypse he mutated, the body grew larger, movements full of astonishing strength. Before the end of the world the strongmen could deep squat 400 kilograms without equipment. Yuan Hongliang's strength now surpassed those strongmen, a casual slap could kill a man. With Boss Yuan making a move, these people are of course chickens and dogs. Some worthless survivors, to be smashed to death by Boss Yuan is their honor. Luo Junjiang forced out a smile, insincere praise. His flattering was awkward, but Yuan Hongliang still listened gleefully. Good. Captain Luo, henceforth please cooperate well with me. From now on in Fogwater County, I've got you covered, haha. Yuan distinguished laugh loudly, all nearby heard clearly. In his words he already assumed he was the boss of Fogwater County, arrogant and complacent. Luo Junjiang worked with Boss Xiang, he obeyed him completely. What does that mean? It means Yuan Hongliang now had replaced Boss Xiang's position. Hearing this, Luo Junjiang dared be angry but not speak, bitterly inward. Why had he brought these plague gods in back then? Now in Fogwater County, there were 6 or 7 outside forces with strength similar to Yuan Hongliang. Each force strong, not to be messed with. Yesterday Luo Junjiang still counted on being a local power to claim some say among these forces, but ended up badly taught a lesson. Seeing he'd terrified the survivors outside the gate, Yuan Hongliang was about to swagger away. Suddenly a bus roared over, heading for the gate. Huh? Still blind ones? Yuan Hongliang was annoyed, his bloodshot eyes nearly popped out, the giant flail in his hand hitting the wall with clangs, waiting for the bus to come closer so he could strike. Suddenly a weird wind whistled past. Swish swish swish. Yuan Hongliang was shocked, in an instant his face and hands were cut by over a dozen wounds, blood pouring, excruciating pain. This is... Covering the wound in his hand, his expression changed, as if remembering something his pupils shrank, he stared at the approaching bus, secretly retracting his clang-clang flail. Of course Luo Junjiang saw that remarkable bus too, his formerly dull eyes first showed shock, then a strange sparkle, he swallowed hard. When Yuan Hongliang was suddenly wounded by the weird wind, it confirmed his thought. She's back. Boss Xiang returned. He had been tormented by this fat Yuan, now finally he could lift his head. Fat Yuan, your gut's really big. My men don't need you to cover us. This Fogwater County is Boss Xiang's turf. Boss Xiang's voice suddenly came from the bus, loud and carried far, hundreds of meters around heard. The spread of the voice was powered by airflow. Boss Xiang's air control ability could transmit her voice far away. She had observed Yuan Hongliang's treatment of Luo Junjiang from the car. It was obvious the situation inside Fogwater County was not optimistic. She intentionally used power to broadcast her return, to assert presence and brazenly demonstrate. Boss Xiang is back. In a flash many people in Fogwater County learned of this. The closed iron gates immediately opened, the bus roared in. Inside the town the bus stopped near the street. Boss Xiang and the Shadow Stone team got out of the vehicle. Returning to Fogwater County's county town, Jiang Lushi found the place obviously much more desolate. The streets had no merchants as before, barter stalls removed. Street shops all shut their doors. Some shops were clearly looted and smashed, shop doors broken, signs of robbery. Compared to before, it was much more desolate. The air carried a weird tension. Seeing these signs, Jiang Lushi roughly knew things, his hand touched the pistol in his pocket. The other Shadow Stone members looked serious, alerting to surroundings. Heh, Boss Xiang, nice to meet again. Boss Xiang still so beautiful, if Boss Yuan can glance at you a few more times, reducing my life a few years is no problem. Yuan Hongliang got down from the wall, not mentioning how Boss Xiang hurt him earlier, wearing a smile. But Boss Xiang didn't even look at Yuan Hongliang, coldly didn't reply. Yuan Hongliang felt annoyed, Boss Xiang too arrogant. But he dared nothing. A name followed by a figure, Boss Xiang controlled Fogwater County by knife and gun. Boss Xiang's ability in Northern Su was very powerful and intimidating, Yuan Hongliang deeply feared him. Beside him Luo Junjiang looked excited. With Boss Xiang back, they had a backbone, even fat Yuan dared not act up. Boss Xiang, I'm sorry to you. Luo Junjiang removed his glasses, his eyes red, very ashamed. How did this happen? Why are these fat Yuan's people here? Boss Xiang asked flatly, full of disdain toward Yuan Hongliang. Inside her, the anger burned, but she withheld. Boss Xiang, after you left, big floods hit all Northern Su. Only here was a little better, no huge floods came. But zombie hordes and some mutant beasts came, so we sealed the walls and iron gate. Eventually other elite survivor squads came to us, said they suffered floods, some squads I didn't want them in, but you weren't here, Hui Ming and I couldn't control the situation, so, they came in. Luo Junjiang's Hui Ming was another ability user under Boss Xiang's team. Hui Ming before the apocalypse was a monk, after awakening strong defensive ability, strong build, trusted subordinate of Boss Xiang. After Boss Xiang left Fogwater County, she appointed Luo Junjiang temporarily and Hui Ming to control the town, gave them the elite guard squad. Hui Ming was guard squad major, Luo Junjiang a small team leader. Where's Hui Ming? After hearing Luo Junjiang, Boss Xiang's mind had a clue. Dead. Luo Junjiang's voice small as a mosquito, shame and anger on his face. He added, it was a conflict between two outside survivor squads. Hui Ming went to mediate, was accidentally beaten to death. Accidentally beaten to death? Boss Xiang's face darkened. She didn't believe such bullshit. With Hui Ming's defensive ability, he wouldn't be killed so easily. There must be conspiracy. Her expression turned icy, silent, her knife-like gaze fixed on Yuan Hongliang's face. Yuan Hongliang looked very uneasy, forced a grin at Boss Xiang. Boss Xiang, don't look at me like that. Hui Ming's death is unrelated to my squad. And yes, the death of Captain Hui Ming was indeed an accident. We these outside survivor squads feel bad about it. While he talked, his eyes swept over Boss Xiang's Shadow Stone team. After seeing the team, his tightened heart loosened. These ability users, except that tall long-legged beauty with bandaged hands, others had weak energy fluctuations, nothing to fear. There was even a teenager with no ability, and an old geezer. So this is all the strength Boss Xiang brought back? If that's the case, Boss Shuahai isn't so scary after all. Yuan Hongliang thought quietly. Yuan Hongliang assessed Jiang Lushi and the others. At the side, Ran Xiyu also shot him a glance. This person's mood is dark and disgusting. Ran Xiyu's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Lushi's ear. Ran Xiyu could sense that when Yuan Hongliang was looking them over, his mind was thinking some malicious things. Not only Yuan Hongliang, many unfamiliar faces around held hostility toward them. Jiang Lushi, silent at the side, already made a basic judgment about the situation in Fogwater County. Without doubt, Fogwater County was no longer a place completely controlled by Xiang Shuahai as it had been not long ago. This flood forced a pack of hungry wolves into Fogwater County. Now that pack of wolves was eyeing Fogwater County, showing signs of usurping the nest. And with Xiang Shuahai's return, to protect her own interests she would definitely clash with the incoming elite survivor squads. The Shadow Stone squad that returned with Xiang Shuahai was also regarded as the enemy by those survivor squads. In fact, even among those outside survivor squads there wasn't unity. They fought each other, each trying to seek more benefits for themselves. Their original territory was lost. Fogwater County was only so big and couldn't be shared by so many. Since that's the case, of course they'd prefer fewer competitors. Many thoughts flashed in Xiang Shuahai's mind, but she suppressed her anger. She still needed to assess the situation and plan the next move. Also, with Hui Ming dead, among her ability users she no longer had many prominent ones. Fat Yuan, guests have arrived. Tonight I will host a banquet for you. Please ask your leaders of the other survivor squads to gather at Qin Tower at 5:30, Xiang Shuahai said calmly as her gaze shifted to Yuan Hongliang. She intended to meet the incoming survivor squads first. All right. Yuan Hongliang narrowed his eyes, smiling broadly, and quickly agreed, since Boss Xiang is back, in Fogwater County we still need Boss Xiang to preside. Fat Yuan, won't disturb Boss Xiang anymore. You continue your work, I'll deliver your message now. Yuan Hongliang made his posture very low, seeming sincerely submissive to Xiang Shuahai, not daring to provoke. But the more he acted like that, the more murderous intent stirred in Xiang Shuahai's heart. She knew what kind of nature this fat man was, a classic smiling tiger. Once Yuan Hongliang left, Xiang Shuahai exhaled deeply and looked at Jiang Lushi. Captain Jiang, sorry to have made you look silly earlier. Right now Fogwater County is very chaotic. I'll first settle your reward. For Xiang Shuahai, if a fight broke out with the incoming survivor squads, without doubt the most crucial link was the Shadow Stone squad. Although Xiang Shuahai was confident in her own power, she had been severely injured by Yang Feng and her body hadn't recovered. At best she could use a third of her strength, and the duration of her ability was greatly reduced. In that case, let alone confront other survivor squads, even eliminating Yuan Hongliang's team would be difficult. So she needed to keep cooperating with the Shadow Stone squad. Without doubt, to keep such cooperation healthy, offering benefits was the best method. Reward? Boss Xiang, you are too kind. In fact, the reward for this raid on Yang Feng we already got from Yang Feng. We also found out Ren Yunche's whereabouts. Boss Xiang need not spend more, Jiang Lushi said. He wasn't refusing. The spoils from Yang Feng, like the mutant crystal cores, he kept because they were useful and wouldn't be handed over. Of course, Jiang Lushi still needed to stay here. He was headed to Panju City, but now the flood was raging. Only Fogwater County was temporarily safe. Xiang Shuahai didn't reply immediately, only looked at Jiang Lushi seriously. Her gaze was deep, as if trying to pierce into his heart, a trace of worry on her face. At that moment her temperament changed, as if she became a woman who needed protection. Captain Jiang, this reward is an advance protection fee for you. I want your Shadow Stone squad to help me deal with those invading outside survivor squads in Fogwater County, Xiang Shuahai said. In her clear eyes, suddenly the soft color receded, and murderous intent grew. She wasn't only guaranteeing her own safety, she wanted to regain the initiative. Jiang Lushi immediately realized. This Xiang Shuahai was still so decisive. It seemed she had judged the situation very clearly. Fogwater County had almost slipped from her control. Pushed by the flood, the external elite survivor squads who stormed into Fogwater County were obviously hard to deal with. They were like a pack of hungry wolves. Coming into Fogwater County meant eating up the benefits that belonged to Xiang Shuahai. Otherwise they couldn't survive either. Xiang Shuahai by nature wouldn't accept such a state. In the apocalypse, land and benefit struggles were strict jungle rules. The weak are eaten by the strong. If Xiang Shuahai didn't want to be eaten, she had to rise up and eat others. Jiang Lushi looked at Yuan Hongliang's back. He too wouldn't allow a poisonous snake to lurk beside him. It didn't conflict with his objective, and there was reward. Jiang Lushi had no reason to refuse. Okay, we'll take the job, Jiang Lushi nodded. Of course, to be honest, Jiang Lushi also didn't hope Xiang Shuahai would die now. He unexpectedly recalled the kiss on the base vehicle, as if a subtle fragrance still lingered on his lips. That was also a little private motive for him agreeing to Xiang Shuahai's employment request. Beside him Luo Junjiang secretly clenched his fist. It's done. He had been deeply impressed by the Shadow Stone squad's strength. They solved Wu Laoda's team so quickly, their strength absolutely very high. Now, the death of Hui Ming had been compensated, and the local forces in Fogwater County strengthened considerably. He felt better inside. After all, those hungry wolves came because his strength was too weak and they got in. Boss Xiang, you all went out this time. Where are the people from Poison Wolf Squad and Spotted Leopard Squad? Luo Junjiang asked a question now. Xiang Shuahai and others had secretly raided Yangfeng, but there were two strong Fogwater County teams that went along. This time Xiang Shuahai and they returned. How come they didn't see the people of those two squads? Could it be? Thinking a possibility, Luo Junjiang felt a big shock. Being asked this, Xiang Shuahai paused. A hint of unnaturalness flickered in her eyes. They're all dead, Xiang Shuahai said. Dead? Luo Junjiang already had a guess, but hearing Xiang Shuahai's words he still found it unbelievable. Wu Laoda's team was strong of course, but compared with Poison Wolf Squad, Spotted Leopard Squad, they still lacked a lot. Even these two strong teams died. Then Yangfeng. Seemingly noticing Luo Junjiang's thoughts, Jiang Lushi said plainly, Yangfeng is already dead. What? The explosive news just kept coming. That's right. This time all thanks to the Shadow Stone squad, Yangfeng was killed by Captain Zhang's hand, Xiang Suihai said. This kind of thing can't be a lie. Yangfeng, as the greatest force in northern Su, his life or death would be quickly verified. Even Yangfeng's military base probably no longer exists. After that flood, the military base simply couldn't be held. He really died. Luo Junjiang's mood surged. Yangfeng is dead. Xiang Shuahai and their group's raid on Yangfeng was very secret, only the core personnel of Fogwater County knew. Luo Junjiang had not originally been a core, but after the flood, as Xiang Shuahai's subordinate he was promoted and got to know the news. This near-death mission actually killed Yangfeng. Who was Yangfeng? That was Northern Su's real emperor of the land, mighty. Though Northern Su wasn't unified by Yangfeng, by strength he absolutely stood high above. Now such a land emperor has been killed by them? Luo Junjiang did not doubt the news. The fact they returned alive already proved it. Once this news spread out, it would definitely greatly cheer up the brothers in Fogwater County. Those outside survivor squads, they were just hungry wolves. Compared to a ferocious tiger like Yangfeng, what were they? Though they hadn't yet gloated, Luo Junjiang already felt his spine straighten, and when he looked at Jiang Lushi and others, his eyes filled with reverence. Good lord, lucky I didn't offend them. Luo Junjiang felt, choosing to befriend the Shadow Stone squad was probably the best decision he ever made. Crack, snap. Suddenly a dazzling lightning bolt tore across the bright sky. A distant roll of thunder shook. On the horizon clouds were rolling in. A gust of furious wind brushed past a few falling leaves, making clothes flap loudly. It's going to rain again. Sun Chongxin looked up at the sky, worry in his eyes. The floodwaters are still rising. If this rain keeps going like this, the result will likely be worse. If the rain doesn't stop, more and more people will come into our Fogwater County later. Luo Junjiang pushed up his glasses, his face looking grim. Now everyday survivor groups are attacking Fogwater County's gates. Though some bloody methods can intimidate temporarily, under flood pressure people will always take risks. The gates, the walls, the patrol teams of Fogwater County are now operating 24 hours a day, to prevent someone sneaking in. The wild wind scattered Xiang Shuahai's long black hair, she carefully tucked it behind her ear. Her every gesture exuded feminine charm, even the way she tucked her hair left Luo Junjiang beside her stunned. How are things inside the county right now? Xiang Shuahai asked. The situation in the town is severe. Luo Junjiang snapped back to reality when asked, a trace of shame passing his face, and he rapidly detailed the current state of Fogwater County. Fogwater County's current situation can only be described as bad. Ultimately, there are too many people in the county town. Originally the survivors inside the county, plus Xiang Shuahai's team, plus some trading survivor convoys, only a few thousand. But when the huge flood came, peoples poured in from all directions. Some survivor teams originally just here to trade also stayed in the county. By the time Luo Junjiang realized and closed the gate, the town already had 3 times the previous population, nearly 10,000. 10,000 people all need to eat, the county's existing reserves are absolutely insufficient. And with many people comes chaos, fights for food, weapons erupt. Luo Junjiang led people to suppress a few times, but it remained chaotic. Then 6 or 7 outside elite survivor squads arrived. These squads each brought about 100 people, some stronger 300-400, they were big players from nearby 7 counties. In each squad there were very powerful ability users, some whose fame could rival Xiang Shuahai. With only Fogwater County's own forces, Luo Junjiang dared not casually oppose them, could only let them enter the city. Once they entered, Fogwater County's situation became even more chaotic. Some of Fogwater County's original guard squad members directly defected, others had defected but were undercover in the guard. You could say Fogwater County, those under Xiang Shuahai, were fearful. Even the food that belonged to Xiang Shuahai's side was forcibly bought by the elite survivor squads using a few broken guns, pretending. If Xiang Shuahai returned any later, maybe even their storage warehouses would be occupied. Because early this morning, Luo Junjiang got reports that other survivor squads were watching their warehouse terrain nearby. Frightened, Luo Junjiang moved most guard squad members to defend the warehouse. That warehouse was Xiang Shuahai's lifeline now, not to be lost. After the Shadow Stone squad entered, they seldom saw Xiang Shuahai's underlings, because most had gone to guard the warehouse. Boss Xiang, if I may say one thing, if you're going to reward us, better to exchange food, gasoline, and watercraft. My vehicle needs to replenish some resource supplies. Jiang Lushi suddenly spoke while listening to Luo Junjiang. Since the Shadow Stone squad left Qinghai Bay City and came to northern Su, they hadn't resupplied much. Though their supplies were still enough, Jiang Lushi foresaw that after this flood, in northern Su there would be nowhere to resupply for now. Of course, fuel resources like gasoline, diesel are even more sought after. Last time confronting Yang Feng they used a fuel-type flamethrower, large fuel consumption, needs replenishment. As to watercraft, this was Jiang Lushi's assessment of the situation. With the flood so vast, if anything happens, a assault boat or something would be helpful, the base vehicle can't be in water long. Luo Junjiang's eyelids twitched, the things Jiang Lushi mentioned are exactly the scarce goods in Fogwater County now, extremely precious. Alright, list out what you need and give it to Luo Junjiang. Unexpectedly Xiang Shuahai agreed in one go. For Xiang Shuahai, the Shadow Stone squad now is the top priority. Without their help, never mind the warehouse, probably even her life would be in danger. Good. Jiang Lushi nodded, working with such a decisive woman as Xiang Shuahai is undoubtedly pleasant. That's one reason he chose to help Xiang Shuahai. Luo Junjiang's face turned a little bitter, food and gasoline okay, but watercraft what the heck? There's no stock of those in their warehouse, but Boss Xiang had promised Jiang Lushi, so they'd have to scrounge around. Boom boom. Suddenly outside the walls the engine roar of bikes sounded arrogantly. Open the gate, open up, go slow or I'll shoot your head off, shouts came. The guard squad members at the iron gate of Fogwater County hurriedly reopened the shut iron gate. Over a dozen modified motorcycles roared in. These bikes flew in with gray giant bear flags trailing, the flags blood-stained. Some chains on them hung from the bike racks, clanking, the chains dragged animal carcasses and assorted junk. The bikers' faces tattooed, fierce gaze, shouting weird calls as they sped past Xiang Shuahai and others, leaving dust flying everywhere. These are the Giant Bear Squad bikers from Jiaowan County, just robbed something and returned. Luo Junjiang frowned, explained to Xiang Shuahai. At a time like this still going out to rob, clueless. Xiang Shuahai's face had turned ugly. Actually what annoyed her most, These outside survivor squad members had no manners, dared shout at Fogwater County's guard squad. Totally arrogant. And this was only the tip of the iceberg. One can imagine how outrageous these people now were in Fogwater County. Her gaze slowly shifted away from the bikers. Xiang Shuihai's face eased a little. She turned to Jiang Lushi. Captain Jiang, let Luo Junjiang lead your team to rest first. You've all been through a lot on the way here. The things you asked for, I'll have Luo Junjiang deliver personally. Thanks, Boss Xiang. Xiang Shuihai's suggestion matched Jiang Lushi's thought. The Shadow Stone squad had been hunting Yangfeng for days, barely slept. Even iron-tough people need rest. In Fogwater County's center zone there stood a tall majestic marble building. It had been the county government building, empty since the apocalypse. Now the empty place was crammed with people. On the square in front of the government gate parked SUVs, heavy trucks, and all manner of vehicles. On them heads crowded, each person carrying knives, daggers, weapons. Bonfires were lit in piles, on them roasted shiny, golden-brown beast meat. In the middle area was a large iron cage. Inside were some ragged women, their faces grim-looking, struggling with thin waists trying to please the big men around. Beside were a few very miserable corpses scattered on the ground. Nobody cared. Chaos and clamor. Inside the building, on the first-floor hall, 7 recliner chairs arranged in the 7 directions around a group. In their middle a bonfire burned. A shirtless big man holding a butcher knife roasted a huge leg of mutant wild hog, sweating. On the 7 chairs, except one empty, all others sat people. When Yuan Hongliang walked in, the roasted leg was ready, plates of meat brought up. Fat Yuan, you dog nose, you only run back when it's mealtime. Those outside troublemakers handled yet. Speaker sat northeast corner. He looked ordinary but with a hooked nose, a squat stout dwarf, smoke in mouth. In these flood-time cigarettes are luxury. Watching him puff clouds, the big men behind him nearly drooled. Chin the shorty, what are those trash? One flail by me and they're all dead. Yuan Hongliang nonchalantly sat, scooped meat from a big basin, chewed loudly. Chains wrapped on his body dragged on the floor, making creepy scrape noises. After eating a piece he slapped his palm. But there's one thing you know, right? Boss Xiang is back. The hall fell into eerie silence. Some stopped chewing, eyes glancing at Yuan Hongliang. Then from the silence came a sinister voice. Boss Xiang back, so what? We eat what we'll eat, we enjoy what we'll enjoy, we'll rob what we'll rob. We all agreed ahead, tonight we'll bloodwash those bastards in Fogwater County. Boss Xiang back just in time, haha, I've long wanted to taste her. The middle-aged man with horse face next to Yuan Hongliang, eyes glittering with hunger. On his thigh sat a plump woman. He was grinding her breasts fiercely. The woman, though in pain, forced an excited expression to match the man. Boss Xiang's got triggers on her though. Kuang Zhong Yuan, if you go first, Boss Xiang will give you how? Boss Xiang isn't the issue. There are so many of us here, plus our men, we've over 30 ability users. Even if Yang Feng came we could fight him. Now the issue is, after we kill them, how divide the food? This flood, who knows when it'll recede. We estimate we're staying here a while. Another man spoke. After a moment's silence, they began to discuss. None treated Boss Xiang as important. By the way, Boss Xiang said 5:30 we'll wait at Qin Tower to meet her. Yuan Hongliang stuffed a piece of meat in his mouth, said muffled. When facing Boss Xiang, Yuan Hongliang indeed felt wary, but with all these big bosses together he felt stable. With this many strong men, if Boss Xiang tried to resist, it'll be egg against stone. Meet her? Yeah, we'll meet her, hee. Boss Xiang's really anxious. I want to see what trick she pulls. If she knows her place, cooperate with us, all good. Another said, face clean but eyes murderous. Boom. A thunderclap rang, the whole hall vibrated. The might of heaven made the speakers jump. Outside the hall, rain fell like a curtain. The sky gradually darkened. This rain is really heavy. Zhang Hai looked at the heavy rain, flicked meat fiber from his teeth, belched. The Shadow Stone squad people had eaten and drank and were recharged. Jiang Lushi stood by the second-floor green tile railing. Rain pitter-pattered on the eaves above. The terrain here was high. Even in dense mist he could still see far. In the distance a few days ago you could clearly spot individual lakes. Now those lakes had become a boundless sea of floodwater. These waters had already spread close to Fogwater County. You could see waves rising in the water, rolling toward a high embankment of Fogwater County. At that moment knocks sounded on the door. Captain Jiang, how's your people resting? Boss Xiang told me to take you to Qin Tower. Luo Junjiang said. Good, you lead. Jiang Lushi opened the door, replied calmly to Luo Junjiang. All right, follow the captain to do big work. Sun Kuan shouted, excitement in his eyes. He now had a habit. wherever he went with Jiang Lushi, he truly feared nothing. The streets of Fogwater County were crowded and narrow. One by one, yellow-faced, thin survivors huddled under the eaves of buildings along the street, each holding a hoe or similar tool in hand, clutching a coarse mixed-grain flat cake, wolf ing it down. Here in this place, any survivor who could still stand up must go out to work, reinforce the city wall, set up defensive works. Fogwater County simply could not support idle people now. Even so, a large number of people still had nothing to eat. Many lay in collapsing shops sheltering from the rain, without strength even to stand. Some were wounded, lost their labor capacity, lying powerless in the muddy rainwater, numb, staring at the survivors eating cakes, waiting for death to come. Luo Junjiang led a large group of city guard personnel, in handguns, also machetes, iron rods, steel-reinforced makeshift weapons, following several off-road vehicles, heading toward Qin Tower. Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai sat inside the bus, riding at the front of the group. Though the road was narrow and not convenient for a bus, Jiang Lushi now had learned his lesson. As long as the base vehicle could follow, he made it follow. The situation in Fogwater County was complex, not a bit lax could be afforded. Besides, the Shadow Stone Squad now had wounded members. Jiang Zhuiying, one of the main forces, had both hands injured, combat strength weaker than before. Of course they needed to rely on the base vehicle for later support. Here they come, brought a crappy bus for show, Xiang Shuahai so poor now? On Qin Tower, the 7 elite survivor squad leaders had gathered. That horseface Kwang Zhongyuan leaned against the rail carved with refined Jiangnan Watertown patterns, looking down at the bus advancing in the heavy rain, mockery in his eyes. In this kind of setting, still insisting on coming in with a broken bus, what kind of play is that? When Xiang Shuahai and the others got off the bus and walked into Qin Tower, the men gradually took their seats, leaving the last corner seat empty. Jiang Lushi walked beside Xiang Shuahai, silent, carefully observing surroundings all along. Reaching a room on the second floor, and seeing the situation clearly, he couldn't help a cold smile. In the center of the room a long table was placed. On both sides of the table and the main seat were people seated, only the small corner in the northeast was still left vacant. There, the damaged ceiling still dripped water, a remote, dark, damp corner. After Xiang Shuahai entered, Yuan Hongliang and the others one by one acted nonchalantly, as if they didn't see her entering. Some took out rifles to clean carefully. Some held women, playing lewdly. Luo Junjiang also stood at the side. When he saw this scene he immediately felt angry and upset. "Nine Monkey, what are you doing? Didn't I ask you to arrange the banquet? Why is Boss Xiang sitting there?" Luo Junjiang grabbed a thin middle-aged man at the door named Nine Monkey, and demanded loudly. He felt his face burning. This banquet arrangement was handed to that middle-aged man. I arranged it, but those big bosses arrived early, totally ignored my seating instructions. The northeast corner originally had no seat, they threw the last chair there. Nine Monkey sobbed. He had arranged for Xiang Shuahai to sit at the chair of honor, but the 7 incoming elite survivor squad leaders came early and grabbed all the good seats, deliberately leaving the corner for Xiang Shuahai. These people were dangerous people he dared not offend. He had no solution. Luo Junjiang instantly realized, these incoming survivor squads were bullying too much. Xiang Shuahai's expression was calm, her feet in high heels, she walked steadily to the long table. As she walked, Kwang Zhongyuan, while holding the woman in his arms, mock-measured her from head to toe. Other survivor squad leaders also watched Xiang Shuahai in secret, hoping to see her make a fool of herself. This scenario, whether Xiang Shuahai sat or didn't sit, it was awkward. Today Xiang Shuahai wore black tactical outfit, a red belt around her waist, her figure shone in curves and angles, heroic and yet uniquely feminine. Her long taut thigh suddenly lifted high and struck down onto the table. As an ability user, Xiang Shuahai's physical quality was naturally extraordinary. With her ability this one kick was exceptional. Boom! Her long leg struck the hard redwood table heavily, the whole table instantly shattered into pieces under her powerful one-leg thrust. Wood chips flew. Everyone at the table jumped up in shock, focusing warily on Xiang Shuahai. "Boss Xiang, what are you doing?" The dwarf, Qin Shorty, beside Xiang Shuahai missed dodge, got a faceful of wood chips, his expression very unhappy and somewhat cautious. "Boss Xiang, you came to talk business with us, right? With your attitude like this, you're provoking us." A burly broad-shouldered man stood up, sneering. Other survivor squad leaders looked at Xiang Shuahai with quite unfriendly gazes. "Of course I came to talk business. But you seem to have forgotten, this is my Xiang Shuahai's territory. Dragons take seats for me, tigers, today you will lie down." Xiang Shuahai spoke word by word, each word as if squeezed from between her teeth. Boss Xiang, you asked me to bring a message today, and I did bring the message to all the big bosses. The big bosses also all came. If this is a feast of trap, hee, our men are not afraid of trouble. Yuan Hongliang stood deliberately. Now the table was broken, everyone dirty and disheveled, and had no place to sit. Other squad leaders all stood, faces unfriendly, sneering at Xiang Shuahai. Their original plan was to massacre Xiang Shuahai's people tonight. Now Xiang Shuahai didn't know what was going on, perfect opportunity for them to tear off the mask. In the past, Qin Tower here was the center of the county town. Qin Tower originally was a Chinese-style hotel with wood-frame windows on all sides. Now the wooden windows were open holes, you could see the buildings opposite. At that moment, in the buildings surrounding Qin Tower, dark masses of people had stood up. These people had been lying low, now seeing the movement inside Qin Tower, they stood up. They occupied several buildings surrounding Qin Tower, holding various weapons, killing intent high. Many held grappling hooks, at a motion they could throw the hook and quickly infiltrate Qin Tower. On the road downstairs, a commotion. Groups of armed men surged into the street. Luo Junjiang had been guarding the door, now seeing the situation on the street clearly, his face changed, and he hurried over and whispered in Xiang Shuahai's ear. Xiang Shuahai cold laughed, obviously Yuan Hongliang and the others had intentions long ago. Boss Xiang, there are so many of us. Who do you think rules Fog Water County now? Even if Yang Feng brought his troops over, he'd owe us 3 parts thin face. Kwang Zhongyuan proudly stood, pushed aside the woman beside him, stared at Xiang Shuahai with naked assessment. Yang Feng? You want some dead man to give you 3 parts face? Jiang Lushi suddenly spoke coldly. What? Dead man? Yang Feng dead? Everyone hearing this first froze, then their gazes all fixed on Jiang Lushi. Boss Xiang, is this your kept pretty boy? Kid, you can mess around with your food, but don't mess around with your words. Kwang Zhongyuan tightened his fists, his bones cracking, threatening Jiang Lushi. In fact, the moment Jiang Lushi stepped in, he noticed the young man walking beside Xiang Shuahai. But he felt no strong ability energy waves from Jiang Lushi, so he automatically ignored him. Now Jiang Lushi spoke in a provocative tone, and Xiang Shuahai hadn't stopped him, clearly this young man held a high position in her team. In the apocalypse, what voice could an ordinary survivor without ability have? It's like a small rabbit suddenly taunting a pack of tigers, roughly how those survivor bosses felt. Many boss leaders in the hall were now quite displeased with Jiang Lushi, staring at him with murderous intent. They wanted to tear the mask off Xiang Shuahai, so they might as well start by taking out Jiang Lushi. If Jiang Lushi died, maybe Xiang Shuahai would sober up, bow her head, cooperate with them. However, before they could make a move, Jiang Lushi acted first. A bright 54 handgun suddenly appeared in his hand, its dark muzzle pointed directly at Kwang Zhongyuan. Jiang Lushi drew the gun with lightning speed. Kwang Zhongyuan reacted and his eyes widened in shock, a strong sense of life and death danger engulfing him. He barely made a move when pop pop pop, 3 shots exploded beside his ear. In an instant Kwang Zhongyuan's heart leapt, he felt as if his soul was being ripped from his body. 3 torrid bursts of heat brushed his scalp, his skin burning, wood splinters flew and embedded in his face and neck. Stumble stumble stumble. Panicked, Kwang Zhongyuan staggered back several steps, thankfully his elite subordinates grabbed him. Boss! Jiang Lushi's gun draw and shots were faster than thought. The hall fell into utter silence. Everyone jolted, they didn't expect Jiang Lushi to shoot so suddenly, and so fast. Kwang Zhongyuan now noticed his scalp and a row of hair on top were shaved away by the gunfire, some hair was charred. The hair that had been full was now split into 3 forked tufts like a bird's nest, how humiliating. Blood streamed from the splits, burning hot. People quickly snapped to alert, many drew guns. Again several gunshots rang. Guns clattered to the ground, victims' hands bleeding, agony. Meanwhile across from them Jiang Lushi had somehow produced another 54 handgun in his hand. 2 dark muzzles pointed at 2 directions in the crowd. He had just fired twin pistols, covering 360 degrees so no one with a gun was missed. The astonishing marksmanship stunned everyone in the hall. Even survivor squads ambushed in nearby buildings dared not fire. Just now they only saw Jiang Lushi casually move his arms without seeming to aim at anyone, but then every shot hit precisely the enemy's gun-wielding hand. It was like his whole body had eyes. This precision, this speed, this godlike shooting skill gave chills. In every person's mind rose the feeling, if you raise your gun at Jiang Lushi, you will get your head blown off. Even though many ability users were present, facing Jiang Lushi's skills, they still felt deep fear. Xiang Shuahai, what do you mean by this? Kwang Zhongyuan could not suppress his anger. His face burning, publicly humiliated by Jiang Lushi's shooting, he felt like his lungs would explode. Boom, boom. Kwang Zhongyuan's body suddenly swelled, buttons popping off his shirt. In a moment, his body grew furry hair, he literally became a huge gray bear. Jiang Lushi was tall, but only up to Kwang Zhongyuan's abdomen now. The latter's aura was overwhelming. He's a mutation-type ability user. Luo Junjiang whispered. Mutation-type ability users often mutate bloodlines like beasts, common among ability users, usually extremely strong, high defense and vitality. Kwang Zhongyuan's huge mutated body in this cramped environment created strong visual oppression. Ordinary people facing a bear at close range already feel weak. Mutate Kwang is stronger by several levels than a real bear. Clearly his mutation was powerful, his body full of explosive strength, his pupils red. Xiang Shuahai's eyes sharpened, suddenly gusts of wild wind surged around her. In the gusts appeared countless thin wind blades. Other people's faces turned bad, their gazes swept the squads outside the building, just one misstep and fight breaks out. Luo Junjiang's side's men also became alert. The guard squad on the main street in Fogwater County was facing off with outside survivor squads across a street. Both sides were ready for war. Prisoner old, Chiu Lao, with alert blue eyes stood opposite Jiang Lushi. Young man, good shooting. With someone like you, Xiang Shuahai, no wonder so confident. Everyone, don't get emotional, if you're here to talk business then let's talk. Chiu Lao finally spoke slowly. Nobody saw exactly how Chiu Lao moved. They only felt that in an instant he appeared between Xiang Shuahai and Kwang Zhongyuan, his large body blocking their confrontation. Jiang Lushi's eyes flickered, he saw it clearly. Just now Chiu Lao in one instant made some very covert moves. The covert moves were so fast that normal vision barely followed, only a fleeting afterimage. Chiu Lao had used waist belt, legs bent like bow, tapped the ground rapidly in an odd step pattern, very strange but extremely fast. What the heck? Jiang Lushi thought. It was his first encounter with such a weird ability user, probably versed in some fighting technique like Muay Thai, and Chiu Lao's burst speed far beyond normal. Ability plus skill, Chiu Lao not to be underestimated. Boom! Suddenly from afar came an earth-shattering explosion. Xiang Shuahai's expression changed slightly, she rushed to the railing, through the heavy rain looked toward the explosion's origin. The source was direction of Fogwater County's closed city gate. That's a sensitive position, if the gate fails, survivors pouring in is one thing, zombie/mutant beasts following is much worse. Brother Jiang, there are large mental energy waves near the city gate, one very strong wave, like a mutated zombie. Ran Shiyu's voice rang in Jiang Lushi's mind. Ran Shiyu, Jiang Zhuiying and Li Yusin stayed with the base vehicle, monitoring mental force waves, as psychic ability users. Because she monitored surroundings, Jiang Lushi didn't worry about surprise attacks from others. Jiang Lushi froze, he naturally trusted Ran Shiyu's judgment. Mutated zombie? He had seen how dangerous such zombies are. If a mutated zombie enters the town, Fogwater County is truly in danger. These zombies' worst feature isn't their ability but that they can command other zombies. Boss Xiang, I just received message, mutated zombies attacking the gate, frontline a survivor squad is ramming the gate with a truck trying to force us open. Now the gate exploded, the brothers used many sandbags to block it, but they're about to fail. A thin guard squad member staggered and soaked, his report urgent. His face terrified, the gate's condition plainly grim. Now if the gate opens, zombies will pour in, but the survivors outside also trying desperately to force in. Captain Jiang, we must go there fast. Things urgent, Xiang Shuahai's expression serious as she said to Jiang Lushi. No matter what, absolutely cannot let those zombies in. Otherwise chaotic Fogwater County will turn into blood-red hell. Of course, Jiang Lushi didn't want Fogwater County to fall, inside is still much safer than outside. Right now everywhere water is deep, if the county falls, for Jiang Lushi it would be real trouble. You going or not? If zombies get in, you'll get nothing good either. I'll only protect my own people. Xiang Shuahai said before leaving, her gaze sweeping across the outsider elite squad leaders, warning them. Once Jiang Lushi and his people left Qin Tower, the remaining elite squad leaders exchanged glances. They all knew how serious the situation was. In a sense, they and Fogwater County were mutually dependent, this county was important to them too. Now floods from all sides, apart from here there was nowhere nearby to evade zombies. Especially since Xiang Shuahai had said there seemed to be mutated zombies. They all had fought mutated zombies before, knew how twisted they are. Old Chiu, what do you say? In panic, all eyes turned to Chiu Lao. Old Chiu, Xiang Shuahai said they killed Yang Feng. I think this is likely true, you can't lie about this kind of thing. If their strength could kill Yang Feng, then Xiang Shuahai and that gun young man are definitely very dangerous. Kwang Zhongyuan suddenly said. He was deeply impressed by Jiang Lushi's marksmanship, had murderous intent. At his words, the other squad leaders nodded. Yes, Xiang Shuahai's people can't stay. If they could kill Yang Feng, they're too dangerous. But also we mustn't let zombies in, we brought all our assets here. Chiu Lao's face calm, his lowered lids flickered a glint, quietly, go. We must go. But whether we fight zombies, how we fight, we will watch the situation. In the stormy wind and rain, a mid-sized bus sped along the narrow street. Under the coordination of Jiang Lushi and Ying, the base vehicle moved like a fish, swiftly approaching the city gate. Before getting off, Jiang Lushi heard the horrifying howls outside the city gate, and screams. Survivors near the gate were fleeing, the scene of zombie attack had drained the color from their faces. Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai hurriedly opened the door and got off. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan at this time each grabbed a Type 96 shotgun and followed behind. Facing zombies, especially in a siege, often involves close-range combat. Shotguns, as powerful weapons at short range, are undoubtedly better than other guns. The city gate of Fogwater County was already piled with sandbags. These sandbags were originally meant for flood control, now repurposed to block the city gate. The tightly closed iron city wall gate, in the black of night, carried an eerie crimson tinge, clearly scorched by fierce fire. Fortunately, the iron gate was thick and not burnt down. Above the gate, thick black smoke curled, cries of anguish continuously rose. Inside, the city survivors were laboring to transport sandbags toward the gate, continuously blocking it. Jiang Lushi walked only a few steps when a familiar fragrance reached his ears. Turning, he saw Ying Zhuying's figure. He was speechless. His little sister always had a special fanaticism for battle. Her two hands were still wrapped like a mummy, she couldn't even hold the specially made long knife, yet she had come along to fight, truly worrying. Zhuying, why are you following here? Quick, get back, your wounds aren't healed. Brother, this wind and heavy rain are just right for my current conduction of electricity, you know. Ying Zhuiying stuck out her tongue, with a flick her eyelid, blue electric currents sizzled in her palms. Her arms weren't fully recovered and couldn't act violently, but just moving her hands was fine. No. There are mutated zombies. You're still not mobile. Otherwise stay behind us as backup, and protect Li Yusin and Ran Shiyu in the bus. Jiang Lushi knew he couldn't fully keep this treasure sister obedient. He could only settle for the next best, assign her a position behind him, give her some task. Okay, fine. Ying Zhuiying nodded. After all, for her the key thing was not being idle. She also saw that the situation was serious, wanted to help. Bang! In the storm, Jiang Lushi's ears caught an unusual gunshot. Sniper rifle? Many old soldiers can distinguish different gunshots. Jiang Lushi had used sniper rifles often, plus he had a well-developed cerebral domain, so without realizing he too could now differentiate a sniper shot. On the city wall above, suddenly a guard squad member was hurled down, heavily crashing in the mud, not even letting out a scream. Jiang Lushi clearly saw the guard's body was a mess, torso half gone. This was damage only possible from a large-caliber sniper rifle. Some large-caliber sniper rifles, even using armor-piercing rounds, can shoot a person in two. Be careful, there's a sniper. Jiang Lushi made a signal to Xiang Shuahai to warn. Xiang Shuahai nodded. A sniper, she already had Jiang Lushi, this terrifying marksman, so naturally she knew how dangerous an enemy sniper attacking the city gate side was. Below the city wall there were already several bodies of guard squad members, all killed in one shot, with huge penetrating wounds, tragic beyond view. A sniper means the survivor squad outside the city gate has elite-level presence, not easy to deal with. At this moment on the city wall, some guard squad members didn't dare climb up, shivering behind. But they also dared not leave. At this time, if the gate wasn't held, waiting for them wasn't just Xiang Shuahai's severe punishment but a zombie legion invasion. Some of them were locals, now even had relatives inside the city of Fogwater County. Ran Shiyu, see if you can help locate that sniper's position. Jiang Lushi said in his mind. Brother Jiang, rest assured, if he shows his head I'll help you find him. Ran Shiyu responded. While speaking, the base vehicle had already driven near the city gate. Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai climbed onto the city wall, found a concealed gap, looked outwards. Just outside the gate chaos reigned, a hellish scene. Under the city gate, a huge fire blazed, a heavy truck already burnt into scrap metal. But not far from the flames was the rolling flood. The flood outside the city gate was already much higher than when they entered earlier. Floodwater had spread past the outer high embankment of Fogwater County. Near the county town the water flow was dark red, and dead bodies lay on the ground. Some corpses drowned, some limbs missing, zombies with bloody faces perched on them, gnawing desperately. As far as the eye could see, dense zombies had surrounded the city gate. Further out, on the murky yellow floodwater rimmed with foam, floated zombie corpses. These zombies were head up, body down, floating in the water. Some zombies lay on floating furniture etc., letting out howls toward Fogwater County. Some zombies were swept by the current toward Fogwater County. How come these guys weren't completely drowned? Jiang Lushi shuddered inside. He saw for the first time these mindless zombies yet with some survival instinct. Huh? His eyes narrowed. He saw that pack of wild dogs. Among them the mutated wild dog leader with a pointed horn on his forehead was biting some survivor corpses outside the city. It was the same dogs he had encountered on the escape from Yangfeng's base. In a village they met the wild dog pack. Those wild dogs were being chased by a giant mutated water snake at that time. They now appeared outside the city, so that water monster. Jiang Lushi involuntarily shivered. Inside the barbed wire net, a large number of survivors had already slipped in. They were using abandoned cars, tires, and various built trenches, holding weapons, fighting zombies in small groups. With those obstacles, the zombies couldn't immediately invade. Mouths wide open they howled outside. But those able to fight were just ordinary survivors with some combat ability, or ordinary ability users. There were also some stronger survivor squads grouped together, using surrounding abandoned cars to shoot outwards, knives to battle zombies breaking in. But those with no combat ability, some women holding children, many children and elders kneeling near the city gate howling. They were originally from other survivor forces or camps. Now the flood chased them from relatively safe areas. They looked at the tall walls, their eyes despairing. The closed city gate separated life and death. Open the gate, I beg you, open the gate, have some mercy. Please. I still have a child. Big brothers and sisters of Fogwater County, I can work, let me in. Many knelt facing the gate direction, crying aloud. In front of death, human dignity looks so humble. Kid, fine. If you die then good, you'll see your parents, no need hunger anymore. Grandpa can only bring you this far. An old man missing an arm, leaning weakly on the wall, lovingly stroked his child's hair covered in mud. Grandpa, I don't want to die. The child, though young, faintly understood the old man's words, wept and mumbled, I still want to drink cola. Jiang Lushi lay in a gap on the city wall, letting the icy rain pitter on the eaves above, hearing the dialogue below between grandfather and grandson, his mood extremely heavy. A sigh came beside him. He glanced to see Xiang Shuahai's eyes held a trace of sorrow. When will this world end? Xiang Shuahai softly said. Her words seemed self-speak, yet also addressed Jiang Lushi. Jiang Lushi looked at her, said nothing, but some emotion surged inside. He pressed his lips, took out the 81 rifle from his back, the dark muzzle pointed out, continuing to fix his gaze ahead, expression instantly focused. Damn it, Xiang Shuahai, I'm Inghausen of the Wildmen Squad. If you don't open the gate I'll keep blasting your gate. When zombies come in, we die together. Suddenly someone shouted at the city gate direction. 30 meters outside the gate, near the floodwater, a large survivor squad was fighting zombies. They used heavy trucks and off-road vehicles as walls, with tires and other junk forming a defensive line. Outside them, zombie bodies were piled over a meter high. Also many elite survivor squad members had died horribly in zombie maws. Inside their vehicle wall interior, many shell casings lay, and various chopped knives rolled. Among this elite survivor squad one person emitted rolling heat, fighting hard among the zombie mass. That person was Inghausen, now his skin red all over, blood stains everywhere, very disheveled. Whenever he grabbed a zombie that zombie's body would instantly go crimson as if steamed, finally emitting smoke and fire until dead. Inghausen now was insane, his ability could burn anything he touched, including living fat. That ability was strange but cost huge on his body. He had been fighting for several hours and was exhausted, yet the city gate of Fogwater County refused to open, making him furious. In the direction of the gate, it remained tightly closed. No one answered Inghausen. Boss, this won't do. We need to blow the wall in one go. Now it's not just zombies, there are weird things in the water too. A squad member next to Inghausen anxiously reported. Shut your mouth. You think I don't know? Inghausen burned a zombie, gasping. Suddenly he strode toward the vehicle wall circle. Nearby this circle hid many ordinary survivors. Some groups of ordinary survivors really had no combat ability. He grabbed a malnourished thin man, drive the heavy truck, smash the gate. The man's face turned death gray, Just now another man was forced to drive the heavy truck into the gate and now was burned to charcoal. "Don't take my husband, please," a woman holding her child, grabbed Inghausen's leg, begging. Inghausen sneered, a kick threw the woman and child meters away. The woman screamed, collapsed in the blood mud. "You don't go? Your wife dies, your child dies too." Inghausen suddenly drew his gun, dark muzzle aimed at the ground woman, to the skinny man. "All right, I go, don't kill them." The man's face hopeless, he trembled as he climbed into the ready heavy truck. Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuahai watched the scene clearly. Though chaos prevented them hearing exactly what Inghausen said to that couple, his gun threat and kicking the woman they saw all too clearly, and understood his trick. "That dog thing." Xiang Shuahai's face went icy, eyes full of killing intent. "Boss Xiang, I suggest we open the gate," Jiang Lushi suddenly said. Xiang Shuahai shuddered, surprised looked at Jiang Lushi. "Do you know the consequences of opening the gate? If those zombies pour in, then more than just those people will die." Honestly, Xiang Shuahai wasn't that kind of purely selfish person. Under her rule, the survivors near Fog Water County, though not living very happily, at least were relatively safe and less likely to be abused. Those discovered by Xiang Shuahai were dealt with seriously. In northern Su, a chaotic zone without regular military or any rules, Fog Water County already counted as the safest place for ordinary survivors. To be truly safe, you'd need a place like Shin City Safe Zone with tens of thousands of troops. Xiang Shuahai internally also wanted to save those outside survivors, but without zombies maybe, but now there were zombies plus mutated beasts led by wild dogs. If they got in, consequences unimaginable. If the gate opens for a time, as many as can get in will. I guarantee, the Shadowstone Squad during the time the gate is open won't let zombies or mutated beasts break in. Jiang Lushi said gravely. After finishing his words, his expression remained calm. In a zombie-rampaged apocalypse, Jiang Lushi wasn't one to randomly spread compassion. Though his present strength was still insufficient, to many ordinary survivors he was a high-level strong man. He felt himself capable of what strong men could do, kill, or let survivors in and protect them to live. After his words he aimed his 81 rifle, through the city wall gap at the heavy truck starting to move, plink plink plink. In the chaotic storm the gunshots seemed insignificant. But then the heavy truck charging toward the gate suddenly slowed, staggered, and completely broke down. "What?" On seeing this Inghausen exploded with rage. "Boss, the truck's tire was shot." A subordinate reported to Inghausen in tension. "Shot? By their people?" Inghausen was immediately ready to curse, but then what occurred shocked him. That thick iron gate, humming and vibrating, began to open from the sides. What in the world? "Quick, look at the gate is open." Under the wall at the base of the city wall, a woman discovered the gate opening and immediately screamed with excitement. Many survivors wept for joy, scrambling and crawling in fear of being late, rushing toward the gate. The opening of the iron gate of Fog Water County city wall undoubtedly injected hope of life for many people. Even after days without eating, their emaciated bodies used all their strength, staggering toward the iron gate. Jiang Lushi's brow furrowed. Behind the crowd, zombies were steadily closing in. Originally the zombie horde had been blocked by barbed wire fences, abandoned cars and armed survivors, so weren't chasing so fast. But now, those survivors who had been blocking the zombies rushed toward the city gate too, abandoning the zombies. The zombies' speed surged. "Don't push me, let me go in first, I have strength, I can work." Suddenly a shirtless man kicked the woman blocking his path down to the ground. The woman collapsed and was immediately overwhelmed by the pursuing crowd. Muddy soiled shoes pounded her face and abdomen. The poor thin woman struggled a few times, tried to get up, but more feet pressed her down into the muddy water. One kick, two kicks, she spat blood foam, her pupils dilating. The man paid no attention to the woman he'd knocked down. He dashed forward toward the gate, a wild joy in his face. However, just as he was about to dash into the gate, bang, a gunshot rang out, his skull exploded, blood spurted, he collapsed backwards heavily into the mud. The sudden gunshot, and the dead body falling, caused the group rushing toward the gate to freeze in shock. The shooter was naturally Jiang Lushi. He saw that man's behavior, but it was too late to save the woman. And that man, being the perpetrator, of course deserved to die. Old, weak, sick and disabled go first, others stay behind. Xiang Shuahai said coldly and loudly. At a time like this, only iron-blooded methods could maintain order. Behind the survivors were zombies. If they rushed recklessly, zombies might catch up with them, even enter through the gate. Xiang Shuahai did not want that to happen. The chaotic crowd just now instantly regained some order. Many women, elders and children moved inside the gate. "Come child, we don't have to die now." The old man with his grandson, originally stuck at the back, now finally had hope. He hurriedly picked up his grandson and headed inside the gate. Just a moment ago he'd been hopeless, now suddenly he had a chance at survival. Meanwhile those survivors still capable of fighting, seeing the body of the man on the ground, had to pick up weapons again, fighting the zombies chasing in, keeping many zombies outside the wire fence. At that moment, farther away, several heavy trucks and off-road vehicles roared toward the gate. Move aside for our Wildmen squad." On the lead heavy truck a mohawk-haired strong man shouted arrogantly, driving into the crowd. They didn't care about other survivors' lives, entering the city quickly was the key. Crash, crash. The speeding heavy trucks overturned a few zombies, and also knocked down survivors running ahead, launched tens of meters into the air, spitting blood as they hit the ground. These thundering heavy trucks caused chaos in the crowd that had just begun to regain order. Bang bang. 2 gunshots cracked in the din. On the heavy truck of the strongman, the fuel tank exploded with a roar. The blazing fuel engulfed the truck in tongues of fire, several large tires exploded in sequence, black thick smoke shot up dozens of meters. All the squad members inside the truck screamed miserably in the flames. Once a truck catches fire, they don't even have a chance to escape. The dozen or so squad members inside were instantly surrounded by flames, screamed a few times, then collapsed onto the blazing hot vehicle. The violent explosion caused the heavy trucks and off-road vehicles behind to stop. "Damn, there's a sniper." Inghausen heard the gunshots, and the fuel tank wouldn't explode by itself, it must have been shot. To shoot and explode a fuel tank isn't done with just any shot, at worst a tank leaks fuel, doesn't explode. Without eye and accuracy and judgment you can't pull it off. He heard the 2 gunshots, and the fuel tank exploded, killing more than a dozen of his men. Whether it was the fuel tank being shot, or the earlier heavy truck whose tire was shot, they were all the work of that hidden sniper. "Inghausen, I'm Xiang Shuahai of Fogwater County. I now order your Wildmen squad to cover the rear for the ordinary survivors, block incoming zombies. Now if you want to enter the city, you must prove your value, otherwise don't even think of entering." Xiang Shuahai's voice suddenly rang ahead of the Wildmen squad. Even the storm could not stop that crisp voice. Inghausen's face changed. What? Xiang Shuahai making his Wildmen squad cover the rear? For a bunch of worthless ordinary survivors? Isn't this making them cannon fodder? If they cover the rear, they'll face the zombie army and water creatures. The Wildmen squad already suffered many casualties, continuing to burn through his men wasn't worth it. Moreover, Inghausen didn't think his strength was less than Xiang Shuahai's, she was only arrogant because of the city gate. He would not let his Wildmen squad be cannon fodder, no way. "Don't worry about the rest, forward, charge while the gate is still open. Haidong, you kill that hidden sniper." Inghausen gritted his teeth and angrily shouted. Live for today or die, Xiang Shuahai wanted to wear him down, he'd fight to the death. A survivor team like his Wildmen squad, roaming and robbing daily, to have survived until now had madness in their bones. Inghausen's words in the Wildmen squad were absolute. Even knowing there was a sniper hiding opposite, the drivers of the heavy trucks and off-road still grit their teeth and charged forward. If they didn't charge, they'd die. And staying behind to cover? Also waiting for death. Suicide. "Captain Jiang, take out the lead truck." On the city wall gap, Xiang Shuahai saw Inghausen's convoy restarting the charge toward the iron gate, her silver teeth bared, killing intent rising. Without needing to tell him, Jiang Lushir was already ready. He aimed his 81 rifle at one of the heavy trucks. If Inghausen's convoy of heavy trucks ramps up, the kinetic energy alone under the charge would crush through. Jiang Lushir had just lined up the lead-heavy truck when suddenly he felt a warning in his heart. He saw out of the corner of his eye, some 10 or so meters outside the city from Inghausen's convoy, at an abandoned car pile, a dark muzzle protruded. The gun muzzle was small, but Jiang Lushir's peripheral vision caught it. Jiang Lushir's evolved brain domain nerves were no joke. Normal human field of vision is about 120 degrees, max horizontal up to about 188 degrees, but when attention is concentrated, only about a fifth, 25 degree. But when Jiang Lushir activates his brain domain ability, under high focus he can cover 180-degree horizontal vision. Within his field, almost any movement can be detected. His vision is like an eagle's, some details even surpass an eagle, because in his eyes they are slowed down frames, can be observed carefully. Also Jiang Lushir's brain reflex nerves extremely agile, combined with enhanced agility, fully keeps pace with his reaction speed. At the moment the gun muzzle protruded from the abandoned car pile, Jiang Lushir leapt aside. Bang! The wall gap where he had just been was directly perforated. If the shot hit a person, likely half their body gone, death assured. Sniper? A figure flashed in Jiang Lusher's mind. That black-haired young man he saw during the day on the roof of a Hummer H6 of the Wildmen squad, mood very grim. The one who killed those city guard squad members previously must have been him. Jiang Lusher was waiting for that sniper to show his face. The moment he did, the sniper already entered Ran Shiyu's mental field. At this time, the sky unleashed torrential rain like a waterfall. Sheets of rain crisscrossed in the void, pattering as they struck. At dusk, the sky had already darkened terrifyingly, but the dim light did not blur Jiang Lusher's vision. He still could clearly see the heavy trucks of the Wildmen squad charging toward the city wall iron gate, only a dozen plus meters from the crowded survivors. "Hurry, drive through, we'll enter the city soon." Inghausen, eyes red, shouted from inside the Hummer H6, his heart secretly glad. They reached the gate with no sniper fire. He guessed that Haidong must have taken out the sniper. Other Wildmen squad members in the convoy showed joy on their faces. Soon they'd break into the city gate. Those survivors at the outermost fringe, seeing the roaring heavy trucks rushing in, were already death pale. Getting hit by those trucks meant death or serious injury. "Ing!" Jiang Lusher called inwardly. No further words needed. Ing and he were mentally connected. She already knew his thought. "Luo Junjiang, clear the survivors at the gate, leave a path for the bus." Jiang Lusher crawled on the ground and ordered Luo Junjiang, who followed behind. His tone natural, Luo Junjiang froze, then executed immediately. This glasses guy now knew, Jiang Lusher's position in Xiang Shuahai's mind was far higher than his. He was just a go-fair. Jiang Lusher's words almost represented Xiang Shuahai now. He dared not disobey. "Everyone brace." Ying's voice sounded in the cabin. Inside the bus, Sun Changxin, Ing Zhuing and others sat. The bus had been quietly waiting near the gate. The old expert sensed something was wrong. On hearing Ying's words, his scalp tightened. He already knew what the bus was for. This bus was clearly to be used as a tank. This time without aid of others, he nimbly buckled his seatbelt. Boom! The base vehicle, which had been still, suddenly switched to sprint mode. Gasoline sprayed wildly from the fuel pipe, turning into powerful kinetic energy. Within seconds the vehicle reached sprint status, charged out with a boom, directly toward those heavy trucks. At the same time, from the front of the bus's hood, a horrifying giant V-shaped metal ram appeared. When the bus revealed the ram and sprinted out, the survivors thronging in front of the gate were forcibly scattered by Luo Junjiang's team, leaving a channel. Meanwhile, the Wildmen squad's heavy trucks were in jubilation, almost inside the gate. But their jubilation froze on their faces and fear appeared in their eyes. In their field of view, a monstrous bus charged out of the gate. The flashing metal V-ram on the bus alone sent chills. "Fall back, that's the bus from daytime." Inghausen's pupils constricted. He recalled, the bus that flipped their truck earlier in the day? That bus had rammed their heavy truck like a toy. The impact was absurd. It had enraged Inghausen. He had chased that bus, but soon got left far behind by the bus's insane speed. He remembered vividly and feared it still. "We can't stop," the heavy truck driver of Ying's convoy shouted. The loaded heavy truck weighed tens of tons. Once speed soared, stopping distance at least 100 meters. He stomped the brake, tires screeched, but the truck still rushed forward. The bus came faster still, racing like an F1. Inghausen could almost hear its whine. "At this speed, if it hits us head-on, we'll die first." Inghausen shouted. Even if the bus had the ram, charging a heavy truck head-on still meant disaster. In front of the heavy truck, that bus was too small. Now filled with murderous intent, Inghausen wanted to see if the bus dared face them directly. He realized, fuck no. If that bus hits from the front, maybe mutual destruction. He didn't fear death, and thought he was tougher. If the opponent hesitated, retreated, then the Wildmen squad could storm the gate. Then suddenly Inghausen's eyes widened. He watched as the bus began to elevate and transform during its sprint, turning into a mega mining truck. Inghausen's heavy truck was now nothing compared to this monster. Before this gigantic vehicle, his scalp nearly exploded. What the hell is this thing? Where did the bus go? As the mining truck grew in sight, Inghausen sensed the smell of death. "Jump out!" He howled, slammed open his door, jumped out. When he shouted to jump, others in the truck didn't react as fast. Inghausen just jumped and saw the bus slam into the heavy truck he had just ridden. Boom! The heavy truck's windshield shattered, the front caved in, then under the great impact it slid sideways, then high-speed flipped. Kabang-bang, the heavy truck rolled until it crashed into the zombie horde behind it. Blood poured from its seams, screams drowned in the rolling metal. Other heavy trucks and off-roads in the Wildmen convoy saw the mining truck had stopped and changed direction, aiming at them. I crap myself, run!" Someone screamed. All Wildmen squad members instantly lost courage facing this suddenly appearing monster. To them, bus, mining truck, it was a life harvester monster. Speed, impact, this mining truck could crush heavy trucks and off-roads. Most terrifying, after the heavy truck flipped and exploded, the mining truck's front hood wasn't even scratched. This wasn't a vehicle, it was a monster. Reinforced upgraded shell, it survived the impact. Wildmen squad members jumped off their trucks. Running with their legs alone, maybe they could escape this mining truck in the complex terrain. But on heavy trucks and off-roads they couldn't match the mining truck's speed. Now without vehicles their squad had heavy casualties, yet to live they still had to run to the gate. If they could blend inside, they might survive. Inghausen among them, his hated gaze locked on the mining truck, if given the chance he would blow it up. At this time, a lithe figure suddenly dashed out of the mining truck. That person is right ahead of you. In Ling's mind came Ran Shiyu's voice. At the moment Inghausen jumped out, his mental orb had already been locked by Ran Ziyu. Though he hid in the crowd, Ran Ziyu could still locate him. To beat snakes you must kill them. Without Jiang Lushi's orders, Ran Shiyu wouldn't spare him. At the exact moment Ling approached, Inghausen suddenly felt a strong life and death crisis. From the corner of his eye, he saw a cat-ear figure ghost-like weaving through the crowd toward him. Want to kill me? Inghausen's other hand, skin reddened, he had prepared his ability. No matter who, anyone approaching him would pay. His ability was rare, ordinary people couldn't defend. When the cat-ear girl closed in, he would burn her alive. Then suddenly Inghausen felt as if his head were pinned by needles, he felt dizzy, and his vision blurred. No. No. A cold touch slid along his neck, at his ear came a voice, done, thanks Shiyu. Inghausen's body fell into the mud, like other fallen survivors, more survivors rushed past him, no one glanced down at him. Beside him the cat-ear girl was nowhere to be seen. Their boss is dead. Ran Shiyu said. Earlier she directly used a mental piercing attack, coordinating with Ling for a one-hit kill. Without knowing the opponent's ability, this method avoids complications. The zombie horde was continuously approaching, they had to act fast. At this moment, other Wildmen squad members were sneaking toward the city gate. They did not see Inghausen, nor know what happened to the boss, but surviving themselves was most important. However, they suddenly felt the sky darken, they looked up, and saw two people jump down from the wall. Two people holding shotguns. Bang! 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 After a few muffled sounds, several Wildmen squad members were shot apart, falling into the rain. Blood mixed with rainwater, flowing everywhere. Damn, Brother Jiang told us to guard near the gate, how could we let your bastards in? Sun Quan spat at the crushed corpse on the ground. He had zero respect for the Wildmen squad members who casually slaughter ordinary survivors. Bullying the weak is no skill, just scum. On the wall, seeing other members intercept the Wildmen squad, Jiang Lushi nodded. He looked to the southeast, toward a hide cover of abandoned cars. There the sniper of the Wildmen squad had not fired a second shot. Haidong hid behind the cover, face extremely ugly. He had already judged the sniper on Fogwater County's wall crawling was the same sniper from earlier in the day. Haidong's ability, his eyes could sense infrared heat from animal bodies. Thus once Jiang Lushi's position was locked, even without visual aim he could sense Jiang's body heat and infrared. In his plan he hid behind those abandoned cars, had full advantage in the fight. The benefit of hiding, a thin layer of sheet metal provides little resistance to sniper fire, while the target due to cover couldn't judge sniper position or when the shot would come, it would be a sudden one-shot kill. But unexpectedly, this sniper appeared, and his men and his vehicle so quickly let the Wildmen squad be utterly defeated. Even Inghausen died. Other Wildmen squad members didn't see, but he saw it. That sniper is probably the boss, and that woman called Xiang Shuihai. Haidong made his decision in a blink, if he could snipe those two, with his remaining Wildmen squad he could still stand in Fogwater County. Haidong placed his muzzle in the gap, he didn't need to stick out his head, through infrared he locked on Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuihai. And at this time, behind the wall Xiang Shuihai suddenly felt a sharp life and death crisis. It is that sniper. Simultaneously, beside her Jiang Lushi suddenly emerged his muzzle, then pulled the trigger. Haidong hadn't yet fired, when he saw Jiang Lushi shoot. The bullet passed accurately through the iron sheet in front of him, directly hit him. Haidong flew backward, his gun gone. He fell, half his lungs shot away, upper body a mess of blood and muscle. What the hell? In his wide eyes all was disbelief, even through obstacles they could shoot people, wasn't that only him doing that? Why did that sniper do it? And Xiang Shuihai, she had just felt life threatened, when she saw Jiang Lushi shoot. Captain Jiang, Xiang Shuihai only saw Jiang Lushi fire a blind shot, not knowing his target. She was about to pull him away to hide when the feeling of life threat vanished. It's okay, he's dead. Jiang Lushi said. That sniper last time he shot had already scheduled his own death. This time as he prepared to shoot, his position had been completely locked by Ran Shiyu and shared with Jiang Lushi. With Ran Shiyu's precise angle, Jiang Lushi only needed to shoot fast, accurately, ruthlessly. Xiang Shuahai looked at Jiang Lushi, then turned her head to the gate below. In the blink of an eye, the rampaging wild men squad was basically wiped out. Survivors started entering the gate in orderly fashion. Without the Shadowstone squad, who knows how many more casualties there'd be, how many more lives would have been lost. Xiang Shuahai's heart was immensely relieved. During Fog Water County's greatest crisis, the Shadowstone squad was beside her. Roar! At this moment, a thunderous roar rose from the charging zombie horde. The roar full of pressure made many ordinary survivors inside and outside the gate tremble. Jiang Lushi's brow tightened. Mutated zombie. He faced more than one mutated zombie. He knew that kind of powerful zombie's massive pressure, just its howling could make people terrified. He traced the sound and saw in the densest area of zombies a tall bald zombie stood. It howled to the sky, its pupils filled with fine red bloodlines. This zombie, unknown what it had encountered, its body stuck full of steel rods, densely distributed across its body. From far away it looked like a steel hedgehog. Such a zombie is even harder to kill. At close range its steel rods are weapons, also a kind of defense. At this moment the mutated zombie had half its body underwater, as if enraged by something. Boom boom boom. It repeatedly slammed underwater with steel rods, stirring up monstrous waves. Its weight heavy, still able to push water to move in the water. The strength of this mutated zombie was terrifying. Soon the water surface was stained red with blood. A giant water snake, body torn and mangled, lay dead, its pale belly flipped above water with dense, honeycomb-like wounds. Mutated water monster? Sure enough, this kind of thing appeared. The roar of the mutated zombie was heard by more than just Jiang Lushi. Others on the city gate also noticed that mutated zombie and saw the scene of the zombie fighting the water monster. Just after a sigh of relief, Xiang Shuahai felt her heart sink. At that moment, the pack of wild dogs began to bark madly. The floodwaters had spread to their area. Most of the wild dogs were standing in water. Suddenly one dog let out a strange scream and was dragged into the water, splashing a wave. The pack of wild dogs barked more crazily toward the water. Even the corpses they were gnawing at were released. It seemed something terrifying lurked beneath the water. Awoo! Another dog was dragged down. This time, Jiang Lushi finally saw dark silhouettes beneath the wild dog pack. Those shadows hidden in the murky yellow flood water moved quickly, like a winding black line under the water. It was a group of water monsters? Seeing those water monsters, even Jiang Lushi felt his scalp tingle. At that moment, the mutated wild dog leader let out a wild howl. Its body was extremely strong, all muscles bulging, little fur, its exposed skin like steel plate. It opened its blood-filled maw, but it did not howl downward, but toward the distance. What's over there? Jiang Lushi had a bad feeling. The water monsters already posed enough danger, yet something in the water made the mutated wild dog leader truly afraid? At that moment, a line in the distant water suddenly rose. Beneath that line something appeared, crawling toward the direction of the wild dogs. The water line rose over a meter. In the murky yellow flood you could only vaguely see a giant figure. The mutated wild dog leader stared at that water line, suddenly tucked its tail, howled, and turned to dash toward the city. It moved as if escaping something terrifying. Other wild dogs followed, panicked, charging toward the gate. Not only the wild dog pack, the steel rod-covered mutated zombie also suddenly emitted a deep howl. The zombies around it froze on the ground for a few seconds, then with a roar they all scrambled toward the city gate. Even the mutated zombie is fearful. Jiang Lushi stared at the water line, his heart pounding. The entire northern Su had been submerged. The flood connected the urban area to distant lakes. Nobody knew what lay in those lakes. Now they likely smelled the danger, and came to the only area not yet inundated, Fog Water County. Fog Water County was now an island, surrounded on 3 sides by water, and on one side by the zombie/mutant beast forces driven out from all around by the flood. Now water monsters appeared in the water. Roar! The mutated wild dog pack, and the mutated zombie leading a zombie horde, charged toward the gate. Survivors near the wire fence were helpless. Some less brave ones, seeing the wild dog leader's calf-sized body charging, its massive maw drooling, and the mutated zombie that shook the ground with each step, they screamed and fled. They ran. The rest of the survivors couldn't hold back. Awoo! The mutated wild dog leader leapt a few meters and attacked a group of survivors hiding behind a car. That car was nothing to it. With one claw it tore open the car shell. And that mutated zombie, behind its steel rod shell, looking like an ordinary young man except for its blood-red eyes, ran with long strides, grabbed the fence in its hands, tore it open like paper, breaking the reinforced wire fence. The survivors behind the fence trembled with guns in hand. The distance between them and the mutated zombie was only a deep trench. Bang! Without moving, the mutated zombie's steel rod was struck, a spark flew. The survivor who fired froze in terror. Ah! His scream stopped abruptly. His last visual moment was the mutated zombie leaping and grabbing him. Crunch! The zombie lifted the limp body of the survivor, then looked up toward the city gate. Buy us a little time, don't let these things into the city. Jiang Lusher's heart sank as he saw the surging wild dogs and zombie horde. Jiang Lusher felt that the earlier zombies came because of the survivors, but this new wild dog pack and mutated zombie-led horde, they came because of those water monsters in the water. The survivors were hiding in Fog Water County. These monsters had the same target. At the gate front of Fog Water County, the crowded survivors were fewer, but still packed, chaotic. In chaos, entry stalls. The wild dog pack, small and agile, sprinted much faster than the zombies. The leader plunged into the city gate ahead of a few strong wild dogs. Staring at the crowd ahead, the leader's drooling maw opened wide in excitement. The survivors ahead, spotting the wild dog pack behind, screamed in panic. Chaos erupted. Several old/weak survivors were knocked down. At that moment, a roar of engines surged. Bang! The wild dog leader and his few strong wild dogs charging were crushed by a heavy truck. Those wild dogs died instantly. The leader was thrown dozens of meters. Under the impact, one crack opened on the steel skin of its head. But the leader's defense was terrifying. He was thrown dozens of meters, but didn't die. Instead, he roared in anger. The bus driven by Ng Zhuiying lay across the gate and the wild dog and zombie horde, like a fortress, guarding the hope of survival for those charging the gate. Zhang Hai, Sun Kuan, get in. Ng Zhuiying called from the bus, now restored to bus mode. Now urgent, against agile wild dogs and zombie horde, fighting outside alone too risky. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan jumped in, Ling also from abandoned cars boarded. Jiang Lusher stood on the city wallhead watching. As long as the bus became the last fortress, they could hold the gate, fire from above, and defend. Huh? At that moment, Jiang Lusher noticed someone behind. It was Qiu Lao and company. Xiang Shuahai, why open the gate? Mutant beasts and zombie armies are outside. Your reckless act will kill us all. Kwang Zhongyuan approached on the wall and asked aggressively. His gaze at Jiang Lusher and the others had glints. Qiu Lao was flanked by other leaders, his face stern, unreadable. Jiang Lusher frowned. What a hypocritical bunch. Actually, he had noticed that Qiu Lao's group arrived minutes ago. While the Shadowstone squad fought the Wildmen squad, Qiu Lao and others stood watching, clearly waiting to reap benefits. Now that the Wildmen squad was mostly wiped out after Inghausen's demise, these people had come running. If you worry about beasts and zombies storming the city, with the Shadowstone squad and me here, Fog Water County is safe. Kwang Zhongyuan, if you worry the city will be broken, you should fight outside the city. Don't forget you all are surviving here thanks to Fog Water County's little territory. Xiang Shuahai said sharply. She deeply disliked Kwang Zhongyuan, especially his lecherous gaze. Qiu Lao remained silent, his right hand stroking the knuckles of his left fingers. Suddenly he clasped his hands, exhaled, and his gaze swept his people. Boss Xiang and this Shadowstone squad's strength is indeed very strong. With such strong people we should cooperate well. Everyone advance. When Qiu Lao finished, Yuan Hongliang laughed and responded first. Good, Fat Yuan will show Boss Xiang a move. Iron chains clattered as he unlocked them. With a swing the heavy iron lump flew like a comet toward a wild dog. The wild dog's skull and bones shattered instantly, turned into a mess of blood and flesh. The power was shocking. Xiang Shuahai frowned watching. Fat Yuan's strength was truly big, and his accuracy terrifying. That wild dog fast, he hit it in one draw. Yuan Hongliang shook the iron chains again, waves of chain whipped and the heavy iron lump rebounded quickly. Huh? Jiang Lusher suddenly noticed a faint smile at Qiu Lao's lips. That smile seemed strange to him. Looking at the other squad leaders, Qin Shorty and others stared at them unblinking. Suddenly Ran Shiyu's voice came into Jiang Lusher's mind. Brother Jiang, be careful, they harbor murderous intent. At that moment Ran Shiyu in the bus was only tens of meters away. She could sense Qiu Lao and company's emotion fluctuations. Ran Shiyu's words had time and again given Jiang Lusher the initiative in battles. Several times she saved him. He trusted her 100%. Jiang Lusher's heart sank. Without hesitation he suddenly rose, the 81 rifle raised and fired. With his agile motion, Qin Shorty and the others had barely reacted when they faced the dark muzzle. They froze in terror. Click! A crisp sound, the 81 rifle expelled a wisp of smoke. Among the stunned squad leaders, one body trembled then screamed and fell. It was Chiu Lao. He covered his heart, blood streamed between his fingers, wailing on the ground. Kill them! Chiu Lao pointed fiercely at Jiang Lushi and shouted at other ability user leaders. Not dead? Jiang Lushi froze. At close range, a 81 rifle shot should kill Chiu Lao instantly. How was he still screaming on the ground? How could this be? Then he noticed white bone blades protruding from Chiu Lao's limbs and ribs. Especially on Chiu Lao's ribcage, many razor-sharp bone blades. Some bones were shattered, undoubtedly rifle wounds from the 81. A bone degeneration ability user? Bones weaken bullet force? But even if not dead, he's badly wounded. Jiang Lushi realized. But he had no time to think. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a heavy iron lump swinging down from the city wall below. With lightning reflexes he grabbed Xiang Shuihai's shoulder and stepped back. As he retreated he thought, Ing. Jiang Lushi called internally. The signal passed to Ing. The bus again made a sharp turn. Compared to Jiang Lushi and the other squad leaders, Xiang Shuihai was the last to react. She did not expect Jiang Lushi to suddenly shoot Chiu Lao. Opposite were over a dozen ability users. Such an act was definitely dangerous. But she trusted Jiang Lushi, acting purely on instinct. Jiang pulled, a gust of wind rose, and she gracefully flew backward. Boom! Rock splintered. Where Xiang Shuihai had stood, the heavy iron lump rebounded and smashed a large crack in the wall, destroying one corner. If she had remained there she would have been crushed. Roar! Missing the hit, Yuan Hongliang swung the heavy iron lump wildly at Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuihai. On the narrow wall Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuihai retreated rapidly. Bricks and wall surface under the heavy iron lump cracked horrifically. But they weren't touched at all. The heavy iron lump, though fierce, was slower than bullets. In Jiang Lushi's brain domain nerves, its speed lagged a few beats behind his dodge reflex. He avoided easily. Xiang Shuihai controls air, wind adds speed, the heavy iron lump couldn't threaten her. At this time they heard a sharp rush of something slicing air. Looking up they saw Kwang Zhongyuan had activated his bloodline power, turning into a massive gray bear form. He hurled a mass at Qin Shorty. In midair Qin Shorty curled legs, besides his hands, body scrunched. He wore a bulletproof vest, charged at them like a spinning top. Two alloy curved knives tightly grasped, blades flashed as he slashed at Jiang Lushi. Gold glint radiated from his skin, as though coated in gold powder. His defense was tough, metallic skin, bulletproof vest. He and Yuan Hongliang's heavy iron lump planned to cut down Xiang Shuihai and the marksman youth. Qin Shorty thought that under Yuan's iron lump the youth couldn't fend for himself, let alone shoot. He hadn't yet reached them when a gust of wind suddenly rose from below him. In the wind appeared countless wind blades. Swish swish swish. A clash of metal and gold rang. Xiang Shuihai, you little bitch, do your wind blades work on me? Qin Shorty sneered. He wasn't wounded at all. But just as his knife swung at Xiang Shuihai and Jiang Lushi, Jiang's cold smile flickered. A gust abruptly pushed Qin Shorty back, his slash cut empty air. Jump! The youth said to Xiang Shuihai. Then he grabbed Xiang Shuihai, performed a backflip off the wall and jumped away. Below on the wall, a bus waited quietly. That bus seemed ordinary, but underneath its front face a strange black pipe emerged. At this moment, 7 or 8 ability users including Yuan Hongliang and Qin Shorty all rushed to the section of wall where Jiang Lushi had leapt. When that black pipe gave a high-pitched whistle, Qin Shorty's scalp chilled, heart tightened. A thought flashed, we're screwed. The compressed air cannon tore open the air violently, overwhelming everything ahead with terrifying force, sweeping away that section of wall and the ability users on it into meat and bone debris. Only the heavy iron lump fell limply on the open ground. Done. Jiang Lushi saw it midair, his gaze calm. That shot had nearly killed the strongest squad leaders on the wall. Chiu Lao was also grievously wounded. The threat from others was no longer big. This was Jiang Lushi's fatal strike arranged at a moment's notice. The air cannon shot required a particular angle. He dragged Xiang Shuihai and fled to align with Ying's setup of the air cannon, tricking the enemy into the trap step by step. And in that location, the air cannon did not harm other Fogwater County Guard squad on the wall. His escape also lulled Qin Shorty and the others into lower guard, held by Jiang Lushi's nose. They were eliminated in one blow. The shriek of the air cannon sounded like a man-eating beast roaring, shocking everyone. Many wall debris fell like rain, many survivors wailed and ducked. Even wild dog and zombie hordes froze at the blast. After the cannon, the wall ahead showed a huge breach. Chiu Lao's angry face twitched, his rage replaced by stark fear. That bus, what the hell was it? Close the gate, hurry and close the gate. Chiu Lao suddenly realized something: they must not let that terrifying bus or that terrifying youth into the city. Otherwise they all would die. After all, Chiu Lao from the start had been severely wounded by Jiang Lushi. Although lucky to survive, his ability had turned all his bones into hardened blades, his ribcage full of bone blades. Only then had he escaped. But now he was gravely wounded, his combat power at only a third of normal. He now had no courage to fight Xiang Shuihai and them. After the apocalypse, Chiu Lao was panic-stricken for the first time. Before the end of the world, he was a patient suffering bone cancer, lying on his bed near death. When the apocalypse came and he was infected by the virus, his bone cells mutated and he survived. Not only that, he could now feel his vitality overflowing. Ordinary young people's life force didn't match his. Now his ability was powerful, and he was glamorous. He didn't want to die. Guangzhong Yuan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and close the city gate. Seeing Guangzhong Yuan dazed on the side, Chiu Lao got furious. He hadn't expected Guang to react so slowly when faced with an emergency. Hearing Chiu Lao scold, Guangzhong Yuan's eyes rolled and he finally responded. He had indeed been frightened just now, terrified by the terrible power of that bus. What kind of ghost car was that? A bus modified like that, nothing human strength could face it, at least not his. Chiu Lao, we can't beat them. Guangzhong Yuan suddenly said. What do you want to say? There's water all around now, do we still have a retreat? Chiu Lao's face flushed red, he coughed repeatedly. After being gravely wounded, bleeding a lot, Chiu Lao now appeared extremely old. He lay on the ground bent like a shrimp, looking no different than an ordinary elderly survivor. Guangzhong Yuan suddenly realized Chiu Lao didn't seem so fearsome anymore. A ferocious glint flashed in his pupils. He stepped forward, his large fan-like hand lunged at Chiu Lao. His awakened bloodline gave him the strength of a giant bear, agility like a monkey. Guang's lunge passed Chiu Lao's two subordinate ability users before they could react. You, Chiu Lao managed two words. Crack, crack. The sound of snapping bone followed. The bone blades on his skull were forcibly broken. Finally his head lolled to one side, his eyes still bulging in unwillingness, mouth wide open, blood gushing from between his lips. Boss Xiang. Chiu Lao is dead. We're done fighting you. It was all his idea, he's been killed by us. Guangzhong Yuan shouted hoarsely in the storm, lifting Chiu Lao's corpse. Below the wall, after the air cannon fired, Jiang Lushi and Xiang Shuihai had dived into the vehicle compartment. They saw Guang lift the corpse. Xiang Shuihai's eyes brightened, her worried heart eased considerably. Guang, two-faced opportunist, was helping them big time now. This gesture of surrender came just at the right moment. Chiu Lao dead means the other external survivor squads in the city will quickly surrender. Once the city is stable, now what they'll face are the monsters outside the city, not fighting among internal human groups. The wild dogs and zombies around, just now stunned by the air cannon's shock, now recovered. A woo! Roar! The mutated wild dog leader and the mutated zombie roared simultaneously. Monsters like that mutated zombie now had a certain intelligence, just no human emotion. The wild dog leader too had instinctive intelligence. They now understood, to storm into the city, they must deal with the bus in front of them. This bus blocked the city wall, barreling in their way, truly stopping them from entering. At this moment, the mutated zombie stepped forward in big strides, roaring repeatedly, lifting an abandoned small car. Its muscles all taut, with a roar it flung the car toward the bus. The bus under Zhuing's control sprinted 10+ meters in an instant, dodging the car. But suddenly Jiang Lushi's mind flashed with the alert from the starseed. Warning, base vehicle damage detected, left middle reinforced tire airbag ruptured, damage 10%. Huh? Jiang Lushi tensed. The base vehicle had undergone full reinforcement, tires upgraded, no damage for a while. What was the starseed alert about? In his view he saw no one attacking the base vehicle. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan at other windows were on guard, didn't alert. In his mind, a holographic image shared by Ying appeared. Under the vehicle's chassis, a lightning-fast mutated wild dog was running. It was the wild dog leader. Though large, it was still overshadowed by the modified bus. The bus's cabin completely obscured its figure. In the moment before the bus sprinted, the dog was biting and clawing, its fangs could pierce the high-strength bulletproof tire to rupture the airbag. Now running high-speed and agile, it hid behind the bus cabin, seeking another chance. Such a cunning dog thing. Jiang Lushi cursed inwardly. Just now the mutated zombie and the wild dog cooperated by instinct. The car thrown by the zombie obviously drew their attention. The wild dog used the distraction and its speed to seek the weakest point of the base vehicle. That was astounding. Smash it. Jiang Lushi's thought flickered. The bus slammed the brakes, then steering wheel slammed, executed a beautiful drift. The bus instantly moved 90 degrees, completing a half-arc turn. The whole move took about a second thanks to Ying's steering and the base vehicle's superb performance. The wild dog couldn't dodge in time. Bang! The wild dog about to attack the bulletproof tire was struck by the turning vehicle, flown dozens of meters. Rat-tat-tat. Suddenly machine gun fire rang. The wild dog in midair had lost control. In an instant a stream of bullets riddled its body, blood mist rose. It screeched and fell, struggled a few times, then stood again. But it staggered, relying purely on its strong vitality. Jiang Lushi stood in the combat cabin, LMG in hand, locked on the wild dog. It tried to flee, but the bus charged with its ram roaring. Roar! The mutated zombie roared again, lifted an abandoned small car toward the bus, trying to stop it from crashing the wild dog. Jiang Lushi was unmoved. The wild dog was troublesome. With incredible recovery, it might attack again. These mutated beasts and zombies, as long as there was breath left, would attack. Facing the thrown car, the bus did not evade, it charged straight. Boom! The right side bulletproof glass cracked in spiderweb fractures under the force, but the bus's speed was unaffected. Warning, base vehicle damage level 1, right side bulletproof glass durability reduced by 10%. Jiang Lushi ignored the warning entirely. After upgrade such damage was nothing. Thud. The wild dog was struck head-on by the bus's ram, its skull exploded, flew some 100 meters, crashed into the city wall. At that moment it was a cold corpse. With the wild dog dead, people rushed out from outside the gate, including Kwang Zhongyuan and Luo Junjiang. Several ability users swiftly carried the mutant beast corpse. Some held guns and aimed at wild dogs and zombies charging, rat-tat-tat firing. These were Qiu Lao's original elite subordinates, far superior in combat to some guard squad members. The guns in their hands became destructive tools. Any wild dog or zombie trying to cross the fence or come in by alternative routes got headshot. Captain Jiang, rest assured, I'll help you collect the war spoils. Kwang Zhongyuan shouted loyalty. Jiang Lushi just listened, not even glancing at them. Having killed the wild dog mutant leader, the pack immediately became headless flies. Some tried to charge the gate, others tried to escape around the city wall to other parts of Fogwater County. Without coordination and no mutant beasts threat now, the danger of the wild dog pack vanished. At this time the floodwater was still rising slowly. Ying steered the vehicle. Now the bus's tires were deeply submerged in water. She turned sharply, aimed toward the mutated zombie. The mutated zombie stepped 2 steps back, seemingly retreating. But behind it was the flood. The zombie was entirely enraged by the bus's action. It roared again, bare-fisted charged the bus. This monster clearly had confidence in its flesh body. Like a tank in floodwater up to its calves it charged. Each step it kicked up amazing splashes. When 10 meters from the bus, the zombie suddenly leapt high. That leap was astonishing, 7 to 8 meters high, its steel rod-pierced fist poised to strike the bus. At that moment, inside the bus cabin Ran Shiyu suddenly screamed. Brother Jiang, strong mental energy waves in the water, they're charging us. Danger. Jiang Lushi froze, face changed. Ying, back up. The bus, previously prepared to charge the zombie, immediately reversed rapidly. The bus reversed almost as fast as it charged, whoosh it raced toward the city gate. The zombie's fist struck the murky water. But as it landed, it sensed a crisis behind it. Behind it surged a huge splash. From the splash a shadow appeared. Upon appearance it inflated like being inflated, finally became as large as a small mountain, its full form revealed. It was a monster both like fish and octopus, with 8 huge tentacles, its skin covered in dense scales. Each scale gleamed coldly, each about the size of a wash basin. A rough glance showed it was over 10 meters tall, more than 30 meters long, covering most of the floodwater outside the city wall. One viscous tentacle swept up the steel rod-pierced zombie. That zombie's body, truly iron skin and steel bones, under the tentacle's hold began making crack sounds. The zombie roared, struggled hard, but the more it struggled the tighter the tentacle wrapped. And the zombie's power to struggle quickly weakened, it twitched, eyes bulging. The tentacle penetrated deep into its body, had certainly released strong toxins, rendering the zombie unable to break free. Finally the zombie's body spurted rivulets of blood, collapsed unmoving. Then the huge water monster opened a cavernous mouth and swallowed the zombie. Seeing this scene from inside the vehicle near the gate, Jiang Lushi felt chills. This mutated water monster must be the thing which earlier made the wild dog pack and mutated zombie feel fear. The mutated zombie's strength everyone knew, infinite strength. But in front of this mountain-sized water monster, it had zero resistance. Inside the cabin, everyone was silent, completely stunned. At this moment bursts of water splashes erupted in the water surface. From the water sprang out one after another water monsters like pythons or big fish, swallowing zombies one by one. The wild dogs fared worse, they got bitten by the water monsters and torn into a bloody mess. Enter the city. Jiang Lushur snapped back to clarity. He understood one thing: the water monster was terrifying, and the base vehicle in front of its huge strength had little means to resist. After all, though strong, the base vehicle, if caught by a tentacle and thrown into floodwater, loses most of its strength, let alone aiming the air cannon. At this moment being outside the city was untenable. With the Shadowstone squad and the base vehicle blocking the wild dogs and mutated zombies, the survivors outside Fogwater County were already being shepherded inside. Once inside the gate, these people felt they had survived. Though outside remained dangerous, now at least they were safe. Thank the good people, thank the good people. The old man with his grandson entered the city, turned to look at the bus outside the gate. Those strong people, he felt he couldn't speak to them, didn't want to disturb them, he could only thank them silently. He didn't mind dying himself, his grandson was still young, if he could live on, he would do anything. The bus's arrival had rescued him from a deep pit of despair. The floodwater rose near the wire fence then stopped. Fogwater County's overall terrain, including the northern side mountain, was higher, for now they didn't worry about the flood quickly submerging the county. But the sense of a vast body of water before the city gate was chilling. The bus tore through a wave and charged straight into the thick iron gate. Kwang Zhongyuan and a group of external survivor squad members stood at the gate. They all saw the huge water monster outside, and were death pale. But they dared not act without the Shadowstone squad. Close the gate. Jiang Lushur's voice came from the bus cabin. Kwang Zhongyuan and others hastily slammed the iron gate shut. Xiang Shuahai, move everyone to higher ground, this gate can't hold. Jiang Lushur turned to Xiang Shuahai in the vehicle cabin, serious expression. The city gate cannot hold? Xiang Shuahai was taken aback. In this apocalypse, where zombies and mutated beasts run rampant, trying to seize a foothold isn't something an ordinary person can imagine. After gradually gaining control of Wushui County, Xiang Shuahai invested major effort into the defense system to protect this base. Building the walls and gate consumed a large amount of materials and labor. In Xiang Shuahai's mind, the gate was a key defense for Wushui County, and gave her a strong sense of security. Now that Jiang Lushur says the gate can't hold, Xiang Shuahai felt a moment of sorrow. But rationally she knew Jiang Lushur's judgment was correct. Not only the giant water monster swelling like a balloon outside, but even this slowly rising flood. If it keeps soaking the foundations, sooner or later the wall will be washed out and collapse. Once the wall collapses, from the water will drift in zombies, and that water monster lurking below. She glanced outside the carriage, down along the temporary low sheds built at the base of the wall, where thin survivors were lying or sitting hiding from the storm. There were around 100 of those sheds, packed tightly together, full of people. The outsiders who had poured in, people like Chiu Lao, didn't care about ordinary folks, so naturally they didn't evacuate them. But when Xiang Shuahai thought of the consequences, she shivered. Luo Junjiang, quickly deploy people to call all the civilians to move to higher ground. Tell them that around the wall will be extremely dangerous. Xiang Shuahai climbed out of the carriage and spoke earnestly to Luo Junjiang standing outside. Wushui County is built against a mountain. The water at the base of the wall had already passed ankle height. When Xiang Shuahai gave the order, for Luo Junjiang it was like an imperial decree. He hurriedly took a squad of the guard team and evacuated the survivors in the sheds. At that moment, with a loud thunderous roar, the entire wall trembled, large chunks of rock flew. The gate was like struck by a giant hammer, a black arm at least 8 or 9 meters long smacked heavily against the iron gate. A large section of the gate bulged outward instantly, the whole iron door tottered, one more hit and it probably couldn't hold. The deafening sound made the ordinary survivors who had only just entered the city change their faces drastically. GG. A strange, long muffled groan came from outside the wall. From above the wall, that balloon-like giant water monster, supported by 8 long tentacles, poked its head over the 20-meter-high wall. Its pair of triangular eyes glowed with a cold light, fixed on the people inside the wall. Being stared at by this hill-sized monster, the survivors in Wushui County instantly panicked. Even Jiang Lushur inside the base carriage felt a strange pressure. In the apocalypse, whether zombies or mutated beasts, they all have very strong aggressiveness toward humans. These aquatic monsters are the same. On the wall a few guard team members still observed the outside situation. At this moment they tried to flee, but the big water monster's mouth let slip out a long tongue. The long tongue, covered in thorny flesh, swept across, scraping the wall with ugly friction sounds, ensnaring the guard members one by one. The guards screamed, fiercely resisted, but they were wrapped by the tongue's sticky mucus, and soon hung their heads, silent. Now, without Luo Junjiang even calling, many survivors already knew what to do. Many were rushing toward higher ground in Wushui County. This water monster is poisonous. The base carriage had started, and it followed the crowd upward. Jiang Liusher's eyesight was better than the others. He had already slipped into the small fortress-like battle room on top of the carriage. The big water monster's tongue was covered in viscous fluid. Once contaminated by this fluid, the guard stiffened all over, motionless, no ability to resist. Earlier, that mutated zombie fell the same way. Once the tentacle mucus coated it, it gradually lost its strength. That thing seems like a mutated pufferfish. Old hydraulic expert Sun Changshin was at the stern of the carriage, peering through the rear window at the monster, and suddenly said, "Yes, some physiological features match the pufferfish's appearance." The old professor observed the monster's shape and nodded. White belly, body like an air sac able to inflate, short snout, small horizontal mouth, indeed like a pufferfish. Li Yusin beside nodded in agreement. Sun Changshin is a hydraulic expert. There are pufferfish in the waters north of Jiangsu. In exploring hydrological conditions, he's often seen pufferfish. Li Yusin is a medical student, has read many books, and knows something about pufferfish toxin. Carefully comparing features of this giant monster, they both felt it looked very much like a pufferfish. Pufferfish toxin is a strong neurotoxin. It can cause nerve paralysis, vomiting, cold limbs, then heartbeat and breathing stop. Its toxicity is equivalent to 1,250 times that of sodium cyanide. Just under 0.5 milligrams can kill a person. After mutation, this water monster's toxin would be even stronger. Pufferfish mutated? No wonder the mucus is extremely poisonous, and it has those 8 tentacles and fish scales. It looks like a mutation. Jiang Liusher frowned. A monster like this is far more dangerous than an ordinary aquatic beast. First of all, you've got its poisonous mucus. The mutated pufferfish, after devouring several guards, clearly wasn't satisfied, and its 8 tentacles attacked the city gate in unison. Bang! The iron gate wasn't yet broken, but its connection with the wall had begun to loosen. Women holding children, old men leaning on crutches, almost all survivors of Wushui County at this moment were rushing toward higher ground. Half an hour later, many survivors had reached halfway up the mountain. Wushui County's terrain is moderately undulating. At Half Mountain the ground is only a dozen meters above the base of the wall. But from Half Mountain up to the summit the terrain becomes steep. By then many survivors had no strength left, collapsed in the muddy ground. Boom! Suddenly an earth-shaking collapse sounded from the foot of the mountain. Jiang Liusher turned toward the sound, saw the iron gate collapse, and long stretches of wall on both sides being knocked down. The mutated pufferfish's huge body was fully revealed before everyone. Its snowy white belly heaved up and down, only a small portion still in water. Its enormous body bulged like a round ball supported by its tentacles. A few tentacles, unwilling to be idle, swept across toward shore. Some shed-wood chips flew, incinerated by the impact. Seeing this scene, some survivors originally in the sheds were trembling. If they had moved a bit later, they would have shared the fate of those wood chips. Wah wah wah, I'm so scared. Among the crowd of survivors a child's cry sounded. What do we do? Some of my food supplies are still in the sheds. Now they're totally gone. We'll starve to death alive. We can't beat this water monster. Are we all going to starve here? Let's escape north. There's no flood there. Child cries, adult wails, whispers of discussion rose among the ordinary survivors. Hearts unsettled. Originally many people fled into Wushui County because the order was good. It was a haven near northern Jiangsu. Now the haven was about to turn into hell on earth. Many felt despair. Everyone, don't be afraid. That monster still can't come ashore. At that moment a clear voice rang above the crowd. The speaker was Xiang Shuihai. She stood next to the base carriage, on top of a 3-story small building halfway up the mountain. From there the view was wide, almost everyone could see her figure. Xiang Shuihai's voice, aided by an ability, carried clearly in the wind and rain, cutting through many cries and whispers. Once she said this, the crowd's eyes all turned toward the mutated pufferfish at the gate. Indeed, that giant mutated pufferfish did not come ashore. Its long tentacles only swept wildly at a few sheds, its huge triangular eyes fixed on the survivors halfway up the mountain, emitting long GG hisses. Clearly, though mutated, it still hadn't left its fish nature. It couldn't get ashore. The survivors' hearts lifted a little. Everyone quiet. I am Xiang Shuihai. Now we face flood disaster. I hope everyone won't panic, muster up strength. Gather every bit of food, wood, blankets, clothes, we'll temporarily camp here halfway up the mountain. Trust me, as long as I'm here, Wushui County won't be overrun by zombies or the water monster. We'll turn this place into a steel Great Wall. If everyone unites, we will survive. Xiang Shuahai's words were strong, weighty. She didn't say too many pretty words, but the sincerity in her speech was felt. Many of the unsettled survivors' hearts gradually calmed. They looked at Xiang Shuahai in the wind and rain, speaking quietly among themselves. Those ability users can escape, how can we ordinary people? Marching in heavy rain for hundreds of miles? Just walking is nothing. Now in the flooded areas, where are the zombies? Probably they've gone to places not flooded. Right, if we try to escape we'll have to cross dense zombie groups. How could we get away? Boss Xiang has the ability to escape but she stays with us, what more can be said? These ordinary survivors, their strength very weak, their thoughts simple, they just want to live. Xiang Shuahai, as a strong one, stands with them in the danger, fighting alongside them, creating trust. Jiang Lushur also looked at Xiang Shuahai from a distance. That woman in the storm, standing on the rooftop wielding ability, spreading her voice, encouraging the survivors, their face glowed with strange light. Boss Xiang is really a good person. Old hydraulic expert Sun Chongxin suddenly said. Compared to Yang Feng, Xiang Shuahai is far kinder. If it were Yang Feng, would he care about ordinary people's lives? What he said was unanimously agreed by the Shuring squad. But even so it's useless. The Fuyang River's dike has broken, the adjacent Shuangliu River and Yen River look like they'll break too. When that happens the flood will surge. Even if we hide on high ground, though we might not drown, without food we're still on the path to death. It's useless. Human power may be strong, but still can't beat this rogue sky. It's the rogue sky that wants us dead. Sun Chongxin the old man said angrily, looking up at the dark, relentless rain outside the carriage window. Inside the carriage everyone was silent. Jiang Lushur heard this, mood strangely heavy. Sun Chongxin is an old hydraulic expert, his judgment very reliable. But if the flood keeps rising, that water monster hiding underwater might have chance to attack the people halfway up the mountain in Wushui County. Here it's absolutely dangerous, not to mention who knows how many water monsters are underwater. With that mutated pufferfish there, even the food near the gate cannot be retrieved. Even Xiang Shuahai's warehouse cannot be approached. They retreated so urgently, they had zero preparation. The flood won't last forever, the water monster will leave when the flood recedes, but during this time, so many people with empty stomachs, soaking in rain, will quickly fall ill and die, and the situation will only worsen. For a moment, Jiang Lushur hesitated, he thought of leaving Wushui County. After all northwards there really is no flood. Now the mutated pufferfish already has its eyes on Wushui County survivors, it definitely won't leave the flooded area of Wushui County. The Shuring squad staying here is extremely dangerous. Sigh, if not for that water monster I could think of many methods, but as long as those water monsters are here, the people of Wushui County can hardly move, we can do nothing. Sun Chongxin sighed. In this world, ordinary people surviving is too hard. Jiang Bro, that Kwang Zhongyuan psychic wave is abnormal, he seems to be threatening his comrade, looks like he's going to escape. At the rear of the carriage, Ran Shiyu suddenly said. Jiang Liushur's mind stirred, but he glanced at Ran Shiyu's face and saw it was bad. Ran Shiyu looked very tired. From confronting Qiu Lao's group at Qin Building, to now the midbus climbing halfway up the mountain, along the way her psychic detection ability hasn't stopped. For her this is a major drain. Earlier when dealing with Yang Feng she had even overdrawn her mental power, only because Li Yusen's medical ability restored her a lot. But now she still should not use her ability for long. Shiyu, don't worry about Kwang Zhongyuan for now. You rest a bit. Let Yusen treat you to recover. Jiang Lushur noticed Ran Shiyu's fatigue and asked with concern. Ran Shiyu looked Jiang Lushur in the eye deeply, and made no further objection. Inside she knew her ability at present is very important to Jiang Lushur, to the entire Shuring squad. So she needed to allocate her strength reasonably, must not overdraw. Because she vaguely sensed the moment when she would be most needed hasn't arrived yet. So she must stay in excellent condition. Li Yusen came to Ran Shiyu's side, began to examine her. Once Ran Shiyu closed her eyes, Jiang Liushur's gaze moved to the Kwang Zhongyuan hiding in the crowd. Kwang Zhongyuan was now fiercely staring at 5 or 6 ability users, lowly shouting something. A few of the ability users seemed shaken, some didn't agree with Kwang Zhongyuan's words. Kwang Zhongyuan's hand pointed at the vast flood while he shouted. The storm drowned his words. But Jiang Lushur could vaguely judge that Kwang Zhongyuan was scared out of his wits by the mutated pufferfish, and wants to escape. And Kwang Zhongyuan not only wanted to flee alone, He wanted to take a number of ability users with him. After all, in this world, one person's power is negligible, only survival by group has higher chances, ability users are no exception. Can we escape? Jiang Lushur fixed his eyes on Kwang Zhongyuan, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. From Qin building onwards he already harbored a kill thought for Kwang Zhongyuan. Later Kwang Zhongyuan was shocked by the air cannon of the base carriage, killed the severely wounded Qiu Lao, then one after another flattered him and Xiang Shuihai. Jiang Lushur still didn't trust that guy. He just didn't expect Kwang Zhongyuan would betray so soon again. Now every ability user is very important to Wushui County. Kwang Zhongyuan wants to take away those ability users. Jiang Lushur is the first to disagree. The rifle in Jiang Liaxi's hand was already aimed at Kwang Zhongyuan's head in the distance. At this moment, the sudden change. Two ability users following Kwang Zhongyuan suddenly, one's fist muscles bulged like a hammer appearing and smashed Kwang Zhongyuan's head. The other held a large knife and slashed with materialized blade light, cutting toward Kwang Zhongyuan's legs. Caught off guard, Kwang Zhongyuan was instantly grievously wounded. Here the flash of blood appeared. Nearby 4 ability users who had just been berated by Kwang Zhongyuan reacted, and all unleashed their powers. Within moments, Kwang Zhongyuan was cut to a corpse. Then one of the ability users dashed out of a shed toward the 3-story building where Xiang Shuihai was. Jiang Lushur watched the scene in stunned disbelief. Not long ago Kwang Zhongyuan betrayed Qiu Lao, attempted to present Qiu Lao's corpse as a token of allegiance. It seems the ability users around him are now doing what Kwang Zhongyuan once did to Qiu Lao. These ability users don't plan to run away, so naturally Jiang Lushur doesn't need to act. Arranging them is Xiang Shuihai's job. Jiang Lushur looked again toward the city gate. The water monster had returned to the water, only half its body remaining on the surface. Detected level 2 plus mutation energy. The voice of the star seed came. This is a level 2 mutated pufferfish. Earlier the star seed had already given a prompt, but in the intense battle Jiang Lushur didn't pay attention. Level 2 mutated pufferfish, with a plus sign, meaning it's actually very close to level 3. Maybe after digesting mutated zombies and wild dogs, then eating the survivors of Wushui County, it can evolve into a level 3 mutated beast. Level 3? Jiang Lushur had not yet seen a level 3 monster. Several hours later. Boom! With the enormous V-shaped ram of the minibus crashing heavily, an abandoned house near the foot of the mountain collapsed. The young survivors trailing the minibus rushed forward, with hands grabbing or shoulders carrying whatever usable bricks and steel-reinforced concrete blocks, hauling them through the pouring rain toward the flood control embankment taking shape. The embankment was meant to stop the flood from rising further, and also to add a layer of defense against the water monster. But building an embankment, sandbags weren't enough. They needed decent construction materials like bricks and stones. The survivors in Wushui County, lacking materials, could only dismantle abandoned houses in dangerous zones to use their parts for the embankment. With his minibus equipped with the huge ram, Jiang Lushur's vehicle naturally became the temporary battering ram. The embankment stood about 5 or 6 meters below halfway up the mountain, still some distance from the wall. Xiang Shuihai and Jiang Lushur had carefully considered this distance. It was a safety margin where the water monster was less likely to strike. Of course, all this action was because Ran Shiyu had confirmed that the mutated pufferfish had moved away. At this moment they needed to move quickly. After many days of rain, plus insufficient food supplies, many survivors carrying materials were weak, stooped over, trudging through the muddy ground. Bang! An elderly survivor slipped. The concrete blocks on his shoulder nearly crushed his foot as he fell into the mud. Just then, a gust of wind shifted the blocks mid-air, changing their landing point. At that moment, a fair, strong hand reached out and pulled him up from the muddy ground. "Old sir, are you all right?" The elderly man looked up and found to his surprise it was Xiang Shuihai who had helped him. Xiang Shuihai's black hair tied up, her hands smeared with mud water. She nodded to the old man, then turned to check the embankment's construction progress. The old man was deeply moved. This was an ability user, the leader of Wushui County, yet she cared about him, an ordinary survivor. "Old sir, don't carry such heavy stuff, you just take something lighter. Everyone hurry and get to work." A young man beside called to the old man, helping take the concrete blocks off his shoulder. "Okay," the old man looked at the young men. Since the apocalypse he had rarely seen such a scene, he had rarely heard such caring words. Instead, in this dire situation, he felt a trace of warmth again. The old man bit his teeth and continued toward the material pile. He still had strength, he would take what he could. Boss Xiang really is a good person. Zhang Hai saw the scene and shook his head in admiration. Beside him Jiang Lushur heard quietly, and said nothing. Now Wushui County was under a full mobilization. All the survivors were working furiously on the embankment. Wherever Jiang Lusher went, he saw people silently hauling all kinds of materials to it. Some survivors were exhausted, others brought hot water and kanji, all prepared by Xiang Shuihai. No one slacked off, instead they helped each other and encouraged each other. It felt like a long-lost drive stirred in people's hearts. Though working in the cold, pounding rain was tough, everyone's spirits were high. Like the old man, Jiang Lusher had not felt this atmosphere for a long time. The Shering squad also participated in Wushui County's embankment construction. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan actively got off the vehicle and did manual labor. Jiang Lusher also got off and helped here and there. Not only the guard team members, many ordinary survivors knew Jiang Lusher's marksmanship was terrifying. He was the leader of the survivor squad driving the steel beast. When they saw him they thanked him quickly. Some were a little afraid. "Brother, have a rest, we set up the roast meat in the vehicle, I brought it over for you." Jiang Zhuiying walked lightly, followed by the old hydraulic expert Sun Changxin. Sun Changxin held a tray with seasoned mutant beast meat. In such harsh environment, the taste was especially tempting. "So this is how you bring it? How did you get Sun Old Expert to help you?" Jiang Lusher asked in disbelief. "What? I could have brought it myself, I only asked Sun Old Expert to help me hold it under my arm, but he insisted on coming along." Jiang Zhuiying smiled, showing her bandaged hands. "Not Xiajiang's doing, I volunteered to help Jiang Zhuiying get the roast. Old man needs to do something too," Sun Changxin said. Actually Sun Changxin had seen all of Xiang Shuihai's and Jiang Liusher's busy work among the survivors of Wushui County. He also sneakily went to help. Unfortunately this old expert usually studies hydraulics, not in shape, plus old age. He carried a sandbag and was soaked by rain, nearly fainted, ended up helping nothing. Even for a little thing, he wanted to help. The atmosphere in Wushui County, this felt like the survivor base he imagined. Though earlier there was fighting and scheming, in front of disaster people could unite. Sun Changxin also hoped Wushui County could get through this disaster safely. "Sun Old, you need me for something?" For this old hydraulic expert, Jiang Lusher was still very respectful. In Yangfeng's military base, although he saved Sun Changxin, if Sun hadn't warned them of flash flood risk, even with the base vehicle, escaping the flood would have been very dangerous. Telling them to return to Wushui County was also thanks to this old expert, otherwise diving randomly into other places risked flood encirclement. Now everyone repaired the embankment. In theory I shouldn't pour cold water. But as long as the Fuyang River dike remains unrepaired, the flood won't go down. And there's a big water monster in the water, things are dangerous. Sun Changxin sighed. At the sigh, Jiang Liusher's expression turned serious. The flood kept from receding, Wushui County was in danger. If the Shering squad left Wushui County, they would temporarily have no way to head to Panju City. They didn't even know if Panju City was affected by the flood. Sun Changxin looked at the busy survivors, his eyes reddened. "You know, living is really hard. Team leader Jiang, I'm old, you saved me, so I'll stay in Wushui County. I'm born and raised in northern Jiangsu, my family all on this land, I'll die here and reunite with them." Jiang Lusher watched Sun Changxin silently, then followed his gaze to the people who were working hard. "Sun Old, is there truly no strategy at all for this flood?" Jiang Lusher asked. "If there was, what use? That water monster is holed up in the water, totally unmanageable." Sun Changxin continued sighing. "That mutated pufferfish, even mutated zombies were killed at one hit, and it's in the water, wholly untouchable." Jiang Lusher felt something stir. He heard in Sun Changxin's tone the idea of a strategy, just that they feared that mutated pufferfish. "Sun Old, if that mutated water monster died? Would you have a way to make the flood recede?" Jiang Lusher asked. "That monster die? Don't do anything stupid." Sun Changxin was startled by Jiang Liusher's serious look, and quickly replied. Jiang Lusher smiled slightly. He fully understood the terror of the mutated pufferfish, so his question wasn't casual. To kill that monster would absolutely be dangerous, but indeed possible. Just needing a few conditions. Chief condition, he needed a boat with sufficiently powerful firepower. He currently had a level 2 special mutation blood core. Once installed, the base vehicle could enter a new vehicle form, amphibious. But to activate this, the base vehicle must scan a boat, then the vehicle simulates the boat's function and evolves into this amphibious vehicle form. Such simulated evolution doesn't need extra materials, as long as there's a boat. Of course, the boat's quality determines the strength of the amphibious base vehicle. Also, the boat to be scanned must have a standard displacement not over 400 tons, full load displacement not over 500 tons, so it must be a small tonnage vessel. Something like an ocean destroyer is far from appropriate. That would require the base vehicle to evolve to an extremely extreme stage. At the current phase, the base vehicle hasn't even activated the energy lab. So as long as they find a strong enough boat meeting requirements, Jiang Lushur believed his amphibious base vehicle could surely slay that mutated pufferfish. Sun Old, you only need to answer my question. Jiang Lushur said. Sun Chongqing pushed his glasses, sighed, Team Leader Jiang, if you must ask, actually if that monster really died, then operating in the flood would face no interference. I have several methods to make the flood recede. Jiang Lushur's mood settled. Looks like Sun Chongqing did indeed have methods. So now they just need to kill that mutated pufferfish. Then Sun Old, about other matters you needn't worry. I want to ask, are there nearby any shipyards? I need a small tonnage boat, with enough firepower. You want that kind of boat? You intend to kill that water monster with it? Team Leader Jiang, you'd be committing suicide. Sun Chongqing shook his head repeatedly. He didn't want to watch Jiang Lushur sacrifice himself after saving his life. Sun Old, you say that, so you know of such boats? Jiang Lushur's eyes brightened. I do. In Yangfeng's military base there was an old expert at a navy shipyard. Though he later died. He told me their military shipyard once received an order to build a so-called Type 022 stealth missile boat. That boat, small ship, heavy firepower, some stealth capability, should meet your requirements. Sun Chongqing said in a low voice. Though he didn't believe Jiang Lushur could do anything, nor really kill that monster, since Jiang Lushur wanted to know, Sun Chongqing answered. Type 022 stealth missile boat? Jiang Lushur's eyes lit up. According to Sun Old's description, this vessel did indeed meet his requirements. Sun Old, do you know the exact location of that military shipyard? That I'll have to think. Sun Chongqing thought for a long time, then recalled the location. It's a place downstream of a river midway between Wushui County and northern Qingshi County, very hidden, and deep water. A military shipyard built here fits conditions. Huh? Suddenly Jiang Lushur was startled. He received a message from Ying. At this time, in front of the base vehicle, boxes of food, gasoline, diesel and other supplies were set up. Luo Junjiang still directed the guard team, continuously unloading goods from a medium truck. Jiang Lushur already understood via Ying what was going on. Xiang Shuahai kept her word, sent over the payment for hiring the Shering squad. At this moment, Xiang Shuahai came before Jiang Lushur. Team Leader Jiang, you came just in time. I sent over everything you asked, only the water transport you wanted, for the moment didn't find, only some old boats, probably useless. Xiang Shuahai explained to Jiang Lushur, her tone apologetic. Jiang Lushur smiled faintly, shook his head. No need. With the flood rampant, water monsters in the water, a normal boat out is just a death sentence. Wushui County's supplies are so tight, Boss Xiang is still so honest. Jiang Lushur said. Xiang Shuahai as a person is indeed very principled. Jiang Lushur admired that. Team Leader Jiang, Xiang Shuahai paused and asked, now the floods around Wushui County are still rising. We estimate we'll be in a hard situation for a while. I wonder what your plans are? With Qiu Lao dead, our cooperation has ended. Actually Xiang Shuahai guessed that Jiang Lushur might leave. Originally Jiang Lushur only came to Wushui County to gather information and find people. His willingness to attack Yangfeng was because of that. Now at Yangfeng's place, Jiang Lushur already obtained the information he wanted. As for his request about killing Qiu Lao and others, Jiang Lushur already helped. There's really no reason to stay in Wushui County, this dangerous place. For others, leaving Wushui County means facing numerous zombie hordes and mutated beasts, but Xiang Shuahai thought, for Jiang Lushur those dangers were manageable. Xiang Shuahai waited for Jiang Lushur's answer. She looked into his eyes. After his brain domain ability development, Jiang Lushur's eyes became deep black and shiny, giving a mysterious feel. And Xiang Shuahai stared. Unconsciously she recalled the kiss on the minibus. Xiang Shuahai quickly brought herself back. When she thought of Jiang Lushur leaving, she felt a strong reluctance. Team Leader Jiang. Xiang Shuahai gently bit her teeth and suddenly said, after the apocalypse Wushui County is my home, and these survivors, they all came here risking their lives, 9 times out of 10 dying to escape to Wushui County because they believed me. I cannot abandon them. If, this time I in Wushui County can hold out, then if future there's chance, I welcome you back to Wushui County. Saying cooperation is too distant, you saved my life, we can call ourselves friends, right? Xiang Shuahai lightly brushed her hair, smiling. Xiang Shuahai felt a wistfulness in her heart. She still hadn't said it outright, hadn't asked Jiang Lushur to stay, not just now, but always. Jiang Lushur looked at Xiang Shuahai. He saw her ear roots redden. He also sensed that Xiang Shuahai still had many words unsaid. Plans? I do have a bit. I intend to go out and get a boat. Jiang Lushur said. Xiang Shuahai was startled, instinctively asked, then what? Then kill that big water monster. Jiang Lushur said calmly.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.